Chapter 936. With Han Shua's body and the cauldron of myriad demon guarding the gymnasium, and the penta-elemental undead formation deployed by the 5 elite zombies, Han Shua believed that even if Little Skull were to unleash his gravestone, the overgod of death would not be able to detect the disturbance in the pandemonium. Suddenly, a chilly gust of wind blew across the pandemonium. Shadows that were hard to see with the naked eye darted around Tanai amidst the dense fog and gathered at the main entrances of the demonic formations. Strands of consciousness spread out and covered every corner of the pandemonium, forming a strange boundary that could only be sensed by one's soul, preventing any soul energy from peeking into the pandemonium. Under the power of the 5 elite zombies, 5 rays of light red, yellow, gold, white, and green danced in the gymnasium. The energy of the 5 elite zombies flooded the gymnasium and expelled all elemental energies from the gymnasium. In an instant, the gymnasium where the 5 elite zombies sat cross-legged at the 5 corners of the gymnasium became a new dimension. Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert could clearly see what was happening in the gymnasium, but they felt as though they were far, far away. It was as though the gymnasium in front of them was no longer a part of Elysium, but a mirage in the water. The 5 elite zombies, Little Skeleton, and Han Shua were clearly right next to them, but they couldn't sense the slightest aura from them. If they closed their eyes, they would find that there was nothing but a vast, misty emptiness in front of them. The energy of the 5 elite zombies has completely enveloped the gymnasium. They have broken the edict of space. At this moment, the gymnasium is like a small plane that has separated itself from Elysium. It looks like they're here, but it's no longer a part of Elysium. Even an overgod would find it difficult to sense what's going on inside. Ballin said in astonishment as he sensed the changes in the gymnasium. Sanguiner and Gilbert were aghast after hearing Ballin's words. They did not expect the formation formed by the 5 elite zombies to have such a miraculous effect. At the center of the 5 elite zombies, it was as though a new space had been created out of thin air. Perhaps only an overgod who had obtained the quintessence of the Edict of Space could achieve such a feat. Scarlet was even more astonished. Compared to Sanguiner, Ballins, and Han Shua, she knew too little about the Han family and had no idea about the miraculous effects of demonic arts. For a moment, Scarlet was in a trance when she saw that the 5 elite zombies, who did not cultivate in the Edict of Space, seemed to be able to separate the gymnasium from Elysium. She could not tell if she was hallucinating or not. Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Scarlet, let's move back, cried Ballins before he hastily explained. Since the gymnasium isn't stable at this moment, this doorway is the only connection between the gymnasium and Elysium. If Han Hao does anything that affects this space, we will be the first to be affected. If we are not careful, we might get sucked into a space-time rift and end up drifting to God knows where. Scarlet hastily retreated after hearing Ballins shout. Even Gilbert, who had always been bold, was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily stood beside Ballins, fearing that they would be affected by the unstable energy at the edge of the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, Han Shua's avatar of destruction carefully sensed the energies around him. After seeing that the 5 different energies of the 5 elite zombies were gradually fusing together, Han Shua felt that there should be no problem. He nodded at Little Skull and said, "It's done." Little Skull sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. His chest was throbbing. After a while, the quintessence tombstone flew out from his chest and hovered 1 meter in front of Little Skull. As soon as the tombstone appeared, the element of death that the 5 elite zombies had expelled from the gymnasium suddenly overflowed. There was no telling where the element of death came from, but it gushed into the space-time rift at the edge of the gymnasium and gathered at the tombstone at the center. This is bad. The energy of the tombstone is indeed extraordinary. It can actually absorb the element of death that is drifting between planes through the space-time rift, cried Han Shua. He instructed the 5 elite zombies, "Give it your all and seal up that space-time rift. Let the element of death gather into the tombstone. That fellow will sense it." The 5 elite zombies also understood the gravity of the situation and unleashed the energies in their bodies. Rays of 5-colored radiance gathered above the gymnasium and fused with the colorful air masses. The penta-elemental undead formation's energy became even more concentrated and sealed up all possible space-time rifts. At the same time, Han Shua, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the pandemonium, sensed the unusual flow of the element of death in the pandemonium. The element of death surged into the pandemonium through the cracks at the edge of the gymnasium at a speed beyond his imagination. Han Shua's heart sank. His consciousness transformed into a thin membrane that blocked the entrance of the gymnasium. Tanai's demon generals were drawn to the membrane by Han Shua's consciousness. As soon as the tens of thousands of demon generals landed on the membrane, the formless membrane turned pitch black and enveloped the gymnasium from the outside. "It's senior brother's energy," exclaimed Ballins when he retreated to a safe distance and saw that the gymnasium was covered in a layer of black substance. Sanguiner and Gilbert had followed Han Shua for many years. They too sensed Han Shua's aura of life from the black substance. They were extremely astonished and stared at the black substance with widened eyes, trying to guess what was going on. At the same time, near a waterfall at the outermost edge of the fringe, Nestet's eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light as he gazed into the depths of the fringe. Nestet sensed a very familiar energy emanating from the depths of the fringe. He was certain that the owner of the quintessence shard had used it again. Nestet was about to head over to the owner of the quintessence shard. However, just as Nestet was about to move, he suddenly discovered that the familiar energy of death seemed to have been concealed by some kind of energy, causing him to lose his senses. Strange. What's going on? Why did it suddenly vanish? Nestet was rather puzzled. He knew better than anyone else about the mysteries of the quintessence shard of death. Once the quintessence shard was used, it would be impossible to conceal the origin energy contained within it. Nestet pondered for a moment with his brows bunched. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Based on his senses, he headed in the general direction. Once the quintessence shard was used, it would be impossible to conceal it with any ordinary energy. However, the energy used by Han Shua and the Cauldron of Myriad Demon did not belong to this universe. Under the effect of the profound demonic arts, even the origin energy of the quintessence shard was temporarily concealed. This was also the reason why Nestet suddenly lost his senses of the quintessence shard. Millions of strands of consciousness and the energy of tens of thousands of demon generals converged to form a powerful defensive membrane around the gymnasium. The energy of the 5 elite zombies separated the gymnasium from the Elysium, and finally concealed the energy of the quintessence shard in Little Skull's body. "Alright, keep it up," shouted Han Shua's avatar of destruction in the gymnasium. It was at this moment that Little Skull, who had nothing to worry about, let go of the secrets of the quintessence shard. The 7 bone spurs on his back lightly quivered. His purple demon eye glistened as he stared at the gravestone hovering before him. Faint, marvelous inscriptions started to appear in his pupils. All this time, as Little Skull had instinctively sensed the existence of a powerful threat, he had never tried to probe the secrets and energy of the gravestone with all his might. But this time was different. With Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies watching over him, Little Skull knew that he could boldly give it a try. He wanted to see if he could fully grasp the energy of the gravestone and the mysteries of death. Strands of bizarre inscriptions floated out of his eyes and slowly seeped into the center of the gravestone. Gradually, the gravestone that was the size of a fist started to expand. In just a few moments it had grown to a dozen meters tall. The surface of the gravestone was covered with white bones. The bizarre inscriptions on the gravestone were slowly moving as though they were alive. Compared to the gigantic gravestone, Little Skull appeared extremely tiny. However, Little Skull did not panic at all. The 7 bone spurs on his back suddenly protruded and stuck themselves onto the enormous gravestone. Suddenly, the 7 bone spurs simultaneously let out earth-shattering wails and howls of despair. The 7 bone spurs were filled with the aura of endless hatred, despair, fear, screams, and madness. It was unknown just how many people Little Skull had killed over the years. In Little Skeleton's pupils, there were densely packed inscriptions swimming about. They reflected the gravestone in front of him, and seemed to have formed some kind of mysterious connection. Crack crack. Crack crack. The gravestone was still expanding. The top of the gravestone was propping up the gymnasium. Terrifying noises could be heard from the gymnasium. It was as though the gymnasium would explode at any moment under the power of the gravestone. At this moment the 5 elite zombies looked incomparably grave. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. It seemed that they had expended a great deal of energy. "Father, what do we do? Once the gymnasium bursts, this space will immediately collapse. Our connection with Elysium will be severed. Metal Elite Zombie transmitted to Han Shua telepathically. Han Shua understood what Metal Elite Zombie meant. Once the gymnasium was bursted by the gravestone, this space constructed by the combined efforts of the 5 elite zombies would explode. At that time, they would either be torn to shreds in the explosion or be sent to a distant galaxy by the force of the explosion. Nobody knew if they could return to Elysium. Han Shua tried to communicate with Little Skull, but discovered that Little Skull's soul had become entangled with the gravestone. It seemed that he was gradually fusing with the gravestone. During this process, Little Skull could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua said to the 5 elite zombies, "This is the most crucial moment for him. We must continue to hold on. Do not forcefully suppress the gravestone, lest it causes a chain reaction." "All right," the 5 elite zombies immediately replied. It was already difficult for the 5 of them to maintain this space for such a long time. It was even more difficult under the pressure of the gravestone. If it weren't for Han Hao in the gymnasium, they would not have agreed to it without hesitation. Doing so would mean that they would be torn to shreds by the force of the explosion. Chapter 937. Under Han Shua's instructions, the 5 elite zombies continued to strenuously maintain the gymnasium, so that it would not be forcefully destroyed by the power of the gravestone. As they were worried that they would trigger a chain reaction from Little Skull, the 5 elite zombies did not exert their energy on the gravestone. They did not stop the energy from the gravestone from affecting the gymnasium at all. Han Shua's consciousness, which carried the energy of demon generals, was attached to the edge of the gymnasium, strenuously preventing the slightest bit of the gravestone's energy from leaking out. Both the 5 elite zombies and Han Shua were in grave danger as the gravestone continued to expand. If the power of the gravestone were to break through the ceiling of the gymnasium, the energy maintaining the gymnasium would immediately become chaotic and cause the surrounding space to explode. At that time, not only would the 5 elite zombies be directly impacted by the collapse of the space, but Han Shua's consciousness would also suffer tremendous damage. It could be said that Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies had placed their lives in the hands of Little Skull. However, Little Skull, who was fully focused on fusing with the energy of the gravestone, did not seem to know how dangerous the situation was. All of his soul energy was entangled with the gravestone, and he temporarily could not sense the urgency in Han Shua's heart. The inscriptions in his eyes were still flickering as he stared unblinkingly at the gravestone that was glowing with white radiance. Even though no external energy could enter the gymnasium, the gravestone continued to expand and maintain the stability of the gymnasium. Crack, crack. The 5 elite zombies were sweating profusely as they tried their best not to be distracted. They exerted all their strength to resist the power of the gravestone. Han Shua's consciousness continued to divide and converge on the area where the tip of the gravestone was. The demon generals had no choice but to fill the area with their souls in order to prevent any energy from leaking out. Squeak, squeak. Wisps of smoke rose from the surface of the gravestone. This meant that the demon generals had been annihilated one after another. Their soul energy had completely vanished from the world. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shua trembled in their hearts. They were deathly afraid that the power of the gravestone would suddenly increase, shatter the gymnasium, and kill all of them. While Han Shua's heart was filled with apprehension, the energy of the gravestone suddenly changed. The undulations of Little Skull's soul were clearly transmitted from the gravestone. It was as though the gravestone contained Little Skull's soul. It gave Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies a strange feeling. At the same time, the gravestone gradually withdrew its power and started to shrink. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shua simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. They understood that once the gravestone shrunk, the gymnasium would no longer have any problems. They no longer had to fear that the space they were maintaining would explode at any moment. The densely packed inscriptions on the constantly shrinking gravestone revolved around Little Skull. When the gravestone had shrunk to the size of Little Skull, it suddenly shattered like a mirror. The shattered pieces of the gravestone shrunk to the size of a fingernail and settled on Little Skull's body. The fragments of the gravestone penetrated Little Skull's body with bizarre energy and sank into his heart and abdomen. A sinister radiance flashed across Little Skull's eyes. As though he had suddenly awakened from a deep slumber, he started jumping around the gymnasium. Creak, creak, crack, 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 crack. Crisp and clear noises came from Little Skull's body. It was as though his bones were being shattered. His body was as soft as cotton for one moment and abnormally straight for another. Bizarre inscriptions appeared on his skin and flesh. They looked like fishes occasionally leaping out of the water. It was an extremely bizarre sight. "Father, what's going on?" Metal Elite Zombie hastily asked Han Shuo. "The energy of the gravestone has been dispersed. The fragments are constantly splitting and fusing with his bones. I can't be sure if this is Han Hao's own will or not, but I believe that this is beneficial to him. There's no need to worry." Han Shuo's avatar stared at Little Skull and explained in a deep voice. He could sense that the source energy of the gravestone had fused with Little Skull. The inscriptions were deeply imprinted on Little Skull's skin and flesh. Meanwhile, the fragments had drilled into Little Skull's bones and became one with them. After dancing for a while, Little Skull suddenly collapsed to the ground like a sponge. He remained silent and motionless. The active inscriptions on his skin and flesh no longer scurried about, as if they had also stopped following the little skeleton's silence. Only intermittent crisp sounds could be heard from within his body, causing one's scalp to tingle with numbness upon hearing them. Outside the gymnasium, Scarlet covered her mouth with a mournful face. Her tearful eyes gazed at Little Skull, who had collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the pain in Scarlet's heart was even deeper than the pain she had suffered years ago. She could not sense any aura in the gymnasium and therefore had no idea whether Little Skull's transformation was beneficial or not. Scarlet was not the only one who could not sense what was happening in the gymnasium. Even Balance, Sanguiner, and Gilbert could only see with their eyes. From the outside, the gravestone had suddenly exploded and its fragments had pierced into Little Skull's body. Little Skull was writhing in pain until he could no longer withstand the power of the gravestone and collapsed to the ground. Since they could not sense that the gravestone had fused with Little Skull's bones and flesh, they naturally assumed that Little Skull had suffered a backlash from the gravestone and was on the verge of death. "No, don't." Scarlet tried to rush into the gymnasium with a mournful face. Balance was startled and hastily stopped Scarlet. He said to Scarlet calmly, "What we see may not be the truth. Don't be rash. If you enter the gymnasium now, not only will you not be able to help Han Hao, but you will also be injured by my senior brother's energy." Gilbert and Sanguiner also hastily stood in front of Scarlet to prevent her from acting rashly. The two were not concerned about Scarlet's life or death, but they were worried that her actions would disrupt the stability of the gymnasium. Even the slightest mistake could lead to major changes. They did not want Han Shuo to be harmed because of Scarlet's reckless actions. Is he already?" Scarlet pointed at Little Skull in the gymnasium with a mournful face. Balance was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that this woman would have such deep feelings for Han Hao. In his opinion, Han Hao, who was an absolutely callous being, should not have any affinity with a woman. Balance found it very strange. Balance shook his head and comforted her. "He will be fine. We can't sense the situation there and have no idea what's going on. Besides, with my senior brother here, even if something were to happen to Han Hao, his life would not be in danger. You can rest assured about that." Balance was not bluffing. He knew that Gilbert's body had been reconstructed by Han Shuo after his death. Back on Profound Continent, Han Shuo was already able to resurrect Gilbert. Now that his strength had multiplied, saving Han Hao would not be a problem at all. "That's right. I died back on Profound Continent, but my master resurrected me with his mighty power. You can rest assured that Han Hao will be fine." Gilbert hastily comforted Scarlet with his own experience. "Don't worry. I have fought that fella before. His soul energy is unimaginably strong. I believe that even if his body is smashed to pieces, his soul will remain unscathed. As long as his soul survives, Master has ways to resurrect him." Sanguiner, who had fought against Little Skull, chimed in. Although Scarlet was still a little skeptical, she had gradually calmed down and stopped complaining about Han Hao's death. It was at this moment that they saw from their vantage point that Little Skull gently bent his fingers. At this moment, from their angle, they could clearly see the little skeleton's finger bend slightly. "Oh, Like a chain reaction, Little Skull's wrists, arms, neck, waist, and even his entire body seemed to have regained his strength. He stood up abruptly and stretched his neck while stretching his arms and muscles with a curious look on his face. Holy crap, this fella is really alright? Gilbert was about to continue consoling Scarlet when he suddenly noticed that Little Skeleton had stood up as though nothing had happened to him. Gilbert couldn't help but cry out in surprise. That's right. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. Sanguiner was surprised for a moment before he mumbled to himself. It seems that the quintessence shard has truly fused with him. His strength must have grown even stronger. This opponent is getting harder and harder to surpass. The 5 elite zombies in the gymnasium cheered with sincere smiles on their faces. Although they did not move their bodies, their mouths did not remain idle. Are you alright, big brother? Haha, I knew you would be fine. Big brother, you scared us to death. We thought that the gravestone would keep expanding. To be honest, I was really scared. If the power of the gravestone suddenly went out of control, we would all be doomed. Haha, big brother, did you really subdue that damn thing? How was it? Is it useful? It's amazing. The 5 elite zombies slowly withdrew the energy of the 5 elements that filled the gymnasium while greeting Little Skull. They seemed extremely excited and delighted. Little Skull looked at the genuine smiles on the 5 elite zombies' faces and knew that they were genuinely concerned about him. After hearing their words, Little Skull realized that the 5 elite zombies had nearly died for him. Little Skull's heart was filled with warmth. The lines on his face turned extremely gentle. He put on a rare smile and said, I'm fine now. The quintessence shard has completely fused with me. Even if I use some of its energy now, that fella won't be able to sense my location. Very good, my future overgod of death. Han Shua laughed heartily and said, in this war in the fringe, I want you to finish off Logue for me. Little Skull pondered for a moment before he put on a faint smile and replied, all right. Chapter 938. As the energy of the 5 elite zombies gradually dissipated from the gymnasium, Scarlet, Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert could finally sense the presence of humans in front of them. When the energy of Han Shua's soul dissipated, the 4 entered the gymnasium together. Gilbert and the others were congratulating Little Skull just like the 5 elite zombies. Scarlet was relieved to see that Little Skull had recovered. She quietly looked at him from the side. Han Shua was very gratified. He was very proud of the little skeleton's achievements. He believed that as long as the little skeleton was given enough time, his achievements would not stop there. His future strength was something to look forward to. Outside the gymnasium, Han Shua slowly stood up and put away the cauldron of myriad demon that was used to stabilize the formations in the pandemonium. Just as he was about to return to the underground palace to ask about Little Skull's condition, Han Shua's gaze pierced through the layers of mist in the pandemonium and landed in the depths of the mountain range outside the pandemonium. There was a region deep in the mountain range where the energy of lightning was much denser than other regions. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it from such a distance. However, when Han Shua retracted his consciousness from the gymnasium, he could clearly sense some changes in pandemonium and Tanai. The pandemonium had the ability to gather all the elements in the surroundings. Therefore, the elemental energy around the pandemonium would flow and converge towards the pandemonium from all directions. However, Han Shua's consciousness sensed that not only was the energy of lightning not affected by the pandemonium, but it was also much denser than other regions. It was obvious that this was abnormal. With one thought, a wisp of Han Shua's consciousness drifted out and stealthily infiltrated that area. When his consciousness arrived, Han Shua clearly sensed that a powerful life form was lurking there. That aura was very familiar to him. It was Salus. With a cold groan, Han Shua's body flickered as he passed through the layers of mist in the pandemonium. Han Shua knew the mountain ranges around the pandemonium like the back of his hand. He had also set up a few traps so that Han Shua would be able to go anywhere he wanted without anyone knowing. Salus, Salus, how dare you still peep in here? Today, I will make sure you never return. Han Shua sneered in his mind. Back at the Misty Sea, his old enemy, Salus, had participated in the ambush. Now the God Hunter alliance that was about to arrive was also connected to Salus. If Han Shua could kill Salus before the Great War, it would be a great boon to the Fringe. Now that Salus had reappeared in the pandemonium, He must have the intention of dealing with the pandemonium. Since Han Shuo had inadvertently discovered him, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't allow Salas to leave this place alive. Salas, who was hiding in the dark, had released his divine soul to carefully observe the situation around the pandemonium. He knew that the pandemonium was full of hidden dangers, and that Han Shuo was probably in the pandemonium. Therefore, Salas was very cautious. Suddenly, Salas felt as though a cold wind was blowing at his divine soul. Salas was startled and immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He instinctively wanted to retract his divine soul. A wave of soul-shaking energy suddenly stabbed at Salas. In an instant, he felt as though his divine soul was being pierced by a cold light. The frigid energy nearly sealed his divine soul. Salas's god soul got hurt in just a blink of an eye. As he was flustered, he didn't think much and just retrieved his god soul into his god body. He hissed, "Who's there?" The cold laughter came from afar. It was so cold that it struck fear into one's heart. "How can I trust them?" Salas put on a disdainful face and groaned. "I, Salas, have lived in the fringe for many years. I have my own principles. I don't give a damn about those who can't defeat me." Han Shuo was even more amused by those words. He put on a big smile and said, "All right then. Tell me, what do you want me to work with? What can you give me and what can I give you?" "I can give you all the information I know about the God Hunter Alliance. I can lead those God Hunters into your trap. As they aren't familiar with the fringe, they will naturally listen to me." Salas explained his value to Han Shuo without the slightest hesitation. After taking a short pause, Salas took a deep breath, looked at Han Shuo and said, "I want to return to the fringe. After this war, there will surely be casualties in the fringe. Could be Tyre, Log, Wasis, Asura, or all of them. I just want you to help me and acknowledge my position." "That's simple?" asked Han Shuo. "That's simple," affirmed Salas. "How can I trust you?" Han Shuo pondered for a moment and looked at Salas with a gloomy face. If Salas was truly willing to help him, he would have a much greater chance of winning the war against the God Hunter Alliance. He might even be able to change the power structure of the fringe. However, he and Salas used to be enemies. He didn't know if Salas was telling the truth, or if Salas would play a trick on him at a crucial moment. This matter was too important. A small mistake could change the entire war. Therefore, Han Shuo dared not be careless. "I don't know either. But if you agree to work with me, I can immediately give you some important information. It can help you understand the situation better, and even give you the upper hand." Salas seemed rather troubled. It seemed that he couldn't find a way to prove his sincerity. After all, he and Han Shuo were enemies. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, "All right, I'll work with you. Tell me what information you have." It was unknown if Salas really trusted Han Shuo, but he wasn't afraid that Han Shuo would go back on his word. He said in a deep voice, "Dagmar knows that Han Hao has a quintessence shard and is preparing to deal with Han Hao at all costs. He has brought all the experts from the Death Dominion here and has been plotting for a long time. Also, I've discovered that Tyre and Daka from the Destruction Dominion have some sort of connection. Tyre was well aware of the God Hunters' movements back then, and Daka seems to have his own way of doing things in the fringe. If he didn't have connections in the fringe, he wouldn't have been able to know so much. I have my own reasons for believing that Tyre and Daka are related, but I haven't confirmed it yet, so I can't tell you for now. You just have to have an idea of what's going on. Don't you think that the two of them look rather similar?" Han Shuo was shocked. When he thought about it, he really did feel that Daka and Tyre looked rather similar. Not to mention that they both cultivated in the energy of destruction. After a moment of silence, Han Shuo said, "We can talk about it." Salas was delighted. He knew that Han Shuo's words meant that Han Shuo believed his sincerity. The two of them set up layers of barriers around them and held a secret discussion in this place. Only then did Salas sneak away in satisfaction. Chapter 939. ******** The Omphalos in the Fringe. Tyre, Log, Asura, and Wasis gathered in Tyre's sovereign shop to discuss the God Hunter Alliance's invasion. As time went by, the four received news that the 12 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance had gathered outside the fringe. The war could break out at any moment. The four sovereigns had also subdued the leaders of the major and minor factions, and were secretly preparing for war. All the fiends in the fringe had stopped fighting and killing each other. The wind spirits were lurking in the dark to gather information. Asura, you have a good relationship with Brian. Do you know why he hasn't come? Tyre's face was rather unsightly. He had sent messengers to the Pandemonium several times to invite Honshu over for a meeting but was rejected by Statholm with the excuse that his master was in seclusion. Now that they had received news that the God Hunter Alliance was about to launch an attack, it was inexcusable that Honshu hadn't shown up. Asura shook his head and said, I have also sent messengers to the Pandemonium. They received the same news as you did. It seems that Brian is at a critical juncture in his cultivation. In any case, the positions on his side have already been discussed. He should know what to do. Perhaps he has already arranged everything. I hope so. Tyre groaned and said in a displeased tone, if his side is defeated, the God Hunters will march straight into the Omphalos. We cannot afford to be careless. Right, Asura, you have a good relationship with Brian. I hope you can send someone to inform him that the God Hunters will attack in the next few days. Tell him to mind his own business. Sure. Asura did not continue to argue with Tyre at such a sensitive time and straightforwardly agreed. I hope he can hold on. That fella has been acting like a tyrant recently. He should have some capital, Logue said with a sinister smile. No one knew what kind of filthy thoughts were going through his mind. His face was filled with malice and cunning. Who are you? Can't you go in? Stop. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from outside the Sovereign King's shop. Tyre's face darkened with displeasure. This sovereign shop was under his name. Many people in Tanai knew that he, Logue, and the others were gathered here. Now that four of the strongest existences in the fringe had gathered here, who would be so audacious to do so? How dare you barge in? Bang! A muffled sound came from outside the Sovereign King's shop, and then everything returned to silence. Hee Tyre, someone actually dares to make a move on your territory. Interesting. Logue laughed strangely and teased. Wasis and Asura were also puzzled. They had no idea who the intruder was. From their point of view, no matter who it was, no one should recklessly barge in at this time. After all, the four sovereigns were gathered here. No matter who it is, if they dare to break in, they will die. Tyre was so angry that he laughed. He sat there motionlessly, waiting for the person to enter. Although Tyre did not walk out of the fringe with his powerful divine soul, he could sense that the intruder cultivated in the energy of death, and that the intruder was only a mid-stage high god. Although experts of this level weren't everywhere in the fringe, they weren't rare either. As one of the strongest sovereigns in the fringe, Tyre obviously wouldn't put such an expert in his eyes. But in his heart, Tyre found it a little strange. Such an expert shouldn't have the guts to barge in. Especially when a late-stage high god of his was guarding the perimeter. No matter how he looked at it, the intruder shouldn't have the guts to barge in. While Tyre was secretly surprised, he was shocked. He suddenly found that the boundary he had set up had actually cracked open, and a figure had quietly drilled in. The intruder swept his eyes across the four people in the room before his gaze landed on Logue. He asked in an indifferent tone, "Are you Logue?" Logue stared blankly for a moment. He looked into the eyes of the intruder and suddenly felt that the divine energy of death in his body was rather strange. It had become extremely chaotic and out of his control. Logue was aghast when he sensed the abnormality in his body. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right, I am Logue." The intruder nodded and stared at Logue with his eyes. Intense, agile energy ripples immediately enveloped Logue. Logue's pupils instantly turned white. He stood motionless as though he had been petrified. "Who are you? What have you done to Logue?" shouted Tyre. He suddenly stood up and glared at the intruder. It seemed that he was ready to slaughter the intruder at any moment. Wasis and Asura also stood up and surrounded the intruder. They planned to cooperate with Tyre. "You'd better not attack or I will slaughter all of you," said the intruder as though his soul was slowly peeking at Logue. The intruder's soul seemed to be slowly peeping into Logue's body. Yet, he still had the leisure to speak at such a time. Furthermore, he spoke in such an understated manner. It was as though Tyre, Wasis, and Asura weren't sovereigns of the fringe, but ants that he could squish with a wave of his hand. Tyre thought that he had seen his fair share of arrogant and despotic characters, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Han Shuo. Tyre was instantly enraged. His usual good temper was nowhere to be seen. He laughed maniacally and said, "Even if you are a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance, you won't be able to come back alive today. Let's see how you kill us all." As soon as he finished those words, Tyre was about to attack. "Tyre, don't move." At this moment Loge's eyes regained focus. His body shivered and he abruptly shouted. He looked at the stranger in front of him with a face full of fear. His voice was trembling as he said, Do you have any instructions?" Loge used the word sir and not you. Tyre was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Loge was the same person he had known for many years. Loge was famous in the fringe for being ruthless and vengeful. He had never used any honorifics or feared anyone, but at this moment Loge was obviously terrified. He even spoke humbly, which was completely different from his usual demeanor. "Tyre, don't move," Loge repeated. Shortly after, he bowed to the intruder and asked, "How may I be of service to you? Apart from you, how many other experts of death are there in the fringe?" The intruder asked calmly with a faint smile. "Han Hao Longjiu." Loge thought for a moment and respectfully reported the names he knew. "Where are they?" The intruder seemed to be very satisfied with Loge's attitude. He nodded and asked again, "I don't know where Han Hao is, but the others are." Loge bowed and quickly reported what he knew. Very good." The intruder didn't waste any more time. He turned around and left after Loge answered. He didn't even look at Tyre, Wasis, and Asura, who were dumbfounded. After the intruder left, Tyre looked at Loge solemnly and asked, "Who is he? Your father or grandfather? Why are you so respectful to him?" Loge took a deep breath and slumped on his seat. He first calmed himself down before he put on a bitter smile and said, "I wouldn't have been so respectful to my father or grandfather. If he really was my father or grandfather, I wouldn't have ended up in the fringe." "Who is he?" Even the taciturn Wasis couldn't help but ask coldly. "An over god." Loge gasped for breath as though it took a lot of effort to say that word. He paused for a moment as though fearing that Tyre and the others didn't know what was going on. He added with a bitter smile, "It's obvious that he isn't a dabbler like me." When Tyre, Wasis, and Asura heard those words, their faces were filled with fear. They were drenched in cold sweat. "No wonder. I should have guessed it. If it wasn't for him, why would you Loge wag your tail like that?" Wasis nodded in astonishment. "Fortunately, I listened to you and didn't attack." Tyre put on a bitter smile and shook his head. Otherwise, the fringe would have been razed to the ground before the God Hunter Alliance arrived. Why would he come to the fringe? What does he want? Asura was rather flustered. He mumbled, Could it be that those existences from the 12 dominions really want to destroy the fringe? How could this be? How could this be? I don't think he came here for that." Loge slowly calmed down and analyzed, "Otherwise, the 4 of us would be dead by now. I think he should have other matters to attend to this time." Loge closed his eyes and thought for a moment before he slowly said, "He seems to be looking for something or someone. Just now his soul was wandering in my body. Not a single one of my secrets escaped his prying eyes. He probably didn't find what he was looking for, that's why he let me go. I hope so. Otherwise, no matter how hard we try, we won't be able to escape the fate of annihilation." Asura was rather pessimistic. He knew that he stood no chance against such a powerful opponent. "Let's call it a day. I think we all need some time to calm down and think about what we should do next." When Tyre saw that the 3 of them had no interest in discussing the God Hunter Alliance, he decisively ended the meeting. Wasis, Loge, and Asura also felt that they needed some time to calm down. They nodded in agreement and left one after another without waiting for Tyre's reply. This time Loge didn't stay behind alone and left in a daze just like Asura. After the 3 of them left, Tyre stayed in silence for a long while before sneaking out of the omphalos. He went to the volcano where he had discussed the matter with Han Shuo and the others. He set up a boundary around one of the walls and took out a magical mirror to communicate with Daka. Not far from Tyre's cliff, a shadowy figure was standing in the shade of a large tree, quietly sensing Tyre's movements. Chapter 940. Tyre didn't know that someone was spying on him. He took out a magical mirror and contacted Daka. When the mirror showed Daka, Tyre hurriedly said, "Big brother, there's been a change in the situation. What's going on?" "I'm discussing with them how to attack the fringe. Why did you contact me so urgently?" Daka frowned and asked in a deep voice. "Just now a chief god came to our land of chaos. We 4 sovereigns were almost killed." Tyre seemed to have not recovered from the shock of the chief god of death, and his voice was a little hurried. "An over-god? What's going on?" Daka was rather surprised. However, he didn't seem to be in contact with any of the peak over-gods. "An over-god with a quintessence," Tyre emphasized. "What?" Daka panicked. He finally realized the severity of the situation and exclaimed, "What's he doing in the fringe?" Tyre smiled bitterly and recounted everything to Daka in detail. Daka's expression grew more and more grave as he listened to Tyre's description. After a while he suddenly chuckled and said, "I know why he's going to the fringe. Aha, so that's how it is. Dagmar, it seems like you won't have any hope of getting that thing." Daka laughed for a while before putting on a serious face and said, "Don't worry, the overgod of death's target isn't you guys. You don't have to worry about anything. Alright, let's take a break for now and wait for the overgod of death to settle his matters before we begin. Otherwise, with him in the fringe there will be many variables on both sides." After that, Daka explained to Tyre about the quintessence shard in Little Skull Han Hao's body. After Daka finished, Tyre was shocked and said with jealousy, "Why are those 2 so lucky?" After a short pause, Tyre calmly said, "One Brian is hard enough to deal with. That Han Hao has a quintessence shard in him. He'll be a disaster in the future. You can't leak the news that Han Hao has a shard of godhood. Only Dagmar, Acer and I know about this. Once this news gets out, our relationship will be exposed immediately. Even now, due to my familiarity with the fringe, there are people who are starting to suspect me. For the sake of our mission, we must be careful." Daka said solemnly, "I understand." Tyre nodded and said smilingly, "The fringe is only so big." Logue also pointed out Han Hao to the overgod of death. "I believe that when the overgod of death realizes that the others aren't his targets, he will naturally go after Han Hao." "Well, we don't have to do that. As soon as Han Hao dies or the overgod of death leaves the fringe, notify me immediately and we will proceed with the plan. Once this is over, you'll be in charge of the fringe and I'll be in charge of the God Hunter Alliance. We'll have the chance to go to Eternia," said Daka. Tyre nodded with a smile and chatted with Daka about the current situation for a while longer before cutting off the connection. Not too far away, a wisp of smoke quietly drifted into the distance. It was soundless and didn't have the slightest trace of life. The wisp of smoke only took the form of Han Shua 100 miles away from Tyre. After half a month of observation, he finally confirmed Salus's guess. Tyre and Daka, the hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance, were actually brothers. This shocked Han Shua greatly. If he hadn't made this discovery today, he would definitely be attacked by the 2 brothers when the war with the God Hunter Alliance started. The 2 brothers cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Tyre was already the strongest sovereign in the fringe, while Daka was slightly stronger than him. If the 2 of them were to join forces, their strength would increase tremendously. They would probably be even more terrifying than the combined forces of Wasis, Asura, Logue and Salus. Fortunately, with today's discovery, Han Shua could make preparations in advance to avoid being attacked by the 2 brothers. Furthermore, by making use of the relationship between the 2 brothers, Han Shua would be able to defeat them in one fell swoop. Having made up his mind, Han Shua immediately returned to Pandemonium. The biggest problem he faced now wasn't the 2 brothers, but the overgod of death, Nestet. Even though Han Shua's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be a match for the overgod of death. Since Logue had reported the name of Little Skull Han Hao to the overgod of death, his safety was no longer guaranteed. Given the overgod of death's abilities, he would definitely be able to find Han Hao. In order to prevent that from happening, Han Shua had no choice but to protect Little Skull with all his might. And he had to do it quickly. After arriving at Pandemonium as fast as he could, Han Hao summoned Little Skull and explained the dire situation to him. Then Han Shua said, "We have to think of a way." Otherwise, we won't be able to escape if the overgod of death sets his eyes on us. After a short pause, Han Shuo said, "You said that you have fused with the quintessence shard. If the overgod of death were to stand beside you, would he know that you have the quintessence shard?" "He should be able to." Little Skull nodded after pondering for a moment. Han Shuo felt a headache coming on. He was certain that the overgod of death would be searching for those who cultivated in the Edict of Death that Logue had reported. Once he had scanned through every single one of them, he would definitely lock onto Han Hao. The fringe was only so vast and the power of the overgod of death was so terrifying. It wouldn't be long before he came knocking on Han Shuo's door. Although Han Shuo had laid down layers upon layers of demonic formations in the pandemonium, he didn't think that it could withstand the visit of an overgod who possessed the quintessence. Han Shuo felt that this was a very difficult situation. He couldn't come up with a solution no matter how hard he tried. He had no idea how to avert the crisis Little Skull was in. "Why don't I hide in other dominions for a while and not return to the fringe for the time being?" suggested Little Skull when he saw Han Shuo's anxious face. "That's one solution. But it won't solve the root of the problem. If that overgod of death can't find his target in the fringe and then finds out that you are not here, he will be certain that you have the quintessence shard. Once he is certain, things will get even more difficult," said Han Shuo with a bitter smile. He scratched his head in frustration. Little Skull didn't say anything else. He thought for a while and realized that there was really no way he could deal with the situation. Unless he and Han Shuo could improve their strength to the point where they could face the overgod of death head-on, there was no way they could deal with the overgod of death. Demonic arts couldn't be improved overnight. Han Hao, who had just fused with the quintessence shard, wouldn't be able to face the overgod of death in a short period of time. Even if Han Hao had fully mastered the power of the quintessence shard, he would still die if he faced the overgod of death who possessed the quintessence. The little skeleton couldn't come up with a solution no matter how much he thought about it. He hung his head, unable to come up with a solution. "Let's brainstorm and come up with a solution as soon as possible." Han Shuo took a deep breath and immediately sent a message to Balans, Gilbert, Sanguiner, Scarlet, and the 5 elite zombies who knew the secret of the quintessence shard. Han Shuo quickly explained the dire situation to the crowd. Then in a grave voice he said, "The situation is very dangerous. I really can't think of a solution for now. One person's power is limited, and it might take some time for me to come up with a solution. We need to come up with a solution as soon as possible." After listening to Han Shuo's narration, the crowd's mood turned heavy. They exchanged glances with Han Shuo and put on distressed faces, trying to come up with a solution. However, an overgod who possessed the quintessence was a synonym for invincibility in this universe. Apart from other overgods who also possessed the quintessence, no living being could contend against them. Now that such a terrifying existence was coming and had locked onto Little Skull, there was no way they could fight it head-on. All they could do was focus on dodging. Even if they were to leave the fringe, as long as the overgod of death was certain that the quintessence shard was in Little Skull's possession, it would only be a matter of time before Little Skull's misfortune befell them. It would be incredibly difficult to come up with a solution to both the symptoms and the root of the problem. It was too difficult. No matter how hard they thought about it, no one could come up with an idea that could solve the problem for a while. The day quickly passed. Occasionally 1 or 2 seemingly good ideas would pop up in the middle of the day. However, none of them could withstand careful deliberation and were quickly rejected. Gradually the crowd became less and less talkative. While the others were still calm and collected, Gilbert was getting rather irritated. He kept saying that he might as well go all out against the overgod of death. "If we could go all out, why would we wait for you to say anything?" Han Shuo bunched his brows and chided Gilbert. "I've already died once anyway. At most, I'll just die again," snorted Gilbert. "That guy's forte is the power of the soul. If you die this time, you won't be able to preserve your soul temporarily like the last time. Once the brand on your soul is destroyed, I won't be able to resurrect you no matter how powerful I am. When that time comes, you're really done for," snorted Han Shuo coldly as he shot a glance at Gilbert. "Senior, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered something. Can Han Hao separate his soul from his body like what Gilbert did back then?" The quintessence shard has already fused with his bones. If he could attach his soul to another divine body, would he be able to hide from the overgod of death? Balance's eyes lit up. He seemed to have gained some inspiration from Gilbert's words. Upon hearing this, Han Hao was also shocked. He asked Little Skull, Han Hao, since you've cultivated demonic arts, the form of your soul should be different from ordinary people. Can you separate your soul from your body? Little Skull seemed to have never thought of this question before. He silently gave it a try and nodded, I think I can. Chapter 941. Given Han Shua's abilities, as long as Little Skull's soul could escape from his current body, he would be able to create a new body for Little Skull. Once Little Skull's soul entered the new body, he would not have to worry too much even if the overgod of death came knocking on his door. Gilbert, Balance, and the others became excited when they heard Little Skull's words. Scarlet, who had been worried about Little Skull, felt relieved. She asked, Are you sure you'll be fine? Little Skull looked at Scarlet and nodded affirmatively. I should be fine. That's great. Han Shua put on a smile and said to Little Skull, Let's not waste any more time. In order to solve this problem as soon as possible, let's gather the materials and I'll immediately create a new body for him. With the help of a high god skeleton and some special potions, it won't take too much effort. Father, I have another problem. Little Skull hesitated for a moment before he bunched his brows and said, Part of the quintessence shard has fused with my body, but the inscriptions on the tablet are intertwined with my soul. I'm worried that the overgod could detect it through my soul. It shouldn't be a problem to separate a strand of your soul and maintain your consciousness. Han Shua was suddenly enlightened now that his train of thought had been opened. He thought for a moment and found a solution along this path. The demonic arts he cultivated could allow him to divide his consciousness into thousands of strands. Little Skull's life form was different from that of an ordinary human being. Since he could separate his soul from his body, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to create a secondary soul similar to an avatar. Now that he had the right direction, it would be much easier to solve the problem. Not only that, Han Shua came up with a new idea. He smilingly said, Don't worry, I have a way. When the time comes, I'll extract a part of your soul and attach it to a new body. Then, both your main soul and the new body will leave the fringe. When the overgod of death comes knocking on your door, the overgod of death will be free to explore your soul and body. As long as the real you uses the power of the quintessence shard outside the fringe, the overgod of death will sense it and expel you. Only then will you be truly safe. Father, what do you mean by secondary souls? How can I do that? Little Skull thought for a while and was confused. Just like this. Han Shua laughed heartily. He released his two avatars that usually stayed in the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Two identical Han Shua appeared in front of the crowd. Both had the same temperament and appearance as the original Han Shua. I understand. Little Skull carefully examined the two avatars of Han Shua for a moment before he nodded, indicating that he understood Han Shua's consciousness. The 5 elite zombies and Gilbert were not particularly surprised that Han Shua had avatars. However, Scarlet and Balance were not too aware of this secret of Han Shua's. When they saw 3 identical Han Shua appearing in front of them, they were astonished and couldn't help but ask questions. Han Shua did not explain much. He turned to Little Skull and said, Let's not waste any more time. Let's get started. After a while I will tell you what to do. Don't worry, the doppelgangers you create will have the same soul undulations as your main body, and will not carry the aura of the quintessence shard. I'm certain that even the overgod of death will not be able to detect anything amiss. Alright. Little Skull nodded and seemed rather excited. In the past, Han Shua's 2 avatars were mostly formed by luck. But after Han Shua's strength reached the Skybreak realm, and he absorbed new memories of demonic arts, he had mastered the method of creating an avatar. Therefore, he was very confident this time. How many more have he not visited? Han Shua bunched his brows and asked. There are still 5 people left. Once these 5 have been found, I believe he will target Han Hao. It looks like it won't be long. Should we prepare ahead of time? Zovik asked for Han Shua's opinion. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua instructed, The death of a few experts cultivating in the Edict of Death in the fringe will surely cause a commotion. Send someone to spread the news that an expert god hunter is hunting the experts cultivating in the Edict of Death in the fringe. Exaggerate his strength, but don't mention that he is an overgod with a quintessence, lest it causes a panic. Also make sure to spread the news to the remaining 5. But remember, don't let them know that the news came from us. So he wants to instill fear in the hearts of those 5 so that they can hide and buy themselves more time? Zovik immediately understood Han Shua's plan. Han Shua nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. Buy as much time as you can. I will get it done soon. When the time comes, I will have Han Hao leave the pandemonium and head to the Omphalos. Everyone in the Omphalos will recognize his face. This way, the overgod of death will not suspect anything." Zovik had served Han Shua wholeheartedly for many years, and was well aware of every move in the fringe. Han Shua needed accurate information and therefore, he did not hide it from him. Han Shua also believed that Zovik, having known the house of Han for so many years, would serve him with sincerity. "Understood, I'll get to it right away." Zovik nodded and left quietly without another word. After another 3 days, Han Shua, who was in the gymnasium outside the pandemonium, let out a soft cry. With a wave of his hand, a body that looked exactly like Little Skull Han Hao emerged from the pool of blood. "Is everything clear?" asked Han Shua solemnly as he looked at Little Skull. "I'm ready." The little skeleton took a deep breath. It was very calm and not nervous at all. Nodding in satisfaction, Han Shua smiled and said, "Haha, you're even more powerful than I was back then. Sometimes I wonder if you've never known fear. All right, get ready. Send your soul into the Omphalos and I'll leave it to you. The rest is up to you." Little skeleton didn't waste any more words. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared fixedly at the other him with his bewitching eyes. Demonic radiance flickered in his pupils. A faintly discernible soul fluctuation formed above his head and drifted towards the other him that had no aura of life. The radiance in Little Skull's eyes grew more and more bewitching. The energy of death and the demonic arts on Little Skull's body fused together in a bizarre manner. All of a sudden, Little Skull's purple demon eye flickered and he stood there dumbfounded. Han Shua's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Little Skull's main body and then at the puppet he had made himself. He became more and more nervous. After a while, the Little Skull's purple demon eye flickered and he slowly closed his eyes. The puppet opposite him slowly stood up and moved its limbs curiously. It said, "Father, I'm done." Han Shua was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Good, very good. Your main body will leave the fringe immediately and the rest will be easy. No matter how powerful the overgod of death is, we, father and son, will deceive him." Chapter 942. When Han Shua appeared with 2 identical little skulls, the 5 elite zombies, Balans, and the others were astounded. They released their souls to examine the Little Skull's life undulations, and discovered that the 2 Little Skulls were almost identical except that Little Skull's soul contained a trace of bizarre energy of death. His soul contains the energy of the quintessence. Therefore, the 2 souls are somewhat different. But don't worry, the overgod of death can't see Han Hao's true body. He definitely won't be able to tell the difference between this half-completed avatar and the real one, said Han Shua confidently. "Father, shall I take my leave then?" The 2 Little Skulls replied in unison. Their voices and intonation were exactly the same. As he was still not used to having 2 bodies, he couldn't act independently like Han Shua. Therefore, his words were exactly the same. "All right, go. One body will leave the fringe and the other will go to the Omphalos. Remember, bring your subordinates with you. Don't be in a hurry to leave the Omphalos. It will be best if you stay in the Omphalos for a while and wait for the overgod of death to come looking for you," said Han Shua smilingly. "Got it." Little Skull nodded, indicating that he understood Han Shua's words. Shortly after, he bid farewell to Scarlet and the 5 elite zombies, and left through the underground tunnel of the pandemonium. Han Shua didn't go to the Omphalos with Little Skull, because he didn't want to meet the overgod of death so soon. After all, he had killed Hill of Witherbone City in the Death Dominion. There was a grudge between him and the overgod of death. Something bad might happen if they met. On the other hand, it was because the body Little Skull sent to the Omphalos was just a half-completed avatar. Even if the overgod of death destroyed it, it wouldn't affect Han Shua's true body in the slightest. Therefore, Han Shua was not worried and allowed Little Skull to act alone. After the Little Skull left the underground, Balance, Sanguiner, and Gilbert surrounded Han Shua in high spirits, asking him about his avatar. It seemed that they were very curious about it and wanted to refine a secondary body for themselves. However, Han Shua could not fulfill their wishes. Whether it was Balance or Sanguiner, they did not practice the orthodox demonic path, so they could not divide their souls into several strands. Gilbert, on the other hand, could achieve this because when his soul was kept by Han Shua had taught him a few ways to forge his soul power in order to prevent it from fading away. However, Gilbert's current body was already equivalent to an avatar. Whether it was in terms of strength or compatibility with his soul, it had reached a very good level. There was no need to waste energy to refine another avatar. Therefore, Han Shua rejected their requests one by one. He then told them to focus on their own cultivation, and not let this matter affect their state of mind. After the fire of hope in their hearts was extinguished by Han Shua, they were not too depressed. Gilbert continued to focus on his own cultivation. He had gained a lot of inspiration from Little Skull. Recently, he had gained quite a bit of understanding in the aspect of fusing two types of energy. Now was the time to strike the iron while it was hot. Perhaps it was because they were stimulated by Little Skull's power, but Sanguiner and Balance were cultivating in seclusion much more diligently than before. They were not affected by the avatars. The 5 elite zombies had each obtained a high god divine soul from Han Shua. As they were living in unique life forms, the amount of memories they obtained from the high god divine souls far exceeded that of Statholm and the others. As unique life forms that specialized in the energy of one energy, the 5 elite zombies improved at an astonishing rate. As the war with the God Hunter Alliance was on the verge of breaking out, Han Shua dared not to be careless. After Little Skull left, he would frequently summon Zovik and instruct him on some detailed arrangements for the upcoming war. Other than that, Han Shua would mysteriously disappear for a few days at a time. It was as though he was preparing something. Time flew by and half a month went by in the blink of an eye. Han Shua estimated that Little Skull's main body should have left the fringe by now, and that his avatar should have arrived at the Omphalos by now. Han Shua was rather worried about the situation in the Omphalos. ***** at the Omphalos in the fringe. Little Skull, Han Hao, and a few god hunters had officially entered the Omphalos. They swaggered around the streets of the Omphalos and shopped for some unique products. 5 days ago, Han Hao's avatar had arrived in the vicinity of the Omphalos. But because his main body had not left the fringe, he did not enter the Omphalos. It was only when the avatar's soul sensed that his main body had arrived in the Destiny Dominion that Han Hao unhurriedly entered the Omphalos. Han Hao's arrival had attracted the attention of many major powers. Tyre, who was well aware that Han Hao possessed a quintessence shard, immediately set his sights on Han Hao. He dispatched men to observe Han Hao's every move and had Windspirit spread the news of Han Hao's arrival. Han Hao's reputation in the fringe was second only to Han Shua, Tyre, and Logue. The leaders of the major powers were very curious to see Han Hao in the fringe. They also quietly observed Little Skull's every move. Asura was the first to approach Han Hao. "Why have you come to the Omphalos?" Asura asked with his brows bunched. He pulled Han Hao into his sovereign shop and made sure that the perimeter of the Omphalos was sealed off. Asura knew the relationship between Little Skull and Han Shua. He had spent a lot of effort to express his goodwill to Han Shua. Naturally, he had to see it through to the end. When Nestet, the overgod of death, was in Tyre's sovereign shop, Asura had personally heard the names reported by Logue. As one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, Asura had learned through his own channels that some of the names reported had been killed. He had also sent the information to Zovik. Asura believed that Han Shua should already know the severity of the situation and therefore did not understand why Little Skull would still appear in the Omphalos. "I'm here to take care of some matters. That fella didn't look for me." "I will be fine," Han Shua said. Little Skull had communicated with Han Shua before he came to the Omphalos. Little Skull's intelligence, other than being a little dull when it came to emotions, was enough for him to pretend to be courteous to someone like Asura. "Not you? Are you sure?" Although Asura did not know what was going on, he was certain that the overgod of death was looking for someone or something through the clues he had gathered over the past few days. He pondered for a moment before he asked. "It's not me," confirmed Little Skull. "That's good." Asura nodded before he changed the topic and asked, "How has Brian been lately? I have sent him quite a few messages asking him to come to the Omphalos for a meeting. Why hasn't he responded?" "He is in seclusion and is at a critical juncture. But don't worry, I have made all the necessary preparations. If the God Hunter Alliance really comes, we won't have any problems on our side," Han Hao said without hesitation. He had already discussed with Han Shuo. Asura then asked a few more questions about Han Shuo, to which Han Hao answered without hesitation. He did not reveal any secrets about the pandemonium, nor did he seem to be avoiding Asura. Asura did not get the answer he wanted from Little Skull. Seeing that Han Hao was not afraid of the overgod of death and was determined to stay in the fringe, Asura did not try to dissuade him. Fearing that the overgod of death would come looking for him because of Little Skull, Asura did not try to persuade Little Skull to stay. He told Han Hao to be careful and not to use forceful methods when dealing with the overgod of death. After thanking Asura, Little Skull left the sovereign shop with an indifferent face. He then continued to wander around the merchant streets, waiting for the overgod of death, Nestet. 3 days later, Little Skull brought Polo and the others to a shop that sold special bones. From time to time, he would ask the owner of the shop to show him some oddly shaped bones that contained strange energy. As a cultivator of the Edict of Death, Little Skeleton had a particular fondness for all kinds of bones. In the past, what he most wished to do was to collect bones and try to refine weapons for himself. He was very clear about the quality of bones. He could tell what kind of weapon a bone was most suitable to be forged with just one bone in his hand. The owner of the shop was obviously aware of Han Hao's identity. He was very respectful to Han Hao and took out all the best bones in the shop for Han Hao's inspection. He wore the sincerest smile on his face. Han Hao was very surprised by his good attitude. After walking around for half a day, Han Hao packed up the dozen or so bones in front of him and said to the shop owner, "I'll take these." "How much for them?" "How could I dare to accept your crystal coins?" "Haha, I'll give them to you," said the shop owner with a flattering smile. Han Hao stared blankly for a moment. He bunched his brows and coldly asked, "Why don't you accept crystal coins? Don't tell me you won't accept the same thing from others? How could others compare to you? Haha, as long as you show mercy in the future, this humble shop will be eternally grateful. In the future you can come and pick any bone products you like," said the shop owner with an embarrassed smile. He seemed to be rather nervous. Han Hao was rather stunned. He looked at the humble shop owner with a puzzled expression. He did not quite understand what the shop owner meant. It was at this moment that Polo, who was standing beside Han Hao, let out a hollow laugh. He moved closer to Han Hao and whispered, "A few years ago, you instructed me to target all the shops that pass by. As for this shop, I was the one who did it." Upon hearing this, Han Hao immediately understood. Some time ago, Tyre and Logue wanted to stop Han Shuo from entering the Omphalos. Therefore, they deliberately made things difficult for Han Shuo and forced the owners of the major shops in Tanai to join forces to stop Han Shuo from entering the Omphalos. As a result, some of the things that Han Shuo could not do fell to them. They looted all the goods from the shops that passed by, causing the owners of the Tanai shops to fall into a state of panic. "Oh, thank you." Han Shuo nodded indifferently. He did not stand on ceremony with this man and swaggered out of the shop with Polo and the others. As soon as he stepped out of the shop, Han Hao suddenly felt something. He had a feeling that he was being targeted by someone. This body of his was a half-finished product that Han Shuo had refined. Although his body was far inferior to his original body, his soul's sensitivity was still there. As soon as this strange feeling arose, Han Hao suddenly realized something. Just as Han Hao had expected, a faint silhouette wrapped in the mist-like energy of death quietly emerged from a corner of the commercial street. It drifted toward Han Hao at an unimaginable speed. As the mist-like silhouette approached, several energies of lightning, destruction, and darkness swarmed toward Han Hao at the same time, blocking off all directions around Han Hao. "It's finally here," Han Hao thought to himself. He stood still and waited for the energy of death to approach him. He had already decided to let the overgod of death's soul peep at him. Just as the misty shadow was about to reach him, to Han Hao's surprise, it stopped abruptly. At the same time, a cold voice came from within. "Lock him down." "Dagmar!" shouted Han Hao. In an instant, he retreated into the shop that sold bones and shouted, "Polo, disperse!" "Shout!" Han Hao was very surprised. He did not expect that it was not the overgod of death, Nestet, but the hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance, Dagmar. This was the Omphalos at the center of the fringe. Tyre, Log, Asura, and Wasis were all gathered there. The leaders of various factions were also there. Dagmar must be a little too crazy to come to the Omphalos. As a cultivator of the energy of death, Dagmar's mastery of the soul was much more profound than that of an average person. By deliberately concealing his strength, he might be able to fool Tyre and the others. After waiting bitterly for so many days, not only did Nestet not show up, but Dagmar, who had gone mad for the quintessence shard, showed up instead. Han Hao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately retreated after entering the shop, and did not forget to loudly instruct Polo. "The forces of the God Hunter Alliance are here. The forces of the God Hunter Alliance are here." Polo of course knew who Dagmar was. As someone who had pledged allegiance to Han Hao, he knew what he had to do. He shouted as he retreated with the others. "Where do you think you're going, Han Hao?" shouted Dagmar sinisterly. One after another, silhouettes emerged from the darkness and surrounded Han Hao from all directions. Dagmar, on the other hand, did not personally attack Han Hao. Instead, he waved his hand and released bone prisons to temporarily trap Polo and the others. After his previous experience, Dagmar had a knot in his heart about the bizarre energy of Little Skull's gravestone. He was afraid that if he attacked Han Hao, he would be affected by the gravestone's energy. Therefore, even though Dagmar was right beside Han Hao, he did not immediately attack. Of course, he did not know that Han Hao did not have the quintessence shard on him. Therefore, he did not dare to attack Han Hao. Instead, he temporarily imprisoned Polo and the other followers of Little Skull, so that those who did not cultivate in the energy of death could besiege Han Hao and kill him in the shortest time possible. "You still can't kill me," shouted Han Hao coldly after jumping out from the back window of the shop. Shortly after, he took out a handful of pearls of annihilation and threw them in all directions. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rocked every corner of the merchant street. The few loyal followers of Dagmar were all blocked by the terrifying explosive force of the pearls of annihilation. One of them, who was the first to rush to Han Shua's side, was the first to be hit. He was blasted away with blood dripping from his body. Before coming here, Han Shua had given the little skeleton half of the pearls of annihilation. He had refined to the little skeleton in order to prevent the little skeleton from being ambushed along the way. Little Skull's fake body could not unleash too much energy of death. However, because his soul had inherited the memories of the demonic arts, he had no problem unleashing the pearls of annihilation. The violent explosion instantly destroyed more than a dozen shops in the vicinity. Rubble, dust, wood chips, and iron pillars flew everywhere. The shop assistants and the fringe dwellers who were shopping in the area were all out of luck. Those who stood close to Little Skull were all blasted away by the pearls of annihilation. "Capture him! Capture him! We don't have much time!" shouted Dagmar ferociously as he rushed to the front of Han Hao. He opened one of his hands and wisps of the energy of death drifted out and landed on the bone prison, imprisoning Polo and the others. The sharp bone spikes shrank and pierced deep into the bodies of Polo and the others. Dagmar was, after all, an overgod expert. It was no surprise that he would attack Polo and the others. And this was only because Dagmar's attention was focused on Han Hao. Otherwise, if Dagmar had gone all out, Polo and the others would have been in an even more miserable state. They might have been stabbed to death by the bone prison by now. Dagmar's mad shouts caused his loyal followers to disregard the impact of the explosions and charge at Han Hao fearlessly. It seemed that they were determined to kill Han Hao as soon as possible. Almost all of Dagmar's followers possessed late-stage high god strength. The explosions from the pearls of annihilation wouldn't be able to instantly kill them. But when they recklessly charged at Han Hao, this half-finished avatar of Han Hao's wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. However, Han Hao wasn't particularly worried because he knew that even if this body was destroyed, it wouldn't affect his main body. If this body were to die in Dagmar's hands, Han Hao would be able to dispel the overgod of death's suspicions of him. Although the process wasn't ideal, Han Hao would still be able to indirectly achieve his goal. 5 shadows swarmed forward and instantly blocked off Little Skull's path of retreat. 5 energies locked onto Han Hao's body in an instant, immobilizing Han Hao's body. "Commander, he's under control," cried one of Dagmar's followers who cultivated in the energy of darkness. Dagmar was overjoyed. His body trembled with excitement. He didn't even look at Polo, who was about to be killed by the bone prison, nor did he waste the energy of death on Bolo. He landed in front of Han Hao in an instant and extended his hand towards Han Hao's chest. "Here it should be here," Dagmar mumbled to himself with a crazed look on his face. His fingernails were as white as a sharp knife. Puff. Dagmar thrust one of his hands into the chest of Han Hao's body. He was so excited that he was about to dig out the quintessence shard that had driven him crazy. Suddenly Dagmar stopped. His face was hideous. He stared at Little Skull and roared, "It's not here. Why isn't it here? Where did you hide it? Hand it over. Hand it over." Chapter 943. Dagmar snuck into the Omphalos at all costs. He was prepared to be severely injured or even killed. But why? It was all for the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. Greed had destroyed his rationality and made him come here in a frenzy. He could give up on his subordinates who had been following him all this time. But for the quintessence shard, Dagmar had completely lost his mind. When he found no trace of the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body, he became hysterical. He grabbed Han Hao's chest and howled, "Hand it over! Hand it over!" Han Hao looked at the deranged Dagmar with an indifferent face. There was no sadness, no joy, no shock, no fear. It was as though Dagmar was grabbing someone else and he was just an indifferent bystander. "Commander, someone is coming. Hurry!" That subordinate heard the shrill howls from afar and knew that the experts of the fringe were gathering here. He hastily warned Dagmar when he saw that Dagmar had lost his mind. "Han Hao, hand it over and I won't kill you. I promise I won't kill you." Dagmar's eyes were as red as blood as he held onto Han Hao tightly as he yelled, enunciating each word. "Just kill me," said Han Hao coldly. "Do you really want to die?" Dagmar bellowed. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was in a dilemma. On one hand, he wanted nothing more than to tear Han Hao into pieces. On the other hand, he wanted to know the whereabouts of the quintessence shard from Han Hao. "Commander, we're running out of time." The voice of one of his loyal subordinates was already sobbing, for Dagmar's usual composure was nowhere to be found, and he had stayed far longer than he had expected. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish," Dagmar roared. He steeled his heart and prepared to kill Han Hao. All of a sudden, a frigid aura enveloped the entire area. The white frigid aura instantly fell on Dagmar's body and completely enveloped him. The bone-chilling power immediately affected Dagmar, causing his limbs to stiffen and making him unable to exert his strength for a moment. At the same time, the frigid aura rapidly spread from Dagmar to the surroundings. Dust, gravel and wood were all frozen. Dagmar's aura that had locked onto Han Hao suddenly broke. The frigid aura seemed to have a life of its own. It affected Dagmar, his subordinates, and even inanimate objects. However, it spared the little skull, Han Hao, in Dagmar's hand. Han Hao, who had been prepared to be killed by Dagmar's attack, keenly grasped this rare opportunity. The moment Dagmar and his subordinates were trapped by the frost energy, he immediately retreated and fled from Dagmar's side without a care for anything else. Although Dagmar's hand had reached into Han Hao's chest, it didn't take his life. This was because Dagmar knew that the quintessence shard was his main target. When his other hand reached into Han Hao's abdomen and discovered that there was no trace of the quintessence shard, he immediately withdrew his hand without destroying Han Hao's body. Of course, due to the uniqueness of this body, Han Hao wouldn't die so easily even if Dagmar crushed his internal organs. He would still be able to live on peacefully. After all, this body was different from a normal human's. It was not as if all the internal organs in the body had exploded, and all the body's functions would stop. Dagmar, how dare you come to the Omphalos? You're courting death. A cold and stern voice sounded from not far away. Wuxia, one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe, was the first to arrive. He managed to free Han Hao from Dagmar's grasp just in time. As soon as Wuxia finished shouting, he appeared in front of Dagmar. An enormous domain of divinity instantly enveloped the entire area. A frigid aura several times colder than that of an ice cave descended. Even the ground seemed to have been frozen and cracked. Bone-chilling cracking sounds could be heard. Dagmar's momentary lapse in concentration gave Wuxia the opportunity to attack his body with the frigid aura. However, Dagmar was an overgod just like Wuxia. His strength was well known in the God Hunter Alliance. Although Wuxia's frigid aura had injured him in an instant, the frigid aura also allowed Dagmar to recognize the situation. After circulating the energy of death in his body a few times, the frigid aura that had invaded his body was cleansed by Dagmar. He extended his hand and the element of death from the Omphalos frantically converged towards him. A dusky mist immediately enveloped the area and neutralized the frigid aura, causing the temperature to rise. "He gem and run!" shouted one of Dagmar's subordinates at the top of his lungs. It was at this moment that Dagmar realized how dangerous the situation was. Other than Wuxia, he sensed that Asura, a cultivator of the energy of earth, was also rushing over. Tyre and Logue's auras were faintly discernible. They shouldn't be too far away. If he couldn't escape from the Omphalos before the 4 of them surrounded him, it was very likely that he would be trapped in the Omphalos for the rest of his life. He gritted his teeth and took out a green crystal ball. He shouted, "Let your souls fly out." Those subordinates of Dagmar were delighted to hear that. Without hesitation, they released their divine souls from their bodies and flew into the green crystal ball in Dagmar's hand. As soon as their souls entered the green crystal ball, Dagmar waved his hand and released a few strands of the energy of death into the divine bodies of his subordinates. As soon as the energy of death entered their bodies, their divine bodies suddenly swelled up. A surge of deathly stillness kept growing in their bodies. Their divine bodies were like balloons that slowly grew bigger and bigger. Wuxia, who was planning to stop Dagmar with all his might, was horrified to see the divine bodies suddenly rising into the sky and expanding. He immediately retreated and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Little Skull Han Hao, who was not far from Dagmar, hastily retreated when he saw the divine bodies rising into the sky. As a cultivator of the energy of death, he knew that Dagmar was using the divine bodies of his high god subordinates to perform the corpse explosion art. Therefore, he was faster than anyone else. As expected, after Wuxia shouted, the divine bodies of Dagmar's subordinates suddenly exploded. Intense energy of death was released from their bodies and soared into the sky. It instantly tore a hole in the boundary that enveloped the Omphalos. Dagmar, with the green crystal ball in his hand, seized the opportunity to disappear from the Omphalos in a flash. "Go after them," shouted Wuxia as he raised his head to look at the sky. Together with Wuxia, the 3 figures rose into the sky at the same time. The boundary of the Omphalos did not seem to hinder them at all. Han Hao raised his head to look at the sky and memorized the positions of the other 3. Asura was the closest, only a few thousand meters away. Tyre and Logue were about 10,000 meters away. Han Hao roughly guessed that Tyre and Logue should be in the vicinity just now. As for Asura, Han Hao could not see anything wrong with him. However, he was rather surprised that Asura arrived so much later than Wuxia. "Wuxia, why was he so fast? Why did he help me?" Han Hao was rather puzzled. He could tell that Wuxia had been protecting him. If it wasn't for Wuxia's sudden arrival, if it wasn't for Wuxia's timely sealing of the boundary with his frigid energy, this half-finished avatar would have been torn to shreds by Dagmar. Logically speaking, Wuxia should not have cared about Han Hao's existence when he came to deal with Dagmar. Han Hao's frigid energy didn't seem to be giving him special treatment. After all, Wuxia had no relationship with the Han family. Wuxia had even been defeated by Han Shua at the mouth of the volcano. No matter how Han Shua looked at it, Wuxia shouldn't have been so careful to protect Han Hao. "Chief, are you alright?" While Han Hao was pondering, Polo walked out of Dagmar's bone prison with blood all over his body and asked worriedly. Han Hao shook his head and calmly replied, "I'm fine. How about you guys?" Dagmar left early and did not continue to exert his energy on us. Therefore we only suffer some light injuries. "There's no problem," Polo said to Han Hao in a relaxed manner while wiping the blood off his body. His face did not show the slightest sign of pain. Having stayed in the fringe for a long time and being a god hunter himself, injuries of this degree were nothing to Polo. Han Hao's other subordinates did the same. They stopped the bleeding as quickly as they could. After they were done, they sat cross-legged on the ground to recover the energy they had consumed. They wanted to use every second to stabilize their injuries and recover their strength. This was the code of conduct they had learned from Han Hao ever since they started following Han Hao. No matter when or where, they must maintain their strength at their peak so that they can deal with any ambushes that might come at them at any time. "It's good that you're all right. Let's all sit down and rest." Han Hao nodded and took the lead to sit cross-legged on the ground, ignoring Wuxia and the others who were chasing after him. In Han Hao's opinion, this body wouldn't be of much help. Therefore, he did not participate in the battle. Dagmar had not hesitated to use the divine bodies of his top experts to perform corpse explosion. Moreover, he had done it so decisively that he had a backup plan. They were all over gods. Dagmar was fleeing with all his might while Tyre, Logue, and the others did not come immediately because they wanted to see Dagmar get killed. Therefore, they were unable to surround Dagmar. In Han Hao's opinion, it was very likely that Dagmar would be able to escape and Tyre and the others would return empty-handed. Han Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, was still letting his imagination run wild. This body was only a half-finished product to begin with, and there was no need for it to recover. Now that the matter was over, the strand of his divine soul would return to his main body, and he would have to give up on this half-finished body. Therefore, Han Hao did not plan to waste his energy on recovering this body. Why did Wuxia help me? Did Asura betray me? Otherwise, why would he arrive even later than Wuxia? A series of questions surfaced in Han Hao's mind. He knitted his brows and slowly pondered. Time passed without anyone noticing. When the fringe dwellers arrived, they discovered that Dagmar was nowhere to be found. Han Hao sat cross-legged on the ground without a care for his surroundings. Blood was still flowing out of his chest. Some of the fringe dwellers suddenly had other thoughts in their minds. Some of them couldn't help but harbor evil thoughts. Their gazes toward the little skeleton were a little strange. Han Hao had been roaming the fringe for a long time, and had offended so many people that he had lost count. Those who bore grudges against him usually feared Han Hao's strength and dared not act recklessly. But today, it was obvious that Han Hao was gravely injured and even his trusted subordinates, Polo, were covered in blood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some of the leaders of the fringe did not know about the relationship between Han Hao and Han Shuo. Therefore, they stayed in the same spot with ferocious gazes. They observed Han Hao, Polo, and the others from the dark. It was obvious what they were thinking. The Amphilos has its own rules. For many years, no one has dared to attack Tanai in the Amphilos. "Hee, do you want to try?" said Polo with a mischievous smile as he swept his eyes across the dust-filled area. Han Hao did not say a word. He closed his eyes and paid no attention to these small fries who only dared to harbor evil intentions. Polo's sneer caused many of the people to silently retreat. They realized that fighting in the Amphilos was not a good idea. Fighting in the Amphilos would not end well for the 5 sovereigns, especially at such a sensitive time. Gradually, the observers left one after another. Other than the corpses of the merchants that littered the ground, everything returned to normal. Right at this moment, a shadow slowly appeared in the surging dust, unhurriedly walking in this direction. The corners of Polo's mouth curved into a grin. He suddenly stood up and said with a malevolent face, "So there's someone who isn't afraid of death." He had suffered only minor injuries and possessed late-stage high god strength. In the Amphilos, other than the 5 sovereigns and Han Hao, he feared no one. Other than him, there were also a few of Han Hao's subordinates who didn't suffer any serious injuries. Polo didn't think that Han Hao would be at a disadvantage even if all of them attacked him at the same time, let alone Han Hao who came alone. A tall figure gradually emerged from the dust-filled area. Ignoring Polo and the others who were glaring at him, the tall figure calmly looked at Han Hao, who had suddenly opened his eyes, and smilingly asked, "Are you Han Hao?" "Who are you?" asked Polo coldly. It seemed that he was about to attack. "Polo, stop!" shouted Han Hao suddenly. When he saw that Polo was staring blankly, he nodded and said, "I am Han Hao. It seems that you know who I am. Very good, very good. This will save me a lot of trouble." He smiled and nodded. Suddenly, intense soul undulations emanated from his body and enveloped Han Hao. After a few seconds, the man shook his head in disappointment and sighed, "Not really." Then he turned around and left without looking at Han Hao, disappearing into the cloud of dust. Chapter 944. As Han Hao had expected, Tyre, Wuxia, Logue, and Asura returned empty-handed. They did not manage to surround and kill Dagmar. As soon as Dagmar left the Omphalos and was no longer restrained by the boundary, he immediately deployed a spacetime scroll to escape. When Tyre and the others flew out of the Omphalos, they happened to see Dagmar tearing through space and leaving. The spacetime rift was slowly closing up. The four sovereigns were a step too late and could only watch as Dagmar disappeared without a trace. However, Dagmar had paid a terrible price for his trip to the Omphalos. The divine bodies of his strongest high gods had all exploded, and he himself had been ambushed by Wuxia. It could be said that after this incident, Dagmar's influence in the God Hunter Alliance would be greatly reduced. They did not have to worry too much about Dagmar in the upcoming war against the God Hunter Alliance. Dagmar had received his just deserts for coming to the Omphalos alone. When Tyre, Wuxia, and the others returned to Han Hao's side, the overgod of death, Nestet, had left in disappointment. They did not know that while they were chasing after Dagmar, Han Hao had already finished what he needed to do. No matter what, Han Hao was a native of the Fringe. It was only natural that the four sovereigns would come to greet Han Hao after he was attacked by Dagmar in the Omphalos. "Han Hao, are you all right?" asked Asura softly. He seemed very worried. "I'm fine. How is Dagmar? Did you catch him?" asked Han Hao. He knew that the four sovereigns must not have found anything. However, he still had to ask what he needed to ask. Asura forced a smile and shook his head. He sighed and said, "That Dagmar is too ruthless." He used the divine bodies of his high god subordinates to perform the corpse explosion art and blew open the boundary of the Omphalos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave the Omphalos by the time the four of us arrived and surrounded him. "I thought you guys were already here." Han Hao shot a meaningful glance at Tyre and Logue before he said to Asura, "Yeah, I'm fine now. Just now, a strange guy came and looked at me with his soul. He shook his head and left. I don't know who he is." Tyre and Logue's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked at each other. Logue suddenly laughed and asked Han Hao, "Who is so strange? He dared to use his soul to spy on you and still managed to leave safely. This is really surprising. According to my understanding of you, you are not a person who is easy to talk to." Wuxia and Asura also turned their attention to Han Hao. It was obvious that they were very concerned about the matter. "I don't know who that person is, but I'm certain that the death energy he cultivates far surpasses yours." Han Hao looked coldly at Logue and said calmly, "I know I have no way of contending against such a powerful person, so I can only choose to remain silent." I heard that some time ago Lord Logue also encountered a powerful expert. At that time, Lord Logue's performance seemed to be even weaker than mine." Logue's face turned ugly after hearing Han Hao's words. He coldly groaned and did not reply. Logue was certain that the person who came was the overgod of death, Nestet. He did not learn from Tyre that Han Hao possessed a quintessence shard. Therefore, Logue was not particularly surprised. Wuxia and Asura did not think too much about it. They were just rather surprised that the overgod of death, Nestet, was able to learn that Han Hao was in the Omphalos in such a short period of time and came looking for him so quickly. Tyre, on the other hand, wore a pensive look. He looked deeply at Han Hao as though he was trying to see through Han Hao's body and soul. He was the one who knew about the Omphalos. Why didn't Nestet make a move? That's impossible. While mumbling to himself, Nestet swiftly left the omphalos. The energy of the boundary that bound the entire omphalos did not hinder him at all. With one thought, he passed through the boundary that enveloped the sky of the omphalos and disappeared. He's finally gone. Tyre and Logue looked up at the sky and heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them were mainly responsible for deploying the energy of the sky above the omphalos. Asura was in charge of the energy of the ground, and Wasis's energy of ice was used within the city walls. The four of them had a clear division of labor. As the ones who deployed the boundary, Tyre and Logue, of course, could sense the presence of the overgod of death. They knew that Nestet had disappeared from the omphalos. To Tyre and Logue, Nestet's presence made them feel very insecure. Having such a powerful being in Tanai made them feel uneasy, as though their lives were in someone else's hands. For experts like Tyre and Logue who had the lives of others in their hands, this feeling of defeat was unbearable. They desperately hoped that the overgod of death would leave the omphalos and the fringe as soon as possible. They hoped that he would never appear in the omphalos again. Tyre took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. After a while, he left the omphalos and returned to the volcano. He contacted his brother Daka and told him about what happened today. I got it. Dagmar has just returned and he said that Han Hao no longer has the aura of the quintessence shard on him. This is really strange. I wonder what that kid did to the quintessence shard. Daka, who was in the magical mirror, had a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, no matter who obtained the quintessence shard, they would hold it tightly in their hands and not let it go easily. However, there was clearly no quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. This was really hard to explain. Forget it, let's not worry about Han Hao for now, Daka frowned and asked. Has the overgod of death left? He should have. He searched everyone and since he didn't find anything, I don't think there's a need for him to stay in the fringe any longer. I paid attention just now and roughly sensed that he went to the Destiny Dominion. I think he might have gone to ask the Goddess of Destiny about this, Tyre explained after pondering for a moment. That's good too, Daka nodded and smirked. Then we can move out. Get ready. Tomorrow we will officially attack the God Hunter Alliance. You will have to deal with the God Hunters from the dominions of wind and lightning. They are the weakest, so don't worry too much. Just be careful. As for Brian's side, he, Dagmar, Acer and Salus will be there. I will raze that place to the ground. Haha, after this battle, us two brothers will become the most powerful people besides the 12 core gods. Tyre laughed loudly, his face filled with arrogance and pride. In the Dominion of Destiny, the little skull Han Hao could clearly sense the overgod of death, Nestet, rushing over from the fringe. He smirked and thought, even if you're the overgod of death, you still fell for my father's trick. You should have eliminated me from your list of suspects, right? As long as I'm careful in the future, you'll never know who has the quintessence shard. When I completely fuse the quintessence shard with demonic arts, I'll take your quintessence. Sensing Nestet's arrival, Han Hao hid his energy again and slowly stood up, preparing to take a detour back to the fringe. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Hao and looked at Han Hao in astonishment. Did you release that energy just now? Han Hao stared blankly for a moment before his expression turned cold. He first looked around cautiously before he asked, "Who are you?" Han Hao sensed a strange soul undulation from the girl. It was a soul even more powerful than that of Polo and the others. She seemed to have a unique life form that made Han Hao feel threatened. My name is Andrina. This is the Dominion of Destiny, my home. Andrina stared coldly at Han Hao, bunched her brows and sensed for a moment. Suddenly her expression changed. She sneered and said, "You have the aura of a god hunter on you. Are you a god hunter?" "That's right, I'm a god hunter. What do you want?" Han Hao raised his bone spear in his hand and put on a vigilant face. "As long as you're a god hunter, I don't care who you are." Andrina's face was as cold as ice. Her little hand suddenly blossomed with dazzling crystalline radiance and blasted at Han Hao. Han Hao was rather surprised. He did not sense any energy from any of the 12 fundamental energies from Andrina. That dazzling radiance contained the purest energy of energy crystals. It felt as though an enormous energy crystal cannon had been fired. Not only was it terrifying, but it was also very agile. Han Hao did not know Andrina. Therefore, he did not know that Andrina was close to his father, Han Shuo. Back then, when Andrina and Han Shuo met, Han Hao had already left Han Shuo's side. Therefore, when Han Hao saw that Andrina suddenly attacked, he immediately regarded Andrina as a formidable enemy. Han Hao unfolded the bone spear in his hand. The element of death that was attracted by the quintessence shard adhered to the bone spear. The three boundaries of weakness, fear, and aging were instantly formed and enveloped the entire area. Not only that, but a grayish membrane also formed in front of Han Hao. Traces of the energy of death could be faintly seen flowing across the membrane. Huh! Andrina cried out in surprise. She did not expect that Han Hao would be so powerful. He was much stronger than the god hunter experts she had met before. With that, Andrina immediately released all of her energy. The dazzling radiance in her hand suddenly condensed into an enormous energy crystal. At the center of the energy crystal was an oval-shaped sphere of light that radiated scorching light like the sun. It seemed to be the core of the energy crystal. Andrina, who had been brought back from the darkness dominion by the goddess of destiny, had been under the strict protection of the goddess of destiny. Her strength had grown tremendously. She was no longer the same Andrina as before. The barrier that Han Hao had formed using the energy of death couldn't withstand the full force of Andrina's attack. A large hole was blasted in the barrier. The energy crystal formed by the radiance, propelled by the core energy that resembled the sun, rolled towards Han Hao like a ball. Hypocrisy, fear, and aging, the three great enchantments of death, did not have any effect on Angelina's special life form. Chapter 945. Angelina was still alive and kicking in the three enchantments of death. Hypocrisy, fear, and aging did not befall her at all. On her chest, a dazzling bright light aura lit up the entire area. Even the scorching sun's rays were not as bright and dazzling. The huge energy crystal was like a glazed crystal ball. In the center, there was an oval-shaped light ball that was constantly emitting a dazzling radiance. It corresponded with the dazzling radiance on Andrina's chest. It carried an astonishing amount of energy as it rolled towards Han Hao. Seeing that Andrina was still alive and kicking inside the three boundaries of death, Han Hao immediately changed his strategy. He instantly absorbed the elements of death that were supporting the three boundaries of death into the bone spur in his hand. Without waiting for the crystal ball to approach, Han Hao suddenly retreated. "You want to run?" Andrina sneered. She opened her small hand and flicked her slender fingers. Under Andrina's control, the glazed crystal ball rolled and bounced nimbly. It was as fast as lightning. It firmly locked onto Han Hao and didn't let go. Han Hao's heart was as calm as still water. His pair of bewitching eyes glittered with evil light. He suddenly stood still in his place. Kaka! Kaka! 7 bone spurs shot out from his back and attacked the sneering Andrina from his side. At the same time, the bone spur in his hand suddenly shot out. As soon as the bone spur shot out, tens of thousands of ghosts wailed. Wisps of ink-black aura lingered on the bone spur, forming a hideous and frightening ghost face. The bone-chilling cold wind pierced through the bones, and the bone-piercing bone suddenly opened a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The bone spur, which was originally just a dead object, suddenly turned into a ferocious and terrifying ancient beast. The evil aura, which was condensed by hundreds and thousands of evil souls, showed its sharp edge at this moment. Andrina's sneering face suddenly changed. She seemed to be somewhat shocked. It seemed that she didn't expect that an ordinary bone spur would contain such frightening evil power. Without waiting for Andrina to react, the bone spur suddenly opened its big mouth filled with fangs and swallowed the glazed crystal ball that Andrina had shot out. That big mouth continued to chew and chew, making ka-ka-ka-ka sounds, as if the energy crystal that was as hard as a diamond was being bitten to pieces. So-so-so. So-so-so-so-so. The 7 bone thorns whistled over, and the cold and sinister power instantly enveloped the shocked Andrina. Before the bone thorns arrived, the sinister power had already been activated. Andrina was even more astonished. At this moment, she no longer looked at the crystal ball that had turned into a living creature, and immediately focused her attention on the 7 bone spurs that had quietly arrived. A huge energy crystal light was released from Andrina's chest. In a split second, Andrina turned into a crystalline state, like a complete living fossil, sparkling and translucent, beautiful and magnificent. However, it didn't have the vitality that a life should have. A blinding light was released from Andrina's body, and the halo of light seemed to contain waves of astonishing power that seemed to affect the structure of space. The 7 bone spikes had clearly reached Andrina's side, but they just couldn't find an accurate point of attack. They just kept circling around Andrina. Who are you? Why is there an aura on your body that I'm familiar with? The crystallized Andrina still had a cold expression as she stared at Han Hao, who had grabbed the bone spur from afar. Han Hao didn't like to talk too much when dealing with enemies. He didn't say a word as he swept over to Andrina. As he advanced, he fiercely swung the bone spur in his hand that had grown much larger. As he swung his arm, thumb-sized energy crystals were shaken out of the bone spur. Those small energy crystals no longer had any energy fluctuations after being shaken out of the bone spur, becoming the most ordinary of pebbles. The crystal ball that had been swallowed by the bone spur couldn't continue to obtain energy from Andrina's body. Under the wear and tear of the thousands of souls and the power in his body, the only path left was to exhaust its energy. Who are you? I don't want to target the wrong person. When Andrina saw Han Hao rushing over, her expression turned cold as she shouted again. Han Hao still didn't say a word. However, he didn't stop the bone spur in his hand as he threw it with all his might. The 7 bone spurs that had shot out from Han Hao's back hovered around Andrina, unable to find a target to attack Andrina. However, the bone spur that contained thousands of souls seemed to be unaffected by the strong light around Andrina's body. It pierced through the layers of light, heading straight for Andrina's chest. Andrina's expression changed again. The glaring light curtain suddenly disappeared from her side. She took out a compass decorated with a pattern of stars. As soon as the compass appeared, it flew out with life. Dong! The compass hit Han Hao's bone spur. A strange power flowed from the compass into the bone spur. The souls that were entrenched in the compass trembled violently. In the next moment, they turned into wisps of smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. A strange light flashed in Han Hao's eyes. Without thinking, he raised his hand and summoned the bone spur back. With a thought, he planned to use the power of the Godhead fragment and the demonic arts to fight Andrina. Shi Yan could feel the strange fate power on that compass. He had rarely encountered this kind of power before. He knew that it was the most mysterious of the 12 Upanishads. The power on that compass was so terrifying that the souls in his bone thorns couldn't endure it. After making up his mind, Han Hao didn't hesitate. He retrieved all the bone spurs and charged straight at Andrina. This body was extremely tough to begin with. He had spent much more time and energy on this body than he had on the bone spurs. Now that this body contained a shard of Godhead that was related to the power of death, he had improved even further. It could be said without the slightest bit of politeness that this body had already become his most secretive weapon. In some aspects, its power was even more terrifying than the bone spear in his hand. As soon as Han Hao moved, Andrina knew that he was going to fight with his life on the line. That was because no matter how they fought before, Han Hao's face was calm. It was as if he didn't care about her. But this time he was very focused. He was much more serious than before. When it came to Han Hao, Andrina had a deep fear in her heart. The power Han Hao displayed made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Just like now, if it wasn't for the compass her mother had given her, she might have been injured by the bone spur. So seeing that Han Hao was going to fight with his life on the line, Andrina was a little anxious. Just as Han Hao was about to reach her, she suddenly shouted, "Do you know Brian?" Han Hao, who was flying over, suddenly froze. His body stopped a dozen meters in front of Andrina. He looked at Andrina strangely and nodded. "Who are you? How do you know my father?" Hearing this, it was Andrina's turn to be surprised. She exclaimed, "What? You are his son? How is that possible?" Landing on the ground, Han Hao calmly looked at Andrina and said, "Are you my father's friend or foe?" "Of course we are friends. I was just about to find your father. Can you take me to him?" Andrina giggled. Although she still found it strange, she didn't show it on her face. Han Hao didn't answer her immediately. Instead, He looked at Andrina attentively, as if trying to determine if Andrina was telling the truth. After a while, Han Hao said, "My father is in the pandemonium. Go there and find him. I still have things to do." Then, without another word, Han Hao turned around and left without looking at Andrina. He could sense that the overgod of death, Nestet, was rushing towards him at full speed. He couldn't stay here for too long. On the other hand, if he didn't take a detour to the fringe, he would very likely run into the overgod of death, Nestet. If he ran into Nestet on the way, he would be in serious trouble. Before Angelina could say anything, Han Hao had already disappeared without a trace. With a dejected face, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "What's the big deal? Do you think I don't know this place?" Andrina looked in the direction where Han Hao had disappeared. Her eyes glistened for a moment before she muttered, "The energy that attracted me to him was obviously from the quintessence shard of death. He didn't even use his full strength. I heard that the overgod of death, Nestet, has come to the fringe. Could it be because of him?" Andrina hesitated for a moment before she harumphed, "Forget it. If it wasn't for Brian, I would have told him." Andrina stomped her foot and glared in the direction where Han Hao had left. Then she turned around and flew towards the fringe. The Destiny Dominion, the Shrine of Destiny. The Goddess of Destiny's figure slowly materialized in the shrine. "Andrina, I've brought you something. It's your favorite crystal," said the Goddess of Destiny with a benevolent face. Her gentle voice reverberated throughout the shrine. After a long while, the Goddess of Destiny forced a smile and shook her head. She muttered to herself, "Sneaking away again. Why couldn't this lass just stay put and behave herself? But this time she shouldn't be too far away. Haha. This girl's strength has improved tremendously recently. She shouldn't have any problems." The Goddess of Destiny cast her gaze towards the land of chaos. Her eyes seemed to have two compasses dotted with stars spinning slowly in them. She looked more like a precise machine than a human with flesh and blood. "Hanshua, I hope the power he left you will be able to help us open Eternia," murmured the Goddess of Destiny as she gazed at the fringe. The fringe, the pandemonium. Hanshua, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly felt uncomfortable. He flew out of his gymnasium and stood on top of the pandemonium. He gazed in the direction of the Dominion of Destiny and mumbled, "Han Hao is there. Did something happen to him?" With that thought in mind, he wondered if he should go to the Dominion of Destiny to take a look. He trusted his soul's intuition. At this moment, Zovik came to his side and said respectfully, "My lord, we have news." Daka looked at Judas, the hegemon of the Light Dominion, with a teasing look on his face. "If he could return to the embrace of the God of Light, I would have been summoned back by the Shrine of Ice." Hegemon Tuckamore from the Domain of Water sneered. Judas laughed awkwardly and explained, "It was the God of Light who abandoned me. Actually, I'm still very willing to serve the God of Light. If the God of Light can forgive me, I might really be willing to return to his side." "Haha, return to the side of the God of Light? What for? Ambush him again?" laughed Daka brazenly. He cupped his fists at Judas and said in admiration, "As one of the keepers of light, I'm truly impressed that you could do such a thing. Among all of us, there's really no one who's stronger than you. What's even more surprising is that you're actually still alive." "You flatter me," said Judas humbly. He bowed towards the void and sincerely said, "Praise be to the God of Light. I will do my best to survive until the day your quintessence leaves your body." "All right, I'm not interested in your nonsense. Let's move out." Dagmar, who was sitting on his bone throne, coldly snorted. He wasn't interested in listening to their chatter. "Dagmar, you're the most courageous of all. You charged into the Fringe's main camp without anyone noticing and gave us a boost of morale. Haha, if we win this battle, it's all thanks to you," laughed Regis from the Domain of Thunder. "But if you can kill Tyre, Wasis and Log at the same time, I'll be even more impressed. Then all we have to do is clean up the mess, don't you think? Regis, do you think that you can defeat me now?" Dagmar straightened his body on his bone throne and said, "Do you want to try? If I could defeat you 400 years ago, I can do it again today." "I'm really interested." Regis grinned and stood up abruptly. It seemed that he really wanted to fight Dagmar. The reason why the God Hunter Alliance hadn't been united for so many years was because of the grudges between them. Whenever they met, they would mock each other and dig at each other's scars. Stop talking. Let's kill those fringe dwellers first. When the time comes to divide the territory, you two can do whatever you want, said Judas smilingly. Then he raised his voice and said, all right, let's get back to business. Let's see how we should attack from different directions. I'll attack Brian's side. I don't care about the rest. Dagmar grunted and squeezed his body back into his bone throne. He had suffered great losses in the Omphalos and hadn't been able to obtain the quintessence shard from Han Hao. He had long viewed Han Hao as a thorn in his side and was determined to get rid of Han Hao and force him to reveal the quintessence shard's whereabouts. Although he didn't know why Han Hao didn't have the quintessence shard, he had personally witnessed the existence of the gravestone. So, he wouldn't leave like the overgod of death. He would definitely keep his eyes on Han Hao until he obtained the quintessence shard and crushed Han Hao to dust. I'm familiar with Acer and Dagmar. The two of us should work with him to deal with Brian and the pandemonium, suggested Daka, glancing at Acer. Acer and Daka seemed to have discussed this beforehand as they nodded in agreement. Is the Han family worth the three of you working together to deal with? Tuckamore of the Water Dominion coldly snorted. He didn't seem too satisfied with this arrangement and felt that Daka's side had taken advantage of the situation. The Han family is indeed very powerful. I know that I've fought them before. Also, Dagmar's strength has been greatly reduced. I think there's nothing wrong with the three of us working together, said Daka and Tuckamore while looking at Judas. After thinking for a moment, Judas smiled and said, all right then. Tuckamore and Dagmar are already so unlucky. Let them go. Although Tuckamore had spoken sarcastically to Judas, he seemed to be giving him face. He nodded and didn't say anything else. The matter was settled. Chapter 946. With Judas and Daka's help, the God Hunter Alliance slowly came to a decision. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer would head towards the Han family's pandemonium. Tuckamore and Judas would head towards Logue, Regis, Miller, and Isaiah would deal with Asura, and the remaining hegemons would deal with Tyre and Wasis. All in all, the 12 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were clearly stronger than the Fringe. Given the God Hunter Alliance's strength, the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe wouldn't stand a chance against them. After the decision was made, the 12 hegemons gathered their subordinates and split into 5 groups, heading towards the Fringe from 5 different directions. On Daka's side were Acer and Dagmar, 3 overgod experts. Even though Dagmar had expended a lot of his energy, Acer and Daka still had plenty of experts under their command. With Salus leading the way, it was clear that they had the upper hand in this attack on the pandemonium. After splitting up with the other hegemons and heading towards the Han family's pandemonium for a while, Salus suddenly said, the pandemonium where the Han family resides is protected by many powerful barriers. Tanai is shrouded in poisonous mist all year round, making it very difficult to deal with. Back when I led my subordinates to attack the pandemonium, Brian wasn't there. Even so, I suffered heavy losses and failed to destroy the pandemonium. The battle was about to begin and information was of utmost importance. Daka and Acer listened attentively to Salus's recount of the pandemonium situation. Dagmar was the only one who seemed a little distracted. His eyes glowed with venomous light like a viper's. Before Salus could finish, Dagmar interrupted. Salus, it's just a small valley. No matter how many barriers there are, can it withstand the 4 of us? I don't know, but after I entered the valley, I was trapped by a strange power for a long time. In the past, Salus had always been wary of Dagmar. But ever since Dagmar's personality had changed due to the quintessence shard, Salus had started to look down on him. In Salus's eyes, Dagmar, who couldn't think calmly, was crazy, but he wasn't afraid of him. A strange power? Dagmar sneered. His snake-like eyes glanced at Salus and ridiculed. Salus, don't tell me you're too weak? How can the power of a valley trap an overgod like you? Salus snorted in displeasure and said angrily, Dagmar, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm just narrating my experiences. In any case, I don't have many people participating in this operation. Don't blame me for not reminding you when your men die. Dagmar, we fought Brian in the Misty Sea. You should know that he's different from us. Also, you've known Han Hao for a long time and you fought him before. You should know that Han Hao has some kind of energy that we don't understand, right? Daka said solemnly, this time not only do we have to destroy Pandemonium and kill Brian, Han Hao and the others, we can't afford to lose too much. You know how cunning Gandalf is. If we lose too much power in the Han family, we'll be at a disadvantage when it comes to splitting the profits. So, let's just listen to Salus's suggestion. Dagmar let out a sinister chuckle. You're right. Dagmar looked at Salus and said apologetically, please continue. I'll listen carefully. Hee. Salus nodded reluctantly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, Pandemonium isn't an ordinary place. I'm just telling you in advance, so that you won't be at a disadvantage if you're unprepared. Apart from that, I've also found out that there's an area near Pandemonium where Han Hao God Hunter subordinates are stationed. It's very close to Pandemonium, but the security there isn't as tight as in Pandemonium. Dagmar's body stiffened when he heard Han Hao's name. He looked at Salus with his sinister eyes and asked, what do you suggest? Han Hao has a close relationship with the House of Han. I think we should go to his place first and see if we can destroy the place that isn't heavily guarded. Don't underestimate Han Hao's power. He has gathered all the god hunters in the fringe and has the most experts under the 5 sovereigns, explained Salus. All right, we'll go to Han Hao's place first, said Dagmar rather impatiently. His main target this time was the quintessence shard in Han Hao's possession. Compared to the temptation of the quintessence shard of death, he didn't care about the fringe's future profits at all. Salus, you're more familiar with the fringe. Will there be any problems? Asked Daka with a frown. Salus's suggestion slightly conflicted with his plan. But seeing how impatient Dagmar was, he knew that Dagmar would definitely head there first. Although Salus's suggestion was different from his own, it didn't seem to be a problem. No matter how resourceful Daka was, he would never have guessed that Salus had already met with Han Shua in secret and reached a tacit agreement. After all, it could be said that Salus was forced out of the fringe by Han Shua. From Daka's point of view, there was an irreconcilable grudge between the two. He didn't think that Salus was only trying to destroy the Han family. I don't know if there'll be any problems, but I'm sure that the fringe's defenses aren't as strong as Pandemonium's. If we suffer heavy losses there, I don't think we need to go to Pandemonium, said Salus. What do you think? Daka hesitated for a moment and looked at Acer. That works too. We'll use that place to warm up and see if we can find the quintessence shard for Dagmar, said Acer indifferently. That's great. Dagmar chuckled. He found Acer to be much more pleasing to the eye. Let's do it then, Daka finally said. Daka made the final decision and asked Salus about the situation over there before instructing his subordinates to slightly change the direction of their advance. Pandemonium, the Han family. Zovik, Romont, Rose, the 5 elite zombies, Balans, and the others were gathered together. Even Statholm, Phoebe, and the others who had been busy absorbing energy from the crystal ball walked out of the gymnasium. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer, the 3 hegemons, are here with their god hunters. Other than those 3, Salus might be following them. Zovik reported the situation to Han Shua with a solemn face. Hearing this news, everyone from the Han family had a solemn look on their faces. Even Gilbert, who was usually laughing and joking, fell silent. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer were all over god experts. If Salus was added to the mix, it would be equivalent to having 4 pinnacle experts. The Han family had never encountered such power before. Compared to those 4, Hill and Chateau and Witherbone City weren't even worth mentioning. That's the situation. Han Shua swept his gaze across the crowd and said, from today onwards, seal off the Pandemonium. He glanced at the wound on his chest and asked, I heard from Zovik that you encountered Dagmar first? Did Dagmar do anything to you? Little Skull waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to leave before he replied. This body is only a half-finished product. I will have to abandon it sooner or later when my main body returns. It's fine. After a short pause, Little Skull turned to Han Shu and said, Father, The first to arrive was Wuxia's. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he smilingly nodded and said, "Very good. It seems that Wuxia's is quite reliable at critical times." After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked, "Tyre and Logue of course want you dead. They won't show themselves even if they come. What about Asura? Did you notice anything unusual from him?" Asura came a little late, but he seemed to be in a hurry to get here as well. "I don't see anything wrong with him. I just feel that he's a little late," Little Skull replied. "I got it." Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he turned to look at those who were busy on the three mountains. He smilingly said, "Salus has brought them here. They should be on their way. They want to destroy our Han family? Let's give them a surprise." "Father, do you know a little girl named Andrina?" Little Skull suddenly asked. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Little Skull and asked, "How do you know Andrina?" Of course I know Andrina. We're on good terms. What's wrong?" "I've fought with her before." Seeing that Han Shuo was puzzled, Little Skull added, "I fought with her using my main body in the Destiny Dominion. She's very powerful and she has a divine weapon bestowed to her by an expert who cultivates in the Edict of Destiny." Little Skull then told Han Shuo about his encounter with Andrina. After Little Skull finished, Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, "She came to the fringe to look for me? Haha, very good. With her here we'll be even more assured. If she's in the pandemonium, even an overgod with a quintessence would have to be wary of her." Chapter 947. The fringe wasn't exactly huge, but it wasn't exactly small either. Even with Daka, Dagmar, and Aser leading their men, it took them more than 10 days to reach the valley where Han Hao was. Daka and the rest didn't encounter a single soul along the way. It was as if all the evil spirits in the fringe had vanished. It was so calm that it was stifling. The more it was like that, the more cautious they became. They were also very cautious along the way. After all, the fringe was someone else's territory. No matter how powerful they were, they didn't dare to be too ostentatious. Especially when they knew that the other party was definitely hiding in the dark to ambush them. Daka, Dagmar and Aser split up in 3 different directions, constantly monitoring their surroundings with their divine senses to make sure that no enemies would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Salus was unperturbed. Daka and the rest didn't ask any questions, so he remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, they reached the vicinity of the 3 mountain peaks. Daka stopped in the distance and looked at the valley that was covered in a faint black fog. A foul stench wafted from it. He looked a little doubtful. "Salus, are you sure this is the place?" Daka glanced at Salus with a strange expression. "It should be here. There's no mistaking it." Salus looked solemn. He also found it a little strange. He spread his divine sense out and didn't sense any soul ripples from the mountains. He wondered what that guy was up to. There's no one at all. Dagmar straightened his body as the bone throne carried him towards the valley in the middle of the 3 mountains. The black mist that permeated the entire valley was repelled by the death aura emanating from his bone throne, preventing it from entering his body in the slightest. "Let's go take a look." Daka gave Aser a look and the 2 of them followed Dagmar into the valley. The black fog around Tanai had a foul and acidic smell. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. However, the 3 of them were strong enough that it didn't affect them at all. Salus didn't follow them in. He just looked around curiously, paying attention to the details nearby. After his experience in Pandemonium, Salus was very wary of the place Han Shuo had set up. Moreover, he knew that Han Shuo didn't have good intentions in asking him to bring his men here. Therefore, he didn't dare to venture too deep into the place. Without Daka and the other 2's orders, their subordinates didn't move an inch. These god hunter elites from the 3 divine dominions had been loyal dogs of the trio for many years. Not only were they powerful, they were also extremely disciplined. Without orders, they would not barge in recklessly. After Daka and the other 2 entered the valley in the middle of the 3 mountains, they roamed around. Apart from discovering many strange runes on the mountain walls, they didn't find anything else. They didn't sense any signs of life either. Soon Daka and the other 2 returned to Salus's side from Tanai. Daka glanced at Salas and said, "There shouldn't be any problems with this place. However, it seems that everyone has left. I believe that they more or less know that we're here. That Han Hao might have gathered his forces with the Han family." "Yes, that's possible. After all, they should know that only by working together to defend against us will they not die a horrible death." Dagmar nodded in agreement. He then said impatiently, "I think we can give up on this place and head straight to Pandemonium, right?" At this point, Salas felt that he had done what he needed to do. Since there was no one in the Three Mountains, there was nothing he could do. If he forced the three of them to the Three Mountains, it would only make Daka and the others suspect him. That would only backfire. So Salas didn't object and nodded in agreement. "Then let's head straight to Pandemonium. The Han family's base is there. I believe that unless the Han family really doesn't want to stay in the fringe, they won't leave," said Daka as he prepared to order his subordinates to leave. "Wait!" Dagmar raised his hand and stopped Daka from leaving. His eyes glowed. "What's wrong?" Daka was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Did you find something?" He naturally knew that Dagmar, who cultivated the power of death, was much more proficient in the aspect of soul detection than him. He and Acer might not be able to detect some weak soul undulations, but Dagmar was very likely to be sensitive enough to detect them. "There's a weak soul pulse in the belly of the mountain. It pulsed just now. I need to confirm it." Dagmar nodded and closed his eyes. His soul magnetic field slowly spread out with Dagmar at the center. He seemed to be using a special method to sense the pulses in the belly of the Three Mountains. Daka and Acer knew that even though Dagmar had been behaving strangely due to the quintessence shard, his mastery of death was still at the overgod realm. Not to mention, Dagmar wasn't one to brag. His main target was Han Hao, so he was definitely more impatient than anyone else. So he must have noticed something. As expected, after Dagmar closed his eyes and used his special method to sense for a moment, he pointed at the Three Mountains and said, "There's no need to leave. There are people in all three mountains. It's just that there's a special energy in the belly of the mountain that's preventing our soul detection." That Brian is truly amazing. The barrier he set up almost fooled us. "How do you know that it wasn't Han Hao who set up the barrier?" asked Salas curiously. "He doesn't have that ability." Dagmar sneered. "Back in the depths of Tanai, I clearly felt his power after my subordinates subdued him. He's nowhere near as strong as you make him out to be. Without the quintessence shard, Han Hao is just an ordinary high god. I can crush him however I want." "Dagmar, are you sure they're all hiding in the belly of the mountain?" Daka asked after a moment of silence. "There's no mistaking it. There are people in all three mountains." Dagmar seemed very confident. He turned to his subordinates behind him and said, "Let's go. The poisonous mist in the valley isn't that big of a deal. Let's hurry." After a pause, Dagmar said to Daka and Acer, "There are three mountains, so we'll each take one. We'll go in and search. There must be many winding passages in the belly of the mountain. We'll split up. I don't believe that a puny Han Hao can escape from the three of us." With that, Dagmar didn't care if Daka and Acer agreed or not and charged into the valley again. After some hesitation, Daka nodded at Acer and said, "Let's go too. Dagmar's soul perception shouldn't be wrong. We've worked together so many times over the years, and he's quite skilled in this area." Acer seemed to agree with Daka's opinion. He waved his hand and turned into a ray of dark light that shot into the valley. When his men saw Acer enter, they didn't hesitate and rushed in one after another. "Salas, what about you?" Daka wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at Salas. "I don't mind. Let's go." Salas shrugged and gestured for Daka to make the arrangements. Even though he knew that going in would be dangerous, he had no choice but to follow. Otherwise, Salas would definitely suspect him. "All right, follow me then. That way we'll be able to look out for each other." Daka smiled. Having received a satisfactory answer, he didn't hesitate any longer and entered the valley with his subordinates. By the time Daka and Salas arrived, Dagmar and Acer's men had already entered through the newly found hidden caves. The two of them chose the smaller peaks, leaving the tallest one for Daka. Daka cursed inwardly. He knew that although the two were talking about working together, they wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation. Everyone in the God Hunter Alliance only cared about themselves. That was the nature of the God Hunter Alliance, and no one could change that. Let's go. Despite his anger, he still had to do what he had to do. Daka had no choice but to choose the tallest mountain and find a valley in the other direction that could only fit 3 people at a time. Together with Sokka's, he led the others in. My lord, just as you expected, there's a defensive barrier. In the belly of one of the smallest peaks, one of Dagmar's subordinates shouted. His voice reverberated in the belly of the mountain and reached Dagmar's ears in another passage. As soon as they entered the belly of the mountain, there were many forks in the road. Fortunately, Dagmar had anticipated this and had his men spread out as soon as there was a fork in the road, forming small teams that filled the various forks. The way Dagmar saw it, the strongest person in the mountain was Han Hao. After fighting with Han Hao's avatar in the Omphalos, Dagmar believed that he had figured out Han Hao's true strength and no longer considered Han Hao a worthy opponent. He believed that a mid-stage high god who didn't cultivate in the Edict of Death would be enough to deal with Han Hao. As such, he wasn't worried that Han Hao would appear in the mountain and take them out one by one. He's here, Dagmar exclaimed from afar before rushing over. Layers of faint gray halos stood horizontally at the narrow cave entrance. The first layer was filled with the power of death, while the latter layers were filled with common powers such as darkness, water, and fire. Only the last layer was a little special, and Dagmar couldn't tell what it was. Without much hesitation, Dagmar made his move after sensing the layers of gray energy around the cave entrance. Much to Dagmar's surprise, the seemingly layer barrier didn't actually have much defensive power. When his energy of death transformed into 100 bone spears and pierced through, the layers of barrier were easily torn apart. Even the last layer of strange energy was destroyed in a single strike. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Let's go, Dagmar sneered. He felt even more disdain for Han Hao and his God Hunter subordinates. Chapter 948. 100 meters later, a similar barrier appeared in front of him. This time Dagmar didn't even hesitate to destroy the seemingly gorgeous but weak defensive barrier. He then charged straight into the heart of the mountain. Just like Dagmar, Daka and Acer also encountered the same barrier and chose the same method as Dagmar to go deeper. Within the belly of the 3 mountains, barriers kept appearing to block their path. They were torn apart by Daka, Dagmar, and Acer as they barged their way into the heart of the mountain. Outside the valley, one of Daka's subordinates exclaimed as he looked at the strange runes carved on the 3 mountains. Those oddly shaped runes with unknown meanings lit up one after another. Wisps of colorful smoke slowly seeped out of the runes and gathered in the black fog that lingered in the valley, causing the stench in the valley to become stronger and stronger. Daka, Acer, and Acer entered the belly of the mountain. As a precaution, Tanai left his men to keep an eye on the outside of the valley to prevent anyone from sneaking in and doing anything despicable. Seeing the changes happening to the 3 mountains, Daka, Acer, and Acer's subordinates' expressions turned solemn. Their eyes darted around, paying attention to the slightest change in their surroundings. Something's not right. One of Acer's subordinates frowned and took a deep breath. Tanai seems to have gained some sort of strange power. Even the strange runes on the mountain seem to have some sort of special power affecting this place. Is there a problem? I'll go in and report it to the Lord right away. Another of Acer's men acted immediately. Rushing into the cave, Acer had entered without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. At this time a strange sound came from the top of the 3 mountain peaks. The earth also shook violently, and a bottomless ravine was suddenly torn open under their feet. A strange power filled the valley and the 3 mountain peaks around it, and the runes on the 3 mountain peaks burst out with a dazzling radiance in an instant. There's a change. Daka's subordinates cried out in panic. You guys, go and report to the Lord Commander about the abnormality outside. It was the same for the people Dagmar left behind. They could sense that there was some sort of power slowly being released from the bottom of the 3 peaks. Not only was it affecting the valley, but it was also causing changes to the peaks. Before Dagmar's men could enter the belly of the mountain, an earth-shattering explosion resounded from the depths of the earth. Turbid air from the Earth's core gushed out of the ravines and converged into the black mist in the valley. At the same time, the three mountains began to sway unsteadily amidst the violent tremors. The mountain Dagmar was on was swaying left and right, its tilt increasing as if it was a drunken giant. "What's going on?" Dagmar, Daka, and Aser shouted at the same time from the center of the three mountains. "It's dangerous. Everyone retreat." In the belly of another mountain, Aser howled, and the sound waves exploded like thunder in the mountain tunnel, spreading in all directions. At the center of the mountain, they felt the changes even more deeply than Dagmar. There seemed to be a terrifying energy core at the center of the mountain that they had yet to reach. It was constantly pouring energy crystals into the mountain. As the mountain trembled and tilted, the boulders on the walls of the mountain bounced and crashed down from the top of their heads. These powerful god hunters wouldn't have to worry about their lives if it were an ordinary boulder falling from the mountain. However, as the mountain began to sway and the terrifying energy crystals at the center of the mountain began to spread, an unknown amount of bizarre energy permeated the entire mountain. Every single boulder that fell from the mountain contained extremely terrifying energy. Not only did that force weigh more than 5 million kilograms, but it also increased the speed at which the boulders rolled down the mountain. As the mountain was narrow and the god hunters were in great numbers, there was no way for them to avoid the impact of the boulders. Many of them were violently smashed into. Under the impact of the strange energy permeating the rocks, the god hunters, whose bodies weren't much stronger than ordinary humans, immediately fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their orifices. Those god hunters who were facing the falling rocks hurriedly formed energy barriers above their heads, hoping to avoid being struck by the strange rocks. Unfortunately, the boulders that had been imbued with a lot of power were extremely fast and terrifying. When a boulder fell on the barrier of power, it distorted the barrier. When a few large boulders fell together, the barrier that they had set up was as fragile as an eggshell, and it suddenly shattered into pieces. Within the belly of the mountain, rocks tumbled down and rolled back and forth along the slope of the mountain, causing great damage to the god hunters inside. The boulders, which contained a peculiar energy within them, were so sturdy that they rendered many powerless. Even when they blocked off the tunnels, they found it difficult to break through the god hunters' attacks. Only when several god hunters joined forces would they be able to break through the boulders. However, the moment the rocks were broken, they would explode like bombs. The shrapnels had extremely powerful penetrative force and shot everywhere in the narrow passages, causing great damage to the god hunters. Even though they knew that it would be very troublesome to destroy the rocks by force, they had no choice but to give it their all. That was because their escape route out of the mountain was completely blocked by the rocks. If they didn't leave before the mountain exploded with even more power, they knew that they wouldn't be able to escape alive. "Salus, look at what you've done." Daka roared angrily as he smashed the rocks in his way while loudly criticizing Salus. At this point, Daka knew that he had fallen for someone else's scheme and had fallen into a trap. The way he saw it, it was Salus's responsibility to bring them here. However, he didn't think that Salus would betray them. "How could I have known that this would happen? Daka, did you think that I framed you?" Salus sneered guiltily as he helped Daka. "What reason would I have to frame you? Brian and I have an irreconcilable grudge against each other. I'm here with you to settle the score with him." Daka didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Salus was getting agitated, he coldly said, "I don't know if you framed us or not, but if it wasn't for your suggestion, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Don't you fucking slander me," Salus roared. Dagmar was the one who made a fuss about coming in here. "What does it have to do with me? Damn it, blaming others every time something goes wrong. If this goes on, I'm not going to serve you anymore." Salus wasn't a kind person. Back in the fringe, his temper was even worse than Daka's. But after suffering at the hands of Han Shuo and his son, he had toned down a lot. However, a person's nature wasn't something that could be easily changed. Given that Salus didn't care about scheming people like Daka in the first place, his attitude naturally turned nasty. Seeing that Salus was so angry, Daka didn't say anything else. He snorted a few times and didn't say anything else. He understood that he still needed Salus to help him clear through the mountain obstructions. If Salus ignored him out of spite, he and Salus might be able to avoid the disaster with their strength as overgods, but most of his subordinates would definitely be dead or injured. Daka didn't waste any more time and focused on destroying the boulders blocking the way. The boulders contained a lot of special energy and were difficult for most god hunters to destroy. But with Daka and Salus's strength, it wasn't too much of a problem. Under their continuous bombardment, a path leading to the outside was blasted open. "Retreat!" Daka yelled, but he didn't rush out first. Instead, he turned around and yelled at his subordinates. His subordinates felt as if they had been pardoned from a great crime and hurriedly rushed towards the only way out. Rumble. 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 A loud rumble came from the center of the mountain and reverberated through every path. The mountain started to shake violently again. The two of them felt that the mountain might collapse at any moment. Heavens, what's going on? Daka's subordinates in the center of the valley were shocked and dumbfounded. It turned out that as the rumble came from the center of the three mountains, even larger ravines were torn open at the foot of the three mountains. The ravines were hundreds of meters long and spread out like a spider web. The three mountain peaks trembled violently after the densely packed ravines appeared, rapidly sinking into the bottomless depths of the earth. It was as if a giant mouth had opened up beneath the three mountains and was about to swallow them whole. "Quick, get out of here!" Daka was shocked. He could already feel the mountains rapidly sinking into the earth. He couldn't imagine who could have such terrifying power to make three mountains sink into the earth in such a short period of time. There was no longer any force that could stop the mountains from sinking. As the three mountains slowly sank into the earth began to contract and compress the mountain, causing a terrifying force to erupt from the center of the mountain. It was as if lightning had ignited the flames of the earth. Something terrifying happened once more. Following an earth-shattering rumble, the three mountains that were slowly sinking into the earth began to crumble. The strange runes on the mountain walls exploded one after another. The explosions seemed to have triggered some kind of energy from the mountains, causing the three mountains to crumble. The god hunters inside the mountains were either killed by the explosion or by the impact of the falling boulders. In an instant, the three hegemon's subordinates in the mountains suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 949. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser had never imagined that they would suffer such heavy losses in this trip to the fringe, not to mention that it would come so quickly. It was so violent. The three mountains sank deep into the ground in just a few dozen seconds. The terrifying explosive force came from the center of the mountains. In an instant, thousands of their subordinates were killed. This was perhaps the most devastating blow they had ever suffered in the fringe. Loud rumbles echoed from the area. After the three mountains sank halfway into the ground, they began to crumble from the center. The energy contained within the mountains was released in an instant, causing the god hunters in the mountains to wail and howl. One after another, they were sent flying out of the mountains with blood spurting out of them. Rolling smoke descended from the sky. It was unknown if it had been waiting for a long time, but at the right time it came grumblingly with the terrifying power. Many people who had flown out of the mountain had their bodies squeaking under the pressure of the rolling smoke. Their bodies were crushed into meat paste, falling into the massive ravines. It turned out that the black fog that filled the entire valley had been waiting for this moment. After absorbing the turbid gas from the Earth's core, the three mountains had turned into a living hell. Although the explosions gradually calmed down, the wails and howls did not stop. Instead, they grew even more intense. The blood-curdling screams made one's hair stand on end. Gradually, the dust settled, and the sound of the explosion died down. After taking away hundreds and thousands of lives, the smoke that suddenly pressed down quietly disappeared with the wind without a trace. Dust and sand settled down from the sky. There were no more rocks flying out. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The three mountains sunk deep into the earth but did not explode into smithereens. Gradually, figures covered in wounds walked out from the mountains. Some had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, some had broken arms, but only a few dozen of them were completely unscathed. All of them, without exception, were high gods of formidable strength. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser were the last to walk out of the mountains. Their subordinates looked at them with pitiful expressions. The three of them looked like volcanoes that could erupt at any moment. The intense killing intent emanating from them made even their high god subordinates afraid to approach them. Salas walked out as well. He was overwhelmed with shock and had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the Han family was. At this moment, Salas no longer intended to fight to the death with the Han family. It wasn't that Salas was a coward, but Daka and the rest hadn't seen a single person today, and almost half of their experts had died. This far exceeded Salas's expectations of the Han family. Recalling the past, Salas couldn't help but smile bitterly. Back then, he was just like Daka and the other two, full of ambition to destroy Pandemonium. In the end, he was trapped in a strange barrier, and his subordinates didn't see a single member of the Han family. Just like today, they suffered heavy losses. After experiencing it once again, Salas had completely lost his temper. In a one-on-one fight, he was not a match for the Han family. In a team fight, the terrifying strength of the Han family's guards had gradually made many forces tremble in fear. On top of that, the Han family's defenses were ridiculously strong. Salas really didn't know how he could go up against the Han family. Forget it. I'd better get rid of that obsession in my heart. Salas, who had originally planned to settle the score with the Han family, only now did he truly understand himself and get rid of that obsession in his heart. After taking a deep breath, Daka pondered for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and roaring, "Do a head count." The subordinate beside Daka, who didn't dare to speak first, immediately gave the order. Dagmar and Aser waved their hands grimly, signaling for their subordinates to report the number of casualties. The three subordinates reported names one after another, but only half of them responded. Daka and the other two listened in silence, their faces turning darker and darker. Soon the results were out. Each of them had around 1,000 subordinates, but only half of them were still alive. Now, Tanai Shan only had slightly more than 2,000 god hunters left, and most of them were injured to varying degrees. They hadn't even encountered a single member of the Han family, but they had already lost half of their men. "Salas!" Dagmar roared, glaring at him with a pair of venomous eyes. "We were about to leave, but you insisted on turning back. What does that have to do with me?" Salas wasn't afraid at all. He looked coldly at Daka and Aser, who were also looking at him, and said, "Every time something goes wrong, you push all the blame onto me. Is that how you do things? Why did the Han family know we were coming? Why did they set up a trap for us? Salas, don't tell me you didn't know anything. There can't be such a coincidence." Dagmar barked. The bone throne floated over and landed in front of Salas. "Of course I didn't know," Salas roared. He pointed at Dagmar and roared, "Do you think I would betray you? Damn it, I was chased out of the fringe by Brian and the Han family. My Empyrean peak was razed to the ground and I can't go back to my home? Do you think I would ally with them to deal with you? Dagmar, have you lost your mind because of the quintessence shard? I don't believe that the Han family is so resourceful. If it weren't for you leading the way, we wouldn't have come here," Aser, who was usually quiet, suddenly said. He seemed to have his own suspicions. Salas was stunned for a moment before he suddenly retreated, letting Daka, Aser and Dagmar stay a safe distance away. He then sneered, "You're all crazy. You blame me for your men's deaths. It seems that there's nothing more to say. I won't be playing with you three anymore. Do whatever you want." Without waiting for the three to say anything, Salas shot into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Daka, Dagmar and Aser were stunned. They didn't expect him to leave just like that, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Be it Dagmar, Aser or Daka, the reason why they blamed Salas was partly because they were a little suspicious, but more importantly, they wanted someone to take the blame. After all, the losses were too great and they didn't think it would be easy to explain it to their subordinates. All they could do was blame Salas. In their hearts, they really didn't think that Salas and Han Shua would work together. Just as Salas said, he had an irreconcilable grudge with the Han family. They only allowed Salas to participate because they had a detailed understanding of his experiences in the Omphalos. So, although the three of them blamed Salas, they didn't gang up on him. If they really thought that Salas had betrayed them, they wouldn't have shown it. They would have found a chance to attack Salus when he wasn't paying attention and killed him before Salus could figure out what was going on. The three of them looked at each other with even more dismay. They didn't expect Salus to leave so decisively and disappear without a trace. Now that they had lost Salus, the local tyrant, and their subordinates were either injured or dead, things would be even more difficult to handle later on. Damn it, this guy actually left. Dagmar was furious. His heart was full of resentment, but he had nowhere to vent it. He had only wanted to push the blame onto Salus, but he didn't expect that Salus would abandon him before he could achieve his goal. So be it. With our current strength, as long as we don't fall into any traps, we should be able to deal with Pandemonium. Daka knew that the three of them couldn't afford to be disloyal anymore. Even if he wanted to curse Dagmar, he could only hold it in for the time being. Daka was full of confidence when he came. He didn't hold back at all when he said that he would completely destroy the Han family. But now, when he talked about Pandemonium, he unknowingly lost some of his confidence. He was no longer as certain as before. That's right, we can definitely destroy Pandemonium, Dagmar emphasized, but it sounded like he was trying to cheer himself up. Daka and the other two had suffered far too many casualties in these 3 mountains. They were no longer as sharp as before. Let's stabilize their injuries first. It's best that we leave this place immediately. This place is a little strange. Acer looked at the 3 mountains that had sunk halfway into the ground and felt extremely uncomfortable. His suggestion was immediately agreed to by the other 2. Without further ado, the 3 of them took inventory of the remaining soldiers and left Tanai. After the 3 of them disappeared for a while, Han Shuo and Han Hao emerged from the huge ravine below them. Han Shuo looked at the situation from midair and said regretfully, "Too much formation power will make the attack uneven. Otherwise, the 3 mountains wouldn't just have collapsed but would have exploded. If that had happened, let alone their subordinates, even Daka and the other 2 would have been heavily injured. Father, this is already not bad. With this, the 3 of them won't be able to cause much trouble in Pandemonium." Han Hao looked at the ravine and said worriedly, "Won't the collapse of the mountains and the rupture of the earth affect my underground palace?" "It will definitely affect it a little, but don't worry. When this is over, Little Earth, Little Gold and the others will come and spend some time. Not only will they be able to restore this place, but the ground will also be filled with rocks. It will make your palace even more secure." Han Shuo laughed. While talking to Han Hao, Han Shuo waved his hand and recalled the God Hunter souls that had yet to dissipate back into his body. Then he said to Han Hao, "Let's go. We'll wait for them in Pandemonium." "I'm afraid that they won't dare to come in this time." Han Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. He felt that playing with Daka was rather interesting. "It's fine. It's best if they don't dare to come in. Let them go to Omphalos. Logan and Tyre are there anyway. It's better for us if they fight to the death." Han Shuo laughed heartily and left with Little Skull's half-finished avatar. Chapter 950. When Han Shuo returned to the Pandemonium, he was surprised to see Andrina. The little girl who was taken away by her mother in the Darkness Dominion was clearly much stronger than before. Andrina was acquainted with Phoebe and a few others back in the Darkness Dominion. When Phoebe and the others discovered her presence in the Pandemonium, they naturally let Andrina in. Otherwise, even with Andrina's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for her to enter the Pandemonium unscathed. In order to defend against the God Hunter Alliance's attack, Han Shuo had deployed many terrifying magical formations in the Pandemonium. Without the permission of the Han family, outsiders would have to pay an unbearable price. Andrina had stayed in the Pandemonium for a few days. She was very curious about Tanai. Not only did the Pandemonium have all kinds of barriers and energy crystals, but also the demonic formations deployed by Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies. It was the demonic formations deployed by Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies that attracted Andrina's attention. Their unique energy source piqued Andrina's curiosity. She asked about the usage and principles of the demonic formations in the Pandemonium. However, as the 5 elite zombies were still cultivating underground, no one was able to explain them to Andrina. Perhaps it was because Angelina was too bored in the Dominion of Destiny that she was very excited to come to Pandemonium. She seemed to always find something that interested her. She would even personally enter some formations to test them out. Every time she would find something that would surprise her. When Han Shuo returned, Andrina naturally became even more excited. She exclaimed when she saw Han Shuo, "You scoundrel, why didn't you look for me when you came to the fringe? The Destiny Dominion is right next to the Pandemonium. How disloyal of you." Andrina had always been cold and unfeeling towards others, but Han Shuo was an exception. "Aren't I busy? There are so many people who need me to take care of them. Where would I find the time? Besides, I don't even know where the Shrine of Destiny is. I don't even know where to look for you in the Destiny Dominion." Han Shuo smiled. He had never thought of going to the Destiny Dominion to see Andrina. For some reason, Han Shuo always felt that the Goddess of Destiny in the Dominion of Destiny was more difficult to deal with. Sometimes, Han Shuo even suspected that the Goddess of Destiny already knew that he cultivated demonic arts and secretly knew something. The reason why Sui Xiong had such doubts was that he had been facing more and more powerful opponents in the past few years, and he no longer concealed his demonic arts. If the Goddess of Destiny knew about the Demon Venerable's appearance in this universe, she would naturally be able to guess some of his origins and secrets. The Goddess of Destiny, as the main god of destiny, if she didn't know anything about his situation, it wouldn't make sense. "What are you busy with?" Andrina raised her head and harumphed. "You think I don't know what you've been doing in the fringe? Let me tell you, from the moment you stepped into the fringe, I've seen your every move." Han Shuo was stunned. He asked tentatively, "Oh? You haven't left the shrine, so how did you know my every move?" "My mother told me." Andrina giggled and said, "My mother said you have a lot of secrets. She knows your every move very well, and she often tells me about you." Han Shuo's heart sank. Something was wrong. Han Shuo didn't pursue the matter further. He smiled and asked Andrina, "How did you decide to come here? Does your mother know about it?" "I don't know. She seemed to have gone to see the god of death, Nestet. I took the opportunity to sneak away." Andrina didn't seem to be worried about the Goddess of Destiny's punishment. Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at Andrina with a bitter smile and didn't know what to say. "I heard that the God Hunter Alliance is planning to invade the fringe. I came here to support you." "Why? You don't welcome me?" Andrina raised her brow and pretended to be angry. "Welcome, welcome. How could I not welcome you?" Han Shuo put on a delighted look and pulled Andrina to her feet. He said, "Tanai still has some energy towers that I'm not satisfied with. Now that you're here, let me take a good look at them." The energy Andrina cultivated was different from ordinary people. Andrina had reached a very miraculous realm in the use of energy crystals. With Andrina's help, Han Shuo believed that the defenses of Pandemonium would reach new heights. "I've already checked on you, but because you haven't returned, I didn't dare to act on my own. I don't want those guys to think that I'm trying to destroy this place." Andrina had been wandering around Pandemonium for a long time, and she had been itching to show off her power. She immediately agreed to Han Shuo's suggestion. After taking a short pause, Andrina said, "But if you want me to help you modify those energy towers, you don't have enough energy crystals right now. You need at least 3 times the energy crystals before I can start. Do you have that many energy crystals?" "No problem." Han Shuo laughed heartily. Using his consciousness, he instructed Metal Elite Zombie, who was meditating in the secret chamber, to bring up all the energy crystals he had. As the owner of Goldstone, Metal Elite Zombie naturally had no lack of energy crystals. Most of the defenses of Pandemonium were made up of demonic formations, leaving most of the energy crystals unused. On top of that, Little Skull Han Hao had plundered a lot of goods from various large shops. Therefore, the underground warehouse of Pandemonium had a very large stock of energy crystals. Metal Elite Zombie, who was practicing the Penta-Elemental Undead formation with Wood Elite Zombie, and the others in the secret chamber, immediately stopped practicing after receiving Han Shuo's telepathic instructions. He went to the warehouse of energy crystals, filled up an entire space ring, and returned to the surface. "Huh!" Metal Elite Zombie cried out in surprise as soon as he arrived beside Han Shuo. His eyes were glowing as he stared at Andrina. He was dumbstruck and stood there motionless. Circles of dazzling white crystal light rippled out from Angelina's body. She also looked at Metal Elite Zombie with a very strange expression. Her pupils emitted a dazzling halo. One Metal Elite Zombie and one Angelina, they were like two magnets, firmly staring at each other. Bizarre soul undulations emanated from the two. Unbeknownst to Han Shuo, the two had started communicating in a way that even Han Shuo couldn't understand. In an instant, it was as though Han Shuo had become an extra and was completely ignored by the two. The conversation between the two was very long. They just stared at each other motionless for a few hours. In the beginning, Han Shuo was somewhat baffled. Later on, he gradually realized the reason behind it. Metal Elite Zombie was refined by Han Shuo with the Yuan energy of metal. In addition to having the golden cudgel in his body, he was the darling of all metal and stone. He was born with an understanding of metal and stone, and was able to distinguish the energy of each type of metal and stone. He could even fuse himself with metal and stone to pierce through mountains and split rocks. Andrina was also a special life form. She could consume energy crystals to increase her strength. Whether it was her life magnetic field or the energy she grasped, they all carried the purity of energy crystals. Even her bones and body were filled with the purest energy of energy crystals. Andrina was like a piece of the purest and most special energy crystal. However, she possessed life. The more special the stone, the more attractive it was to the Metal Elite Zombie. Similarly, the Metal Elite Zombie's origin energy from the Metal Elite Zombie's body was also extremely attractive to Angelina. When these two bizarre lifeforms met, if nothing miraculous happened, it would really be rather inexcusable. Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina communicated in a way that no one could understand. They were motionless like two boulders. If it wasn't for the intense soul undulations coming from their bodies, Han Shuo would have thought that the two were the most ordinary of stones. Han Shuo looked at the two with great interest. He felt somewhat happy. Perhaps it was because of his messy style. He always hoped that the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull could be like him, not only possessing valiant strength, but also truly living their own lives. Han Shuo didn't want the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull to be emotionless beings. He wanted them to live like normal people. He wanted them to possess more human emotions, have their own women, and even have their own children. In the depths of Han Shuo's heart, he truly thought of the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull as his own children. Every father in the world would not only wish for their children to be safe, but also to live a good and perfect life. Han Shuo was no exception. He felt that if the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull could have their own families, that would be the ideal outcome he desired. Like two magnets, Andrina and Metal Elite Zombie seemed to be naturally attracted to each other. They stared at each other for a long time. After a long while, Zovik hurriedly returned and reported some news to Han Shuo. His loud voice seemed to have awakened Andrina and Metal Elite Zombie. Their eyes gradually regained clarity. Almost at the same time, Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina put on a faint smile and very naturally walked towards each other, holding hands. Everything was so natural and there wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was as though Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina were a couple who had been in love for hundreds or thousands of years. After holding hands, the two were overjoyed and looked at each other with gazes filled with deep love. Han Shuo was stunned. He had thought that Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina might end up together, but he didn't think that the two would come together so quickly, so directly, and so naturally. Father, I finally understand why you and Phoebe and the others are like that. What a wonderful feeling. Han Jin looked at Han Shuo smilingly as though he had a deep understanding of love. For some reason, when Han Shuo addressed Han Shuo's women, whether it was the 5 elite zombies or Little Skull, he addressed them directly by their names without any additional emotions. Very good, very good. Han Shuo was delighted and laughed heartily. Chapter 951. Leave the rest to the two of us. Andrina and I will take care of everything, said Han Jin confidently. It seemed that he was very excited about communicating with Andrina through the soul. That's right. We will take care of what needs to be done. Don't worry, said Andrina with a faint smile. She would turn to look at Han Jin from time to time as she spoke. Han Jin was rather familiar with the layout of the Pandemonium. Back when Han Shuo was constructing the various formations in the Pandemonium, Han Jin and the other 4 sovereigns had been helping him. Therefore, apart from Han Shuo, the 5 sovereigns were the only ones who were familiar with the Pandemonium's formations. With Han Jin helping Andrina, Han Shuo believed that she would be able to bring out her full potential. Seeing that the 2 sovereigns were very confident, Han Shuo naturally let them do as they pleased. He nodded and smilingly said, "Very well, I happen to have some matters to take care of." After giving Han Jin a few reminders about the modifications to the special formations and the things to pay attention to, Han Shuo left the task of modifying the energy towers in the Pandemonium to the 2 sovereigns. When Zovik arrived, he reported to Han Shuo that the various factions of the God Hunter Alliance had entered the fringe. Tyre, Log, Wasis, Asura, and the others would soon face the joint attack of the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance. On the surface, the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were very powerful. They usually moved in groups. At this rate, the sovereigns of the fringe would be in for a very difficult battle. However, Han Shuo knew that the 4 sovereigns had their own trump cards. After all, the fringe was a place that they had set up for many years. If they could make full use of the unique terrain of the fringe, gather their powerful forces and use special methods to attack, even a demigod would be gravely injured. Take Log's Boneyard for example. It contained the intense element of death that Log had meticulously set up for many years. As long as he was in the Boneyard, Log's power would greatly increase. In the Boneyard, Log would probably be able to defeat Tyre. That was because Log had long become one with the element of death in the Boneyard. He could use all of the energy in the Boneyard. If the invading god hunters entered the Boneyard, Log could use the energy of the Boneyard to gather his many high god subordinates to attack an overgod of the same realm as him. He could injure the overgod severely in an instant or even destroy his divine soul. Tyre, Wazer, and Asura were in a similar situation. If they could make good use of their forces and create an advantageous situation for themselves, they would be able to put up a good fight as local tyrants. But if the battle did not take place in the ideal of the overgod, they would be. When he arrived at the bottom of Pandemonium, he found a strand of little skeleton's divine soul and asked, "How long will it take for your main body to return?" "I have already entered the fringe. I should be able to return in 3 days," replied Little Skull calmly after thinking for a moment. Han Shuo nodded and said in a deep voice, "I have attached a strand of my consciousness to the demon general to keep an eye on Dagmar and the others. They are still recovering. I don't think they will dare to enter the Pandemonium for another 10 days or so. With you in the Pandemonium, the 5 elite zombies, Andrina, and Sanguine are using the power of the Pandemonium well. Even if Daka and the others were to attack, they won't be able to breach the Pandemonium's defenses in a short period of time." "You have business to attend to?" asked Little Skull. He immediately realized something. "Yeah, I'm going out for a bit. Don't worry, I will return as soon as I finish my business." "Given your strength and my arrangements in the Pandemonium, Daka and the others won't be able to attack immediately. There shouldn't be any problems," said Han Shuo. "Go ahead. I will keep an eye on this place," said Little Skull with a nod. Han Shuo then carefully described the usage of the demonic formations in the Pandemonium. After making sure that Little Skull was familiar with the formations in the Pandemonium, Han Shuo quietly left. The glacial cave on Glacial Peak. Wasi sat cross-legged in the cave like an ice sculpture. The ice that enveloped him emanated a bone-chilling aura. A figure knelt at the entrance of the glacial cave and respectfully reported, "My lord, I have received reliable news that the hegemons of the Spacetime and Destiny Dominions are on their way here." Crack! Crack! The ice sculpture suddenly broke free and a frigid energy was released from Wasi's body. The ice sculpture shattered like glass. Wasi's body was still emanating a frosty aura. He slowly moved his arms and legs. The frosty aura on Wasi's body seemed to have fused with the glacial cave. "Ansett, are you sure?" asked Wasis after moving for a while. Ansett, who also cultivated in the Edict of Water, quietly took a few steps back. The frosty aura emanating from Wasis was so terrifying that even Ansett found it hard to withstand it. "There's no doubt about it. They are heading towards Glacial Peak." The hegemons of the space-time and destiny dominions are said to be the two most mysterious existences in the God Hunter Alliance. No one knows their true strength. What should we do? Asked Ansett respectfully. Space-time destiny. Wuxia bunched his brows as though he was thinking about something very important. After a while Wuxia said, I'm really looking forward to meeting a hegemon who cultivates in these two energies. It is said that the Edict of Destiny is the most miraculous of the 12 fundamental energies. There are very few experts who can reach High God realm by cultivating the Edict of Destiny. Each and every one of them is an extremely mysterious and unfathomable character. I wonder what realm this hegemon is at. My lord, those who cultivate in the Edict of Spacetime are also very terrifying. If there is an overgod among them, they can even sneak into Glacial Peak. Should we make preparations in advance? Ansett was rather nervous. Although Wuxia was powerful, he was only one person. However, his opponents were hegemons from two dominions. Ansett did not know if Wuxia could handle them by himself. Everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared. Wuxia shot a glance at Ansett as though he could read her mind. He said indifferently, as cultivators of the Edict of Ice, our hearts should be as hard as ice. We should not be afraid of any threat. If you wish to advance further, you must remember that even if you are about to die, you must not feel fear. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Ansett respectfully kowtowed to Wuxia. She was sincerely grateful. Among the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe, Wuxia was the most unreasonable one. However, Wuxia was also famous for one thing. As long as his subordinates cultivated in the elemental energy of water, he would always give them pointers in their cultivation. As a result, the strength of those who followed him would improve by leaps and bounds. Even though Ansett had cultivated the energy of water to late-stage High God realm, and might very well be able to reach the same realm as him with his guidance, Wuxia didn't put up any guard against him. He would still say whatever he needed to say. It was as though he wasn't afraid that his subordinates would surpass him. It was for this reason that most of the fiends who came to the Fringe from the 12 dominions and cultivated in the elemental energy of water would join Wuxia's cause. Let's go. Tell them that they no longer need to stand guard outside Glacial Peak. Activate all the energy towers and gather the frigid energy of Glacial Peak. Those who don't cultivate in the elemental energy of water are to stay in the mountain for now. Wuxia said to Ansett after a moment of silence, everyone go into the caves. Ansett nodded repeatedly. She immediately left after Wuxia finished his orders and conveyed his orders to her subordinates. However, as soon as Ansett's orders were conveyed, Wuxia's subordinates had yet to carry them out. Suddenly, an enormous spacetime rift appeared above Glacial Peak. Numerous figures flew out from it and stood densely on the Glacial Peak. Their eyes were cold and sinister as they searched for their next target. Wuxia, I can see through your plans in advance. Your fate has already been decided. Come out, we can have a good talk if you don't want your subordinates to die with you, said an old woman with a 6-pointed star pattern on her chest. She was holding a crystal ball glowing in green light. Her voice was strangely bewitching as it reverberated above Glacial Peak. As she spoke, many figures flew out from the spacetime rift behind her. Finally, an old man with long eyebrows came out from the spacetime rift. He closed the spacetime rift as though he was closing a door. Wuxia, with Maski's ability to predict your movements and my sealing of the spacetime rift, you won't be able to escape. After the old man closed the spacetime rift, he walked to the glacial cavern with a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the spacetime distorted and ripples spread outwards. Ansett and Wuxia's subordinates were about to dive into the glacial cavern, when they suddenly discovered that the spacetime rift had warped. They were trapped in the glacial cavern, unable to move at all. They had no way to resolve the situation and carry out Wuxia's orders. One can predict my movements, the other can seal the spacetime rift. The two of you working together is probably the most perfect combination. How lucky I am. Wuxia's voice came from the glacial cavern. When his voice faded, he was already standing at the entrance of the glacial cavern, staring coldly at the two. Wuxia, not only your fate, but the fate of the Fringe has been sealed, said the old woman called Maski with a solemn expression as though she was the messenger in charge of everything. She fiddled with the crystal ball with her fingers as she spoke nonchalantly. "You're not an over-god," Wuxia suddenly said as he looked deeply at Maski. "Those who cultivate in the Edict of Destiny." Maski pointed in the direction of the Dominion of Destiny. "Except for that one. No one can reach the overgod realm, not even a pseudo-overgod. We're different from you. You can reach this realm without a quintessence, but we don't have a quintessence and will forever be high gods." After a short pause, Maski chuckled softly and said, "But that's enough." At this point Maski's brow furrowed. The crystal ball flashed, and Maski suddenly shouted, "Dennis, do it! He seems to be waiting for someone, and I can't predict who it is." Chapter 952. Dennis, the god hunter hegemon from the Space Dominion, was rather startled by Maski's words. For a moment, he did not seem to realize the gravity of the situation. Instead, he looked at Maski in puzzlement and asked Maski, "Didn't you say that nothing can escape your control?" The crystal ball in her hand emitted a dark green glow. Maski's wrinkles tightened and she said anxiously, "Dennis, cut the crap and get to work. I can sense that Wuxia is waiting for someone, and that person is clearly not our friend." "Who can help him?" Dennis asked calmly. "The 5 sovereigns of the fringe can't even fend for themselves. Apart from overgod experts, no one can break through my dimensional seal. What are you worried about?" "Wuxia feels that once that person arrives, we won't be able to leave Glacial Peak alive. That's what he feels. There's no doubt about it. Dennis, we've worked together for so many years. Don't you trust me?" Maski glared at Dennis. Wuxia was rather astonished. He did not expect that Maski, a high god, would possess such divine abilities. She could even read his thoughts. But what puzzled Wuxia the most was why Maski couldn't tell who that person was. Dennis suddenly realized the gravity of the situation when he saw that Maski was truly enraged. He had worked together with Maski for more than a year or two. He knew how powerful Maski's abilities were. Maski wouldn't speak without thinking, especially at such a crucial moment. Dennis didn't waste any more words. His face darkened as he prepared to attack. But before he could do anything, Wuxia had already unleashed his domain of frost. As soon as his domain of divinity unfurled, frigid white mist suddenly gushed out of the ice cavern behind him and enveloped Wuxia in an instant. Wuxia had been cultivating in the frost cavern for many years, and had long become one with the frigid mist in the cavern. The frigid mist moved under his control like agile snakes and slithered towards Dennis and Maski. Wherever the white mist passed, the space would crackle. The space that was sealed by Dennis was like a frozen mirror, and it seemed to be gradually cracking. Wuxia's subordinates, who had been locked by Dennis' dimension, suddenly felt their bodies loosening, and they immediately broke free from the shackles. Without waiting for Wuxia's order, they hurried into the ice caves on the mountainside of the glacial peak, fearing that they would be trapped by the power of space again. Dennis's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said disdainfully, "Wuxia, do you really think you can escape this? I alone am enough to defeat you, not to mention with Maski. Perhaps you don't know this, but someone who cultivates in the power of destiny, even a high god, can make you tremble in fear." Upon finishing those words, Dennis let out a loud shout. Intense spatial ripples emanated from his body. The energy on his body affected the structure of space, forming an enormous spatial blade in an instant that sliced down at Wuxia. As soon as the spatial blade appeared, the white mist released by Wuxia was immediately affected by the power of space. Not only was it unable to continue spreading, but it was also suppressed by the power of space towards Wuxia. Like a tide flowing backwards, the white mist surged back towards Wuxia and the ice cavern. At the same time, Maski cackled sinisterly. Her fingers suddenly sunk deep into the crystal ball. At some point in time, a blurry figure appeared within the crystal ball. One could vaguely make out that it was Wuxia's. Wisps of green light were released from Maski's fingers into the crystal ball. The green light looked like hair-thin threads that slowly wrapped around the figure inside the crystal ball. When the green threads covered the hands and feet of the crystal ball, Maski cackled in delight, and then pulled it tight. Suddenly Wuxia, who was about to fill the area around him with ice, felt his body tighten as though hundreds of invisible ropes had wrapped around him. He could not move his limbs and could only watch helplessly as Dennis' spatial blade sliced towards him. Wuxia, when Maski and I work together, we've never met many worthy opponents. Haha, just accept your fate. Dennis chuckled as he watched the spatial blade gather spatial energy and rapidly slice towards the immobilized Wuxia. Wuxia pushed all the energy in his body to the limit in an instant. The white mist that returned to him instantly entered his body. Wuxia's body rapidly froze. In that instant, he seemed to have become one with the cold of Glacial Peak, becoming the toughest piece of ice that would never melt for 10,000 years. The spatial blade finally descended. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. An ear-piercing sound came from the ice that covered Wuxia's body. The ice condensed from the frigid aura of Glacial Peak was not immediately sliced apart by the spatial blade. Instead, the ice merely shattered inch by inch. Wuxia, who was in the center of the ice sculpture, was as pale as a sheet. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and instantly turned into a red icicle. Unfortunately, I can only bind his body, but I can't bind his soul as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine soul to form ice. He would be dead by now. Maski was not without regret. She fiddled with it with both hands, and the green threads dug deep into the flesh of the little person. If you can find the quintessence shard of destiny, you will be able to advance further. With the help of the quintessence shard, you will be able to control the souls of others as well. When that time comes, the two of us will be able to rule the God Hunter Alliance. Dennis smiled and consoled Maski. From the two's point of view, Wuxia was done for. All that was left was for the spatial blade to cut through the ice and his divine body would be cut in two. At this moment, due to Maski's manipulation, Wuxia's body was once again pierced by the invisible threads and his divine body was immediately damaged. One was Dennis and the other was Maski. When the two of them worked together, it was truly terrifying. Wuxia, whose every move was seen through by Maski, gradually lost the initiative. He was forced into a passive position from start to finish and finally fell. Dennis and Maski chatted and laughed, no longer paying attention to Glacial Peak. They knew that once Wuxia was done for, no matter how many barriers and formations were set up on Glacial Peak, they would not be able to unleash their true power. It would be a fool's dream for those high gods who weren't even at the level of an overgod to defeat the two of them. Hurry up. Wuxia has something he can rely on. He's waiting for someone to come. Let's kill him first and wait for that person to walk into our trap. Maski's fingers, which were inserted into the crystal ball, emitted even more green energy and turned into thin threads that coiled around Wuxia. It seemed that she wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. My lord! Ansett shouted with bloodshot eyes when she saw that Wuxia was getting closer and closer to her, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Ansett, who had just crawled into the ice cave with great difficulty, saw that Wuxia was getting closer and closer to her. Save the Lord! Every one of Wuxia's followers who had crawled into the ice hole had the same thought in their minds. Wuxia had never treated them with courtesy, and would sometimes even teach them a lesson. But at the most crucial moment, his followers were more loyal than the last. They fearlessly crawled out of the ice hole and charged towards Dennis and Maski. Courting death. Dennis sneered. Dimensional ripples emanated from his body. A few of Wuxia's followers who were charging towards him suddenly had fist-sized holes of light appear in the space around them. An unparalleled suction force came from the holes and pulled them towards the holes. Their bodies seemed to have turned into liquid. Under the powerful dimensional suction force, their flesh, bones and souls were all sucked into the holes of light. In no time at all, they disappeared without a trace. Within the ice, Wuxia's eyes were spitting fire. Although he was trapped, he was still aware of the situation around him. It was only just now that he realized that his followers, whom he usually beat and scolded as he pleased, were actually so loyal to him. It was precisely because of this that Wuxia was infuriated to see them die for nothing. Unfortunately, his body was trapped by Maski, and he had to constantly expend his divine energy to deal with Dennis' dimensional blades. He could only watch as his followers died one after another, unable to break free and save them. Why aren't you here yet? Why aren't you here yet? Have you been using me all this time? Why? Wazer glared at the man in front of him. His heart was filled with monstrous hatred. The feeling of betrayal almost drove Wazer mad. He even wanted to abandon his divine body at all costs so that he could kill one of them together with him. An ear-piercing howl came from the distance, perhaps because Wazer's inner voice could be heard. From the direction of the howl came a horde of ferocious-looking creatures with their fangs bared. They gathered in the sky and pressed down on Wazer like a dark cloud. Ferocious, evil power came from the densely packed creatures. Dennis's space barrier was smashed into pieces by the creatures. It was torn apart in an instant. As soon as the dimensional barrier was broken, the strange creatures dispersed like bats and pounced towards Dennis and Maskey's God Hunter subordinates. The peak of Glacial Peak suddenly darkened. The strange creatures blotted out the sky and filled every corner of the peak in an instant. Wasi's eyes beamed with joy. The moment he saw those strange creatures, he knew that he had trusted the right person. He knew that his chance for revenge had come. Creak, creak, creak. 17 flying swords tore through the void and suddenly appeared above Glacial Peak. Before Dennis and Maskey could react, the swords had already enveloped them. The flying swords streaked across the sky and formed a dense net that trapped the two. The net was constantly tightening. Chapter 953. Dennis and Massey's joy turned to sorrow. Before they could exert more pressure to kill Wasi's, they were now trapped without knowing why. By the time they came to their senses, they realized that the interweaving blades were extremely sharp, so sharp that they subconsciously moved closer to the center. Their restraints on Wasi's crumbled due to the chaos in their movements. The blades formed from spatial energy could no longer maintain their terrifying power, and could no longer exert pressure on Wasi's. Massey was in an even worse state. The destiny energy in her crystal ball was rendered useless due to the chaotic undulations of her soul. Wasi's felt his body lighten, and he could move his arms and legs again. The power that restrained him just now was gone. Watching as his subordinates were killed by the dimensional holes one by one, Wasi's felt the pressure lessen. The white mist around him quickly condensed into a single strand and struck the spatial blades. Dennis, who was surrounded by the 17 flying swords, could no longer supply his spatial divine energy to the spatial blades. Faced with Wazer's furious attack, the spatial blades transformed into white light and vanished without a trace. The icy divine energy circulated a few times in his body, as Wasi's purged the remnants of destiny energy in his body. Then, his cold gaze landed on Dennis and Massey, who were trapped by the 17 flying swords. "Who is it? Come out." Dennis snorted. He could sense the intense danger lurking in the shadows, but he couldn't pinpoint the other party's location. Massey's expression was solemn. The emerald light from the crystal ball in her hand made her face appear eerie and terrifying. Rays of light shot from her fingernails into the crystal ball. Massey had long since given up on pressuring Wasi's, focusing all her attention on spying on the person lurking in the shadows. Dennis and Massey knew that the person lurking in the shadows was extremely powerful, and was using a power they weren't familiar with. At this moment, an enemy whose whereabouts they couldn't pinpoint was a great threat, especially when he might be even stronger than Wasi's. For some reason, Maskey's crystal ball, which had never failed before, failed to detect the enemy in the dark. No matter how much destiny divine power Maskey poured into the crystal ball, she could not make the figure of the person appear. "Haven't you found it yet?" Dennis was a little anxious because the ice on Wasi's body had completely disappeared, which meant that he would soon be able to fight again. An ambusher was enough to make the two of them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Now that Wasi's was out of their control, the two of them had a bad feeling about this. "I can't find it. This is too strange." Maskey's tone was a little panicked, which was completely different from her previous confidence. "As long as I go all out, I can almost predict the movements of most overgods without quintessence. But this person is clearly here, and yet I can't grasp him. What does this mean?" Dennis moved closer to Maskey. The 17 flying swords were still weaving into the net of swords and shrinking bit by bit. He felt a strong sense of threat and had no choice but to stand at the center of the net like Maski. Apart from overgods with quintessence and quintessence shards, only those who are most proficient in the power of the soul can break free from the shackles of destiny. He's clearly not one of the 12 overgods. He either has a quintessence shard, or his mastery of the soul has reached a level where he can forcefully change destiny, Maski said solemnly after a moment's thought. Dennis was rather astonished at those words. Overgods with quintessence shards were usually afraid of being hunted down by the 12 overgods, so they didn't dare to show their strength. They didn't even dare to show themselves on Elysium, and would usually cultivate in seclusion in unknown, remote material planes. Such people were so rare that they wouldn't appear on Elysium for centuries or even millennia. As for those without quintessence shards who could break free from the power of destiny by relying on their profound understanding of the soul, they were just as rare. No matter what kind of person they were definitely powerful enough to make Dennis and Maski's hearts palpitate. "We have to get out of here," Dennis said in a deep voice as the net of swords tightened and would soon envelop them. "I'm not good at this." Maski smiled bitterly. As a cultivator of the Edict of Destiny, she didn't fight with brute force. The net of swords obviously wouldn't be affected by her power of destiny, so she felt very helpless. Dennis pondered for a moment before the ripples of spatial energy around his body intensified. He planned to use the spatial divine energy in his body to create a space-time tunnel to leave. However, when he released his spatial divine energy, he suddenly realized that the 17 flying swords had affected the structure of space. The space he and Maski were in felt rather unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that his spatial divine energy couldn't even create a space-time rift for them to leave. "What's wrong?" Maski was shocked. She had seen Dennis move and suddenly become aghast, so she immediately asked. "What a terrifying fellow." Dennis took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. He grabbed Maski and the two of them floated into a scroll like a wisp of smoke. Hiss! Hiss! The scroll floated in the air, emitting a powerful spatial ripple within the net of swords. With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared from the net and appeared in the sky above Glacial Peak. "Dennis, why you destroyed the space you spent 1,000 years creating?" Maski suddenly cried out in shock. A Space Force master at Dennis's level could rely on his own comprehension of the force of space to open up a small space of his own, just like a true god. Within the space he opened up, he was an omnipotent god, and everything was under his control. The scroll that had just been destroyed was the basis for Dennis's construction of this dimension. There was a miniature plane inside, and although it didn't have any living beings, it had all the necessary mountains and lakes. It had taken Dennis 1,000 years to build. The reason he was so close to Maski was that he hoped to find a quintessence shard for Maski one day. That way, Maski would be able to imbue the dimension he created with the power of destiny. Then, he would be able to find an expert of life to complete the half-finished material plane. Once the material plane he created had life and the life orbits in it were operating normally, he and Maski would be able to leave Elysium and become omnipotent. Even an overgod with a quintessence would not be able to defeat him in the dimension he created. They would be able to do whatever they wanted. Overgods with a quintessence were invincible, but if they could rely on this dimension, they would be safe as long as the overgod did not kill them immediately. It was a pity that the half-finished material plane was destroyed before it could even be completed. Maski was even more agitated than Dennis when she saw her and Dennis' years of hard work go up in flames. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the crystal ball. In an instant, her soul and the crystal ball seemed to fuse as one. Within the crystal ball, the veins, the medulla, the left and right hemispheres of a human brain appeared. Everything a human brain possessed was clearly displayed in the crystal ball. A cloud of gray smoke floated in the brain, as though it was a person's divine soul. Gradually, a blurry silhouette appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. White clouds clustered around him as he rapidly flew in a certain direction. Dennis' eyes glowed as he stared at the silhouette on the surface of the crystal ball. A few seconds later, Dennis suddenly realized something and looked up at the sky in shock. A faint silhouette suddenly charged out from under the white clouds above their heads. A dense killing intent suddenly burst forth and poured down like water from a broken dam. "It's up there!" Dennis exclaimed. He grabbed Masky and teleported away. He then slapped the crystal ball that Masky was tightly clenching. Masky woke up immediately. Her eyes were bloodshot and 2 streams of blood flowed from her nostrils. Using one's soul as a medium to pry into something she was not supposed to know, one had to pay a terrible price. Down below, the sky was filled with demon generals as Wuxia's subordinates charged out and attacked the invading god hunters. After Wuxia freed himself from the ice sculpture, he did not immediately charge at Dennis and Masky after discovering that they were trapped by the 17 flying swords. Instead, he kept his eyes on the 2 while mercilessly slaughtering the invading god hunters. By the time Dennis and Masky left using the dimension created over 1,000 years, Wuxia had already turned 9 high gods of the God Hunter Alliance into ice sculptures. Suddenly, Han Shua's voice sounded from above Glacial Peak. "Wuxia, let's kill the girls first." With one thought, 9 streams of white, frosty air shot out from Wazer's body and landed on the 9 god hunters who had been turned into ice sculptures. Crack! 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 The 9 ice sculptures shattered into pieces. The 9 god hunters' divine bodies were shredded into hundreds of tiny pieces. Their flesh and blood were scattered all over the place. "Here it comes." Wuxia sneered sinisterly. Ignoring the chaotic slaughter on Glacial Peak, he grinned at Masky, who had blood flowing out of her nostrils like a bloodthirsty demon. On the Glacial Peak, he could only watch helplessly as several of his subordinates were killed for him, unable to do anything about it. Back then, Wuxia swore that if he could escape, he would make sure that the adulterous couple stayed on Glacial Peak forever. But Wuxia had endured the most difficult and painful moments. He had survived the moment of certain death. He wanted blood for blood. Now that Han Shua had arrived, he no longer had to fight alone. Glacial Peak isn't that easy to break through. Wuxia took to the sky and joined Han Shua in a pincer attack. Chapter 954. The 2 of them had been brimming with confidence. One of them had predicted all of Wuxia's moves, while the other had sealed off Glacial Peak, trapping Wuxia like a turtle in a jar. The 2 of them had not expected such an encounter. Not only had they failed to kill Wuxia and his subordinates, but they had also fallen into an extremely disadvantageous position. Han Shua flew down from the skies, activating his demonic arts. The killing intent around him condensed into a giant hand that covered the skies, trapping the 2 of them tightly. Wuxia reached out and grabbed, and a 10-meter-long icicle flew out of the ice cave. The icicle sparkled like white jade, releasing wisps of white smoke as an extremely cold energy shot out from it. The icicle was like a spear, carrying the coldest energy of Glacial Peak. It seemed to be the crystallization of Glacial Peak's power, and once it appeared, the already frigid temperature of Glacial Peak dropped yet another level. The gigantic palm in the sky pressed down from a distance, and a frightening baleful aura and cold chi rushed forward. Squeaking sounds could be heard, and clouds of light smoke were emitted. Masky had finally forced Han Shua out, but when she realized that she had become the target, she immediately leaned against Dennis. Dennis, who cultivated the power of space, was no longer restrained the moment he escaped from Han Shua's sword net. He grabbed Masky again and used his power of space to suddenly teleport to the top of Glacial Peak. Masky's fingers moved the crystal ball, as if weaving something within it. Green threads as thin as hair tangled together, forming a strange pattern. Suddenly, Wuxia's body tensed, and the icicle in his hand flew uncontrollably towards Han Shua. The change was too sudden, and Wuxia did not have time to pull back. The icicle in his hand stabbed towards the giant hand coming down from the sky. Han Shua move. Wuxia did not have time to react and could only shout, "It's fine." Han Shua laughed softly as he was covered by the giant hand. The palm made of killing intent immediately disappeared, and wisps of killing intent dissipated, drifting to the side like smoke. At the same time, a majestic figure suddenly flew past from the side, quickly flying towards Dennis. With a single thought, the 17 flying swords mysteriously appeared once more. They flew toward Dennis and Lu Ta from all directions, preparing to trap them again. But with his previous experience, Dennis was already on his guard. Before Han Shua's swords could land, he immediately teleported, not allowing them to surround him. Maski's power alone could only cause Wasi some trouble for a while. Without Dennis's cooperation, she could not kill Wasi alone. As the icicle flew into the sky, the divine power within Wasi furiously surged against the power that had suddenly appeared in his body. Not having to deal with the spatial blades like before, Wasi only needed 3 breaths to break free. Maski spat out a mouthful of blood. She had used her power of destiny on Wasi, and when Wasi broke free of her power, she could not avoid being injured again by the impact. She spat out a mouthful of blood onto the crystal ball in her hand, turning it a demonic red. It looked extremely evil and strange, making one feel very uncomfortable. "Dennis, let's retreat," Maski said helplessly, her face pale after catching her breath. Under the pursuit of Han Shua's 17 flying swords, Dennis could only constantly teleport short distances to dodge. She could not completely trap Wasi, and it was only a matter of time before she lost. That was why Maski had to warn Dennis. Dennis knew that they were in a very bad situation. When he saw that Maski was still unable to pose a threat to Wasi, he suddenly realized that although the two of them could gain the upper hand against one overgod of the same realm, they would be the ones at a disadvantage if they were to face two. Dennis wanted to leave immediately, but the God Hunter subordinates he and Maski brought with them were still engaged in a fierce battle with the people of Glacial Peak. His subordinates were already at a disadvantage. If he and Maski were to leave without a care in the world, none of his subordinates would be able to escape alive. They were all elites under Dennis and Maski's command, and if they were to be wiped out, they would definitely suffer a great blow to their strength. Even if the God Hunter Alliance were to emerge victorious in the battle in the Fringe, without those subordinates, they would not be able to take the initiative in the distribution of profits in the future. Therefore, Dennis was hesitant. He pondered on how to find a suitable time to reopen a spatial tunnel and bring his subordinates away from Glacial Peak. While Dennis was thinking about his subordinates, Han Shua was also feeling very depressed. Given his and Wasi's strength, they could definitely kill Dennis and Maski. Unfortunately, Dennis cultivated in the Edict of Space and was afraid that Han Shua's 17 flying swords would surround him, so he kept teleporting. Glacial Peak was enormous and Dennis would never stay in one place for too long. Furthermore, teleporting short distances would not consume too much of his divine energy. As a result, although Han Shua and Wasi were full of enthusiasm, they could not capture Dennis, let alone fight him head-on. If the battle were to take place in Pandemonium, Han Shua would have at least 7 ways to use the formations there to alter the spatial energy in the area. That way, Dennis would not be able to teleport to another location and Han Shua would be able to kill him easily. Unfortunately, they were on Glacial Peak and there were no formations on it that could be used. The cold air that lingered around the Glacial Peak all year round was not strong enough to freeze the entire space. Therefore, he could only watch as Dennis kept teleporting like a slippery snake. He could do nothing about it. Han Shua knew what Dennis was thinking when he saw that Dennis was constantly paying attention to the God Hunter's movements. It was precisely for this reason that even though Han Shua knew that he couldn't use the 17 flying swords to trap Dennis while he was on guard, he had no choice but to continuously exert pressure on Dennis to prevent Dennis from having the time to tear open the space-time rift and allow Han Shua and his subordinates to escape. Han Shua and Wasi were in hot pursuit while Dennis kept teleporting away with Maski. One moment he was in the sky, the next moment he was in the wilderness, and the next moment he was in the middle of a battle. Han Shua and Maski were unable to catch up. For a time the battle between the four fell into a stalemate. Many thoughts flashed through Han Shua's mind. If someone could enter Han Shua's mind, they would discover that Han Shua's consciousness was like a deep cosmic vortex that was rapidly spinning in a mesmerizing trajectory. Han Shua vetoed all the ideas in his mind. In order to get rid of Dennis and Maski, Han Shua searched for one solution after another. He tried to come up with a plan that would prevent Dennis and his men from escaping from Glacial Peak. Perhaps Han Shuo was thinking too much about how to deal with Dennis, but the speed of the 17 flying swords that were chasing after Dennis slowed down, gradually giving the two some time to catch their breaths. As a cultivator of the Edict of Space and Time, Dennis was able to accurately grasp this change. He was delighted and began teleporting faster and faster. Every time he teleported, the 17 flying swords would slow down by a second or two. Gradually, after teleporting a few dozen times, the 17 flying swords seemed to have slowed down and could no longer catch up to Han Shuo. Dennis was overjoyed. He immediately deployed the Edict of Space and created circles of spatial ripples around him. He forcibly tore open a space-time rift behind him. Retreat! All of you retreat! Dennis, who was standing among his God Hunter subordinates that were constantly retreating, suddenly shouted in a stern voice. By teleporting, Dennis appeared right where his subordinates were most concentrated. The space-time rift was also cleverly positioned right behind them. Dennis had calculated all of this with great precision. When Dennis' God Hunter subordinates, who had been utterly defeated by the demon generals and Wuxia subordinates, saw that Dennis and Maskey had appeared behind them and had created a space-time rift, they hastily flew into it. This is bad. Han Shuo stopped them. Weiser shouted as he charged towards Han Shuo without a care in the world. Han Shuo, who had been controlling the 17 flying swords to chase after Dennis and Blackie, suddenly jolted as though he had been woken up by Weiser's shout. Soon after, he realized something and rushed towards Dennis and Blackie with an anxious look on his face. Han Shuo Wasis, we will return after we regroup with the other hegemons. When that time comes, Pandemonium and Glacial Peak will be completely destroyed. Ha ha ha. Dennis laughed sinisterly before he grabbed Maskey and dove into the space-time rift. It was also at this moment that the 17 flying swords, which had slowed down by a split second, shot towards them with a force several times greater than before. At the same time, the cauldron of myriad demon descended from the sky. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals suddenly rushed back into the cauldron. The cauldron suddenly radiated blinding black light and smashed towards Dennis and Maskey with earth-shattering force. Let's go. Dennis was startled. He increased his speed and pulled Maskey into the space-time rift. As soon as the two entered the space-time rift, the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon simultaneously bombarded the space-time rift. In an instant, the space-time rift that Dennis had created seemed to be affected by the bombardment. Dennis' terrified shrieks could be heard from the space-time rift. One of his hands even reached the opening of the space-time rift as though he was trying to climb out. However, he was suddenly dragged in by a powerful force. Ah! Dennis and Maskey's shrill screams were heard from the space-time rift. After a bright flash, the space-time rift above Glacial Peak disappeared along with Dennis, Maskey, and hundreds of God Hunters. Chapter 955. The 17 flying swords circled around the area and turned into clouds of blood mist. The remaining God Hunters who did not manage to escape in time were mercilessly slaughtered by the flying swords. Soon they were reduced to chunks of flesh. Wisps of gray smoke drifted out from their corpses and were absorbed by the cauldron of myriad demon that was hovering in midair. The dark radiance on the cauldron grew brighter and brighter. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron of myriad demon and the 17 flying swords flew towards Han Shuo and disappeared into his body. Whoosh. Wasi stood beside Han Shuo and looked at the area where the strange light had just erupted. He asked puzzledly, where are Dennis and the others? What happened just now? He could tell that Han Shuo must have used the flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon to tamper with the space-time tunnel that Dennis had created. Otherwise, Dennis wouldn't have been in such a hurry to crawl out of the tunnel and let out such a blood-curdling scream. Han Shuo put on a bright smile and said, Dennis wanted to leave this place with his followers through the space-time tunnel. Little did he know that I had secretly tampered with those few space-time nodes when he created the space-time tunnel, altering the shape of the space-time tunnel. After Dennis and the others entered the space-time tunnel, they realized that something was amiss. Naturally, they would be afraid. Han Shuo had already thought of a way to deal with Dennis and the others before the 17 flying swords slowed down for a second or two. The delay of the flying swords was just one of his strategies. His goal was to mislead Dennis into thinking that he had slacked off and allow him to construct the space-time tunnel. Han Shua had been racking his brains for a long time on how to prevent Dennis from constructing the space-time tunnel. Therefore, his train of thought had reached a dead end and he couldn't come up with a solution for a long time. But at the most crucial moment, Han Shua finally figured it out. He understood that rather than obstructing Dennis from constructing the space-time tunnel, he might as well let Dennis do as he pleased and tamper with the space-time tunnel. The moment Dennis opened the portal, a few demon generals refined from high god divine souls quietly gathered there and changed the positions of several points in the portal. Under normal circumstances, Dennis might have been able to sense the subtle changes in the dimensional passageway, but the threat of Han Shua and Wuxi's followed him like a shadow, causing Dennis to overlook it in his panic. When the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon came whistling towards them, Dennis didn't hesitate to grab Maski and dive inside. As soon as he entered the space channel, Dennis suddenly discovered that it was a space crack of unknown distance. It was not the teleportation point he had set up at all. There was no elemental energy inside the spatial rift, only eternal silence and desolation. Strange substances kept bursting with light, devouring everything like black holes. As an overgod who cultivated in the Edict of Space, Dennis immediately realized that he had fallen into Han Shua's trap. Unfortunately, before he could escape, the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon crashed into the spatial rift, shattering it and cutting off all hope of escape. Han Shua smilingly explained the situation. After listening, Wuxia looked at Han Shua in shock. "So, you've been scheming against him from the beginning?" Han Shua nodded and said, "Since he wanted to use the space-time tunnel to leave, I'll fulfill his wish. Look, he's obediently digging his own grave according to my arrangements. Isn't that great?" Wuxia was stunned. After a while he took a deep breath and said, "You're really treacherous." After a short pause, Wuxia asked doubtfully, "What will happen to Dennis and the others if you do that to them?" "The powerful force of the space-time collapse will turn them into ashes in an instant. Of those people, apart from Dennis who cultivated in the Edict of Space, I don't think anyone else will survive." Han Shua put on a smile and continued, "Even Dennis will be gravely injured by the power of the space-time collapse. Who knows how remote the space-time rift he will be dragged into. As long as he doesn't recover his strength, he will never be able to return to Elysium. My guess is that we won't be able to see him for at least 1,000 years." Wuxia felt a chill in his heart. After a long while he finally said, "How ruthless." Han Shua calmly accepted Wuxia's evaluation of him. He turned to look at Wuxia's subordinates who were approaching him with admiration. He noticed that Wuxia's subordinates had suffered quite a number of casualties. About 100 of them had died. Before Han Shua arrived, those high gods who were loyal to Wuxia had died horribly. Not even their bones were left behind. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to come so soon." Han Shua softly apologized to Wuxia. The corners of Wuxia's mouth curled into a faint bitter smile. He shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. I didn't expect that woman who cultivated in the Edict of Destiny to be so miraculous. She could even predict my movements. Fortunately, he didn't predict that you would be an accident. Otherwise, no one on the ice peak would be able to escape today. I really didn't expect the Edict of Destiny to be so miraculous. Maski isn't even an overgod yet. If she were an overgod, I'm afraid she would be much more terrifying than she is now. It seems that the most mysterious edict of the 12 fundamental energies, the Edict of Destiny, has its own unique and terrifying aspects." Han Shua agreed. On his way to Glacial Peak, he felt as though his soul was being peeped at. At that time, Han Shua was very shocked. He immediately divided his consciousness into thousands of strands and changed the state of his soul. That was why Maski couldn't guess his movements and origins. Otherwise, if Maski had known the direction and time of his arrival, she could have killed Wuxia at all costs and waited for him to come. By then, she and Dennis would have joined forces and perhaps even Han Shua wouldn't have been able to do anything. "Greetings, Lord Brian." Ansett, who was lucky enough to survive, looked at Han Shua with reverence and saluted respectfully. Beside him, many of Wuxia's subordinates also bowed and saluted Han Shua. thanking Han Shuo for saving their lives. Han Shuo took a deep look at them and nodded inwardly. He turned to Wuxia and said, "These people of yours are not bad. They are loyal. What happened today is not to be spread." Wuxia's expression softened. He glanced at Ansit's subordinates and instructed, especially the news of Brian's arrival, "Do not mention it to anyone. The battle has just begun." "All of you be on your guard." "Yes, my lord," shouted Ansit and the others. They were secretly pleasantly surprised. They did not expect that their lord had unknowingly formed an alliance with Han Shuo. After witnessing Han Shuo's strength with their own eyes, they were very excited. They felt that with such a powerful ally, they would have a much better chance of survival in the fringe. "Wuxia, come with me to the Pandemonium. Daka and the others should be attacking the Pandemonium soon. I'm afraid that the people below won't be able to hold on. However, as long as the two of us can get there in time, not only will Daka and the others' efforts be in vain, but they will also be wiped out just like Dennis and the others," Han Shuo said after seeing that Weiser had made all the necessary arrangements. "All right," Wuxia agreed. He paused for a moment and said, "I'll give the others another order to head to the Pandemonium as well. Daka and the others have too many subordinates. I'm afraid that you won't have enough manpower." Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and said, "There's no need for that. Just the two of us will be enough. Haha, before Daka and the others entered the Pandemonium, I already killed half of their subordinates. Now they don't even have as many subordinates as the Han family guards in the Pandemonium. Hehe, my Han family guards are much stronger than them. If it wasn't for Daka, Dagmar, and Acer, I wouldn't even need to return to the Pandemonium. My Han family guards alone would be enough to wipe them out." When he said that, Wuxia was shocked. He shouted, "What? Half of their men died before they even entered the Pandemonium?" Han Shuo had sealed the news in Daka, and the others naturally wouldn't spread the news of their defeat. So no one knew about it yet. "That's unbelievable." Wuxia was extremely shocked. He then asked, "How much did you pay?" "Just 3 mountains. Haha, not a single one of my men died." It's a long story. Come, let's talk about it on the way." Han Shuo smiled and threw an even bigger surprise at Wuxia. While Wuxia was still in a daze, Han Shuo left first. "My lord, he left first." Ansit hurriedly reminded when she saw her lord standing there in a daze while Han Shuo left first. It was only then that Weiser recovered from his shock. When he saw that Han Shuo had disappeared into the distance, he hastily instructed Ansit and the others to follow Han Shuo. He was eager to find out the truth behind Han Shuo's disappearance. He didn't lose a single man, yet he killed all of Daka's men. Such a result of the battle was too shocking. Even someone as powerful as Weiser was intimidated by the power of the attack. While Han Shuo was slaughtering his way through Glacial Peak, Daka, Dagmar, and Acer finally arrived at the Pandemonium. Through the gigantic spatial mirror, Little Skull, Han Hao, Statholm, and Andrina could clearly see the god hunters outside the Pandemonium. After the tragic incident, Daka and the others were much more cautious. When they arrived outside the Pandemonium, none of them dared to act rashly. Instead, they silently observed the situation outside the Pandemonium, not sparing a single blade of grass, tree, or rock. The lesson they learned last time was too profound. Half of their men were killed in an ambush. Daka and the others no longer dared to look down on the Han family. In their hearts, the Pandemonium was the most dangerous place they had ever encountered. Every step they took them an hour to complete a journey that should have taken them a few minutes. Daka and the others were truly terrified. Chapter 956. Statholm, Gilbert and Statholm were smirking mischievously as they watched the god hunters stop every step they took. The heavy atmosphere before the battle suddenly lightened up. At this speed, I think it will take them half a day to enter Pandemonium. Haha, there aren't any terrifying defenses set up around the perimeter. These god hunters are really interesting to be this afraid. Statholm couldn't help but chuckle. They're afraid of death. Air Mike pointed at the god hunters in the spatial mirror and said, "Look, the injuries on their bodies haven't healed yet. Their footsteps are a little messy and their limbs aren't moving at a natural frequency. This proves that their injuries were very serious. They had more or less learned from Han Shuo what happened to Daka and the others at Little Skull's 3 mountains. They couldn't help but turn their gazes to Han Hao of Little Skull. They felt a little sad at the thought of half of their people dying on his side. This body was Han Hao's main body. The strand of soul that resided in his avatar had returned to Han Hao's main body. Han Hao was currently at his peak state. While he might not be a match for Daka and Acer after fusing with the quintessence shard, Han Hao was confident that he could defeat Dagmar, who also cultivated in the energy of death. They won't dare to make a move until a day later. We don't have to worry too much. Balins calmly calculated the distance the God Hunter Alliance could travel. His eyes scanned the God Hunters as if he was looking for a target to attack. I hope they all die. These scum shouldn't even exist in this world. Andrina's face was cold as she roared hatefully. For some unknown reason, Andrina displayed an intense hatred towards God Hunters. It was as though she wanted nothing more than to slaughter every God Hunter in existence. In Pandemonium Tanai, whenever someone mentioned God Hunters, Andrina would immediately take notice and clamor about killing every last one of them. Han Hao of Little Skull shot a glance at Andrina and made a mental note to keep his subordinates away from that strange little girl. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Andrina was. There was no way his God Hunter subordinates would be a match for Andrina. In addition, Angelina had a close relationship with the House of Han. In addition, she was clearly in cahoots with Metal Elite Zombie. Even if Andrina were to kill 1 or 2 of his subordinates in a fit of rage, Han Hao wouldn't be able to do anything to Andrina. Therefore, he had to be on guard. He planned to talk to Han Jin and have Han Jin restrain Andrina in that aspect. Let's get ready. It's time to activate all the formations in Pandemonium, Balin suddenly said after a moment of silent calculation. All right, the 5 elite zombies agreed. Soon after, they glanced at Han Hao and left the place. There were dozens of formations in Pandemonium, big and small. Some of them, once activated, would constantly consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the Pandemonium had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy over the years, it wouldn't last long. The demonic formations that were terrifyingly powerful were especially taxing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Usually, those demonic formations would be turned off at a critical moment to avoid wasting the energy. Now that the God Hunter Alliance was outside the Pandemonium, they would surely launch an attack in no time. Since Han Shuo wasn't around, it was time to activate all the demonic formations just in case. After the 5 elite zombies left, Little Skull and Han Hao left as well. When Andrina saw Han Jin leaving, she thought for a moment before silently following him. During this period of time, Andrina and Han Jin had been inseparable. Not only were they attracted to each other when they were together, but they also seemed to be able to help each other improve faster. It was such a wonderful state that the 2 of them were always together and didn't want to be apart. Everyone get ready. Have the Han clan's guards spread out in all directions. Apart from using the demonic formations, we also have to use our group attacks. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are all over God experts. They are many times more terrifying than Shatio and Hill from Witherbone City. We must not let our guard down. After the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull, Han Hao, and the others left, Balin solemnly instructed the Han family members. Only after hearing Balin's words did Phoebe, Fanny, and the other women realize the gravity of the situation. Their faces turned grave and they stopped laughing and went back to work. Outside the Pandemonium, Daka, Dagmar, and Acer were discussing how to attack the Pandemonium. The 3 of them had a huge disagreement on how to attack the Pandemonium. Dagmar was in favor of attacking the Pandemonium as fast as possible and destroying all the barriers and defenses within. Daka, on the other hand, wanted to take things one step at a time. He would first get a clear picture of the situation before launching a probing attack. If it didn't work out, he would immediately send a message to the other God Hunters to gather more forces to deal with the Pandemonium. Acer had another opinion. He wanted to leave his subordinates outside the Pandemonium and let the 3 of them explore it first. In Acer's opinion, given their overgod strength, even if they couldn't figure out what was going on, they could at least leave with ease. Just Han Shuo and Han Hao alone wouldn't be a threat to the 3 of them. The three of them had their own opinions and couldn't come to a consensus in a short period of time. A day later, they finally stood in front of the pandemonium. Looking at the valley that was shrouded in thick smoke, they finally decided on a plan of action. They would gather all the forces in the outer perimeter and storm the pandemonium to test its defenses. After coming to a decision, Daka, Han Shuo, and Acer immediately issued orders to their subordinates. The three of them split into 3 directions and gathered all their forces to attack the pandemonium. Earth-shattering explosions rang out amidst the colorful lights. Rays of strange energy converged together and shot towards the pandemonium that was shrouded in fog. There were no screams like the three of them had expected, nor were there any members of the Han family fleeing from the depths of the fog. Instead, a series of violent explosions could be heard from the depths of the fog. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing what had happened inside. Nor could they know if anyone had died. Dagmar, even you can't sense the soul ripples in there? Daka felt that something was amiss and looked at Dagmar with a strange expression. The intense hatred in Dagmar's eyes was fleeting. He temporarily suppressed his desire for revenge against the House of Han. Then he said in a low voice, "In the depths of that thick fog, there is a power that can resist my spiritual power. It's as if there's a black canvas covering the area. My soul can't sense if anyone has died or not. I can't even sense if Tanai Mountain is inhabited." Acer's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately recalled the encounter at the 3 peaks of the Little Skull Mountain and said, "The situation is strange. I'm afraid that we've fallen into another trap. We have to be extremely vigilant against unknown situations. Let's go in and take a look." Daka hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Acer's suggestion. As Daka had communicated with Tyre beforehand, he planned to make use of the war in the Fringe to gain full control of the God Hunter Alliance. He thought that the 3 of them would be able to easily destroy the pandemonium with their combined strength. Little did he know that they would lose half of their men before even entering the pandemonium. That was why Daka didn't dare to risk his men's lives. After all, they would be his trump card in the God Hunter Alliance in the future. Daka originally didn't want to take the risk himself, but seeing that it would be a waste of energy if he didn't go in himself, he had no choice but to go in. Acer immediately agreed to Daka's decision. He looked at Dagmar and said, "The 3 of us will definitely be fine." At that moment, Daka suddenly felt a faint undulation from the space ring on his arm. Daka didn't say anything but secretly used his divine soul to sense the message from the magical mirror. After a while, Daka's face lit up and he shouted, "Let's go. The 3 of us will check it out today. It would be best if we destroy all the forbidden barriers. I think that pandemonium only has one powerful external aspect. It shouldn't be hard to deal with." "Daka, why do you say that all of a sudden?" Dagmar was obviously surprised by Daka's sudden change. "I've received reliable information that Brian isn't in the pandemonium for the time being. He went to Glacial Peak and there's no way he'll be back in pandemonium in such a short time. We can use this opportunity to destroy all of pandemonium's foundations and wait for him to return. Then we'll get rid of him as well." Daka sneered. Dagmar and Acer looked at each other in disbelief and asked in unison, "Are you sure?" "There's no doubt about it," Daka said confidently, but he didn't explain where he got the information from. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Let's go in." With that, Daka took the lead and charged towards the mist-shrouded pandemonium without hesitation. He looked extremely confident. Dagmar and Acer hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they decided to trust Daka and followed him. The moment they entered the mist-shrouded pandemonium, the 3 immediately felt their senses being greatly affected. Not only was their vision obstructed, even their divine souls couldn't sense what was going on too far away. "Everyone be careful. This place is creepy," Daka shouted. After the 2 entered, he immediately said, "Let's stick together. As long as the 3 of us are together, there won't be any problems." There was no response for a long while. "Daka, Acer, where are you? Why aren't you saying anything?" Daka was shocked and immediately shouted. Then he realized that all he could hear was his own voice. His voice was getting louder and louder, as though it was carrying some sort of power towards him. Chapter 957. Daka didn't expect something like this to happen even before they entered the pandemonium. He called out to Acer a few times, but there was no response. Daka guessed that Dagmar and Acer must have run into something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Thinking about it, the three of them weren't too far apart. Their sudden disappearance made Daka immediately raise his guard. Daka, who had planned to find Dagmar and Acer before proceeding further, didn't have the time to use his divine soul to search for them. He suddenly found himself enveloped in thick smoke. The seemingly ordinary smoke seemed to turn into a swamp and engulf him. Daka's arms and legs became as heavy as 5,000 kilograms. Just raising his arm took 10 times more effort than before. The smoke wrapped around him and entered his body through his pores. Not only did his body become incredibly heavy, he also felt his skin go numb. It was obvious that the smoke contained toxins. Of course, an attack of this level wasn't enough to truly harm him. Daka smirked. Divine energy of destruction erupted from his body like a volcano. The terrifying energy instantly cleansed the toxins that had entered his body and formed an intricate barrier around his skin. In an instant, the toxins and binding power from the smoke were all purged. Daka regained control of his body. As an overgod, Daka was famous among the 12 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance for his combat prowess. The energy of destruction was known for its offensive power, and Daka was someone who cultivated the energy of destruction at all costs to improve his combat prowess. This level of pressure wasn't a problem for him at all. After breaking free from the toxic smoke, Daka immediately spread his divine soul in an attempt to locate Dagmar and Acer. However, Daka wasn't as proficient as Dagmar in that aspect. When he spread his divine soul, he found that his consciousness was obstructed by layers of blurry air. He couldn't even cover 100 meters around him, let alone search for Dagmar and Acer's auras in the entire pandemonium. It's fortunate that Brian isn't in the pandemonium. Otherwise, he would have ambushed one of us by now, thought Daka as he slowly made his way into the depths of the pandemonium. The central hub of the pandemonium. Daka is indeed powerful. He's not affected by the fog at all. Looks like Master was right. Although the outer layers of defense are effective against ordinary gods, they are ineffective against over-god-level experts. Gilbert stood in front of the magical mirror and watched as Daka easily broke free from the fog's influence and passed through several barriers to reach the pandemonium. Every expert who can reach the realm of over-god is an extremely terrifying existence. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are all hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance who have crawled their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We cannot afford to underestimate them. Ballins looked solemn. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Little Skull Han Hao. He said, "I'm afraid that many demonic formations won't be able to stop him if he barges his way in. Do you think we should lure him to this place?" As he spoke, Ballins pointed at an area that looked like a mound. The 5 elite zombies' expressions changed slightly when they saw Ballins pointing at that area. However, they didn't say anything and turned to look at Little Skull Han Hao. As the leader of the God Hunters in the Fringe, although Little Skull Han Hao didn't visit the Han family often, everyone in the Han family, including Statholm and Phoebe, trusted his judgment. Han Hao stared blankly at the direction Ballins pointed at. His purple demon eye glowed brightly. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, "All right, I'll go there myself and bring him there." Han Jin's expression changed and he cried out, "Big brother, I think it's better to let someone else go." That place is one of the most terrifying formations in the pandemonium. Father had warned us before that the formation doesn't discriminate who you are, and that once you enter it, the attack will start immediately. As long as there are any signs of life in there, the attack will never stop until the pandemonium is completely depleted. Don't worry about it. Han Hao shot a glance at Metal Elite Zombie and said nothing more. He turned around and walked away. Wait. Scarlet didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after seeing Ballins and Han Jin's tone, she felt that something was off. She couldn't help but shout when she saw that Han Hao was about to leave. Han Hao paused and turned to look at Scarlet. He repeated, "It's fine." As soon as he said that, Han Hao's body blurred and he left. As soon as he left, Everyone could see through the magical mirror that Daka had unleashed all of his divine energy, condensing them into orbs of destruction that shot out in all directions. Some of the formations were more or less destroyed by Daka's energy, and might not be able to unleash their full power. Unlike Daka, Dagmar and Acer, who had been separated by the strange energy of the mist, were extremely cautious after entering the pandemonium. They took one step at a time, unlike Daka, who destroyed everything around him. The two of them are also very dangerous. The only reason they haven't gone crazy yet is because they haven't figured out the situation yet. Once they leave the mist and are no longer affected by it, they will definitely destroy everything in the pandemonium just like Daka did, said Balance calmly. Don't worry, they will soon run into the inner demon purgatory formation. The two of them will be delayed there for quite some time. Once they leave the inner demon purgatory formation, there's still the absolute lightning shattering formation waiting for them. There's no need to worry too much about that direction, whispered Hanjin to Balance after glancing at Dagmar and Acer in the magical mirror. All right. Balance raised his voice slightly to attract everyone's attention. He then said, everyone get ready. Once Hanhao brings Daka to that place, we will immediately leave the pandemonium through the underground tunnel. Daka and the other two subordinates are waiting outside. I believe that with the strength of our Han family guards, we will definitely be able to deal them a heavy blow if they don't come out. That's for sure. Sanguiner roared. I'm going to get ready. Since these god hunters dared to come to our Han family to die, we have to fulfill their wish. Sanguiner, go and tell the guards to get ready, but you have to wait for my signal. Only when I give you the signal that it's safe will you be allowed to bring them out of the underground tunnel to engage in battle. Balance knew that Sanguis could be a little reckless at times. Don't worry, I know what to do. Replied Sanguiner casually before leaving with the equally impatient Gilbert. Inside the valley, at the center of all kinds of formations that were enshrouded in mist, Little Skeleton carried the bone spear and flew like a phantom. A few demon generals flew out from the bone spear in Hanhao's hand and silently arrived near Daka, who was destroying everything in his surroundings, secretly observing his every move. Following his extraordinary memory, Hanhao avoided all sorts of formations and energy barriers set up by Andrina as he rapidly moved towards Daka's location. Pandemonium was filled with a dense, sinister aura. When all the demonic formations were activated, a sinister wind would blow and any ordinary person would feel cold and their energy would be affected. However, not only did Hanhao not hate this place, he even found it very familiar and comfortable. As a demonic cultivator, not only was he able to adapt to the unique environment of Pandemonium, his power was also amplified here. The bone spear in his hand swayed back and forth. From time to time, it would emit a black light and a strange sobbing sound could be heard from it. Gradually, Hanhao arrived in the direction Balance pointed at. Before he even got close, Hanhao instinctively sensed danger. A few demon generals scattered around the area even avoided the area. Even the evil spirits in the bone spear in his hand instinctively wanted to stay away. In the Pandemonium Tunnel, you can go anywhere you want. There's only one place that you must be careful of. Even you can't go there. That place doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Any living thing that enters will be completely destroyed. When Little Skeleton sensed the fear in the bone spear in his hand, he suddenly recalled Han Shua's warning before he left. He stood still far away from the area and didn't go any deeper. After thinking for a moment, he inserted the bone spear into the ground beneath his feet. Strands of energy mixed with bizarre runes entered the bone spear from his palm. Hanhao let go and the bone spear sank into the ground bit by bit. Only the tip of the spear could be seen and wisps of gray smoke could be seen coming out. After some hesitation, Hanhao left empty-handed and rushed towards Daka's location. Very soon Hanhao arrived at Daka's location. Without saying a word, he stared at Daka and blasted his soul energy at him. Daka, who was in the midst of destroying everything around him, suddenly felt a pain in his head. He immediately sensed Little Skull's arrival. Daka, who was strong in physical attacks, was rather weak in terms of soul energy. After being blasted by Little Skull, he felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning and his vision blurred. Daka hurriedly stopped the destruction around him, and focused all his attention on defending against the soul attack. When he did so, he suddenly realized that the energy that had just surged into his soul had disappeared. Han Hao, on the other hand, who was not far away, immediately fled into the distance in fright. You're courting death." Daka sneered and chased after him without hesitation. He didn't cultivate in the energy of death. From his point of view, even if Little Skull had fused with the quintessence shard, the shard of death wouldn't be able to keep him in check. That was why Dagmar was afraid of Little Skull, but he wasn't. Chapter 958. Every overgod was a powerful individual, and Daka was no exception. Han Hao's soul attack couldn't really deal any damage to him. As soon as he focused, the tremors in his soul disappeared. Daka, who had been unable to destroy the Pandemonium's formation for so long, decided to use Han Hao as a breakthrough point. Daka's heart turned cold. He was still worried about finding a guide. "But since you came knocking on my door, there was no way I was going to let you leave my sight so easily." Having made up his mind, Daka leisurely followed behind Han Hao. Along the way, he stopped attacking the stone pillars and focused on Han Hao. "He'll be fine, right?" Statholm, the old monster, furrowed his brow and felt a little uneasy. Ballins was still as calm as ever, as though he wouldn't panic even if the sky were to collapse. His eyes were fixed on the Little Skull, Han Hao, and Daka. Ballins said with uncertainty, "I don't know either. But I think Senior Brother must have explained the dangers of that place to him. Since he's confident that he can bring Daka in, he must have a way to get out. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Statholm smiled bitterly. He knew how deep the bond between Han Shua and Little Skeleton was. If anything were to happen to Little Skeleton in Pandemonium, Han Shua would definitely be enraged. Who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? "He'll be fine." Ballins was certain, but he was also a little worried. "Look!" Phoebe cried out in surprise. Her white jade-like index finger lightly tapped on the surface of the magic mirror and shouted. He went in. Ballins, Statholm, and the others immediately stopped talking and focused on the spot Phoebe was pointing at. Their gazes were as sharp as knives and their expressions were extremely solemn. After setting up the various formations in the Pandemonium, Han Shua informed Phoebe and Statholm of the various areas that they had to pay attention to. He told them to be careful and not to accidentally enter any powerful demonic formations. Among the many things to take note of, Han Shua repeatedly emphasized the Sky Annihilation formation that Little Skull had just entered. He once said that once the formation was activated, no one from the Han family would be allowed to approach it, lest they die. Han Shua emphasized this more than once. Every time he mentioned something to take note of in Pandemonium, the Sky Annihilation formation would be the first thing he mentioned. Suddenly, Han Hao, the Little Skull, stood still at the outermost area of the Sky Annihilation formation. All of a sudden, bolts of lightning poured down from the ninth heaven. The blazing light filled the entire space, as though it was trying to grind Little Skull's soul into pieces. The boundless hatred condensed into an enormous mountain that pressed down on him. The power contained in the mountain was even more terrifying than a full-powered attack from an overgod. The ground beneath Han Hao's feet could not be seen, only bottomless darkness. A powerful suction force erupted from the Earth's core. Even with Han Hao's strength, he seemed to be unable to withstand it. He was involuntarily pulled towards the depths of the Earth's core. Lightning, mountain pressure, and gravitational force erupted. All attacks were aimed at Han Hao. It was as though no matter how he moved, he would not be able to escape the attack. At this moment, Han Hao had only just entered the outermost area of the Sky Annihilation formation. Han Hao, who was involuntarily pulled into the boundless darkness, saw the lightning and mountain coming at him. Just as he was about to defend himself with all his might, he suddenly saw a figure darting in from the outside. Delighted, Han Hao gave up on defending himself against the three attacks. His soul immediately communicated with the bone spear that he had buried deep outside the formation. He used the energy of his soul to activate all the power of the bone spear. Outside the sky annihilation formation, the bone spear, which only had its tip exposed, glowed brightly. Many ferocious ghostly faces appeared on the bone spear. The sinister aura and killing intent that lingered in the pandemonium were suddenly affected by the bone spear and frantically converged on it. The black light that was as thick as a human body formed a hollow circular pillar and shot straight into the terminus heavens. It forcibly opened up a path from the inside and reached right in front of Han Hao, who had sunk deep into the ground. His eyes gleaming with evil light, Han Hao leaped into the circle of black light like a loach. The hollow circle leading to the sky annihilation formation immediately shrank after Han Hao entered it, retreating at an even faster speed. The moment Daka entered the sky annihilation formation, he suddenly realized that the edict of destruction that he had painstakingly cultivated was greatly affected. This area seemed to have changed the natural laws of the edict of destruction. The destruction divine energy in his body became chaotic, and the orbs of destruction that he could normally form with just a thought couldn't be formed. Not only that, but he could also feel the powerful lightning and mountain pressure, as well as the terrifying suction force from the depths of the earth. This power even made Daka's heart palpitate. The endless killing intent and mountain pressure pressed down on him, making his heart feel heavy and uneasy. Just then, Han Hao, who had charged in first, used the black light formed by the bone spear to retreat. Daka immediately realized that he had fallen for Han Hao's trap. He barely managed to stabilize the destruction divine energy in his body before retreating at full speed. Boom. The area he had easily entered earlier seemed to have been blocked by an invisible boulder. Daka's head was spinning from the impact, but he wasn't able to break through the barrier. Instead, he lost his balance and fell into the endless darkness of the underground abyss. Whoosh! Han Hao came to the outside of the heavenly annihilation formation and pulled out the bone spear. As soon as the bone spear was in his hand, all its brilliance faded away, and nothing special could be seen. "He's out," Ballins exclaimed in joy, clearly relieved. While he was trying to comfort Statholm, he himself was just as worried. It was only when Han Hao walked out that he could finally relax. "Great!" Statholm smiled and took a sip of wine. "Things will be much easier now that Daka is trapped. There are many formations ahead of Dagmar and Acer. The more careful they are, the harder it will be for them to escape. I think it will take them at least 10 days to break free." Ballins's eyes turned cold. "It's time for us to retaliate. I will inform Sanguiner, Gilbert, and the others." Without Daka, Acer the God Hunters outside won't be our match." Everyone was overjoyed and started preparing to deal with the God Hunters outside. They all felt a little more relaxed. Han Shuo and Wazer flew all the way from Glacial Peak to Pandemonium. The two of them were as powerful as they could fly at lightning speed. Wasis learned from Han Shuo that Daka and the others had suffered great losses. Although he didn't say much, he was even more impressed by Han Shuo. The way Wasis saw it, the current Han Shuo was far stronger than Tyre, the leader of the five sovereigns, be it in terms of personal strength or the power he wielded. Along the way, Wasis couldn't help but wonder why Han Shuo seemed so calm in this battle. Where did his confidence come from? No matter how he looked at it, the five sovereigns weren't a match for the God Hunter Alliance. The five sovereigns only had 5 over-God experts, but the God Hunter Alliance had far more than that. Not only did the God Hunter Alliance have more experts than the Fringe, but they also had more subordinates than the five sovereigns. No matter how one looked at it, the Fringe didn't seem to have any chance of winning this battle. Before the battle even started, Wasis had already made preparations to evacuate the Fringe. If not for Han Shuo personally making a trip to Glacial Peak to guarantee that the battle wouldn't be a problem, he definitely wouldn't have held on. "Brian, why do you think Tyre, Logue, and Asura stayed behind to fight?" After thinking for a long while, Wasis felt that it was better to ask Han Shuo. He felt that Han Shuo already had a plan in mind. Tyre and Logue are trying to take control of the Fringe. The two of them are full of evil tricks, so they probably have some trump cards up their sleeves. As for Asura, frankly speaking, I don't really understand him. But I have a feeling that Asura has his own plans. Perhaps he will do something unexpected, said Han Shuo with his brows bunched after thinking for a moment. Asura has been courting you ever since you came to the Fringe. Why did you choose to work with me instead of Asura? asked Wazer. He was rather puzzled by that question. He had been puzzled by it for a long time and he couldn't figure it out. Asura? Han Shua put on a thoughtful smile and said, "It's true that Asura has been trying to be friendly to me. But what have I done? I fought with Salus, became enemies with Tyre and Log, and even got into a big fight with you. But what did Asura do for me? Not just a sovereign shop, but the fact that he helped me in the pandemonium and outshone Salus?" Han Hao shook his head and put on a bitter smile. "He is too scheming. I dare not get too close to him, or let him know too much about my plans. If he plays tricks at a critical moment, I fear that I won't be able to save him. That man is indeed a little hard to see through." Wasis thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Han Shu. At the same time, the person they were talking about had arrived outside the pandemonium. He was not alone, but he was accompanied by a group of wounded soldiers. At this moment, Balins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and a group of Han family gods were hunting down the invading god hunters. Under the terrifying charge of the Han family, the god hunters were utterly routed and fled in panic. Asura had obviously gone through a great battle. His subordinates were drenched in blood, and many of them had to be supported. As soon as Asura arrived, he commanded, "Help the Han family deal with the god hunters." Chapter 959. Without the support of Daka and the other two, the god hunters were no match for the House of Han's relentless bombardment. One after another, they were killed on the spot. Rose, Romont, Zovik, Sanguiner, Balins, and the rest of the Han family experts took action together. Among them were some of Han House subordinates. Be it the Han family guards or Han House subordinates, they were all well versed in the art of demonic formations. They were like fish in water in this kind of battle. The god hunters were no match for them to begin with. As soon as Asura arrived and ordered his subordinates to attack, the god hunters were routed even faster. Before Daka and the other two could come to their aid, they had no choice but to scatter and flee. They had already suffered heavy injuries at the three mountains of Little Skull and Han Hao. Many of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries, and were no match for the Han family guards. They were so terrified that they ran for their lives. They even forgot about the three hegemons who were deep in the pandemonium. The Han family guards chased after them with all their might. Thanks to their familiarity with the terrain of the pandemonium, the Han family guards were able to find shortcuts to intercept the fleeing god hunters and deal them a heavy blow. This should have been a perfect victory, if nothing unexpected had happened along the way. The House of Han guards who were frantically pursuing the god hunters thought that their side was strong enough to kill the god hunters. Therefore, they disregarded the danger of being cornered and killed their way through. However, the House of Han guards soon realized that something was amiss. For some reason, the god hunters who had fled earlier had the guts to charge back. They were all in high spirits and looked like mad dogs that had just broken free from their cages. Balins, Sanguis, and Gilbert, who were leading the charge, were stunned. They did not understand why the god hunters who had been fleeing in a sorry state just a moment ago would come charging back at them. They were clearly weaker than the House of Han guards and had lost their will to fight after being slaughtered to the point where their blood flowed like a river. Where did their confidence come from? Balins had a bad feeling about this. Before the god hunters could get close, he shouted, "Retreat! Old man, why? Since they are courting death, let's grant them their wish. These weaklings aren't even enough for us to kill." Gilbert looked at Balins with a puzzled look. Something's not right. Balins felt that something was wrong. He shouted again, "Retreat now. Gilbert, let's go." When Sanguis saw that Gilbert was about to say something, he immediately shouted, "There are more of them. I can sense a lot of blood auras rapidly approaching this place." Gilbert was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. He turned around and retreated while shouting, "Go back. Don't give chase. God damn it, it's an ambush." The Han family guards that had been following Gilbert's group of three turned around and retreated in the direction they came from when they heard Gilbert's shout. It was at this moment that many experts appeared behind the god hunters. From the color of their clothes, it was obvious that they weren't Daka, Dagmar, or Asur's subordinates. However, they all gave off the same cold-blooded aura. It was obvious that they were god hunters as well. It's Asora's pursuers. Damn it, didn't Asora just say that they had shaken them off? Shouted Sanguiner angrily after taking a glance behind him. Since the three of them had reacted in time, their subordinates might not have been killed. However, they weren't the only group of Han family guards chasing after Daka's subordinates. If those people didn't realize the danger, wouldn't they be killed by the new experts? The thought of that possibility made Sanguiner want to curse. Why didn't Asora stay in his domain? Why did he come to Pandemonium? Even if he wanted to come, he had to understand the situation first. Don't bring trouble to Pandemonium. Let's go. Ballins was startled and his voice grew even louder. He suddenly sensed an enormous aura behind him and realized that there must be a hegemon among the pursuers. Sanguiner and Gilbert only needed a glance at Ballins's shocked eyes to realize that the pursuers weren't something they could handle. They started to panic. A gust of gentle wind whistled past, and a human figure appeared in the midst of it. Millet, one of the hegemons, smiled and created a wind barrier in front of Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins. Bang! Bang! The Han family guards who were retreating in front of Sanguiner, and the others couldn't stop their momentum and crashed into the wind barrier one after another. However, they were all repelled by the wind barrier. Not a single one of them managed to break through the barrier. Suddenly, a series of violent tornadoes formed in the area they were in. The tornadoes formed by the divine energy of the wind element were like whirlpools made of pure wind blades. Several Han family guards who were caught in the tornado were shredded into pieces by the tornadoes. Sanguiner's eyes turned crimson. The bloody sword in his hand emitted a blood-red radiance that was 5 meters long. The pungent smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Streams of blood seemed to be flowing on the hilt of the sword. Sanguiner's body transformed into a bloody radiance and thrust at the wind barrier created by Millet with all his might. Rip. The sound of jade being torn apart could be heard from the wind barrier. The wind element that had gathered together rippled through the gap. A hole that could fit 3 people appeared in the wind barrier. Sanguiner, as one with his sword, was the first to pass through. Gilbert and Ballins followed closely behind. Some of the Han family guards were quick to react and passed through the hole after Ballins. They managed to escape from the wind barrier. However, a dozen or so Han family guards weren't so lucky. Before they could pass through the wind barrier, they discovered that the hole that Sanguiner had torn open had healed. Moreover, even denser wind element was gathering on the wind barrier, completely blocking their way out. Millet's expression changed. He didn't expect Sanguiner to be able to tear through the wind barrier he had created. Although the wind barrier was something he had created in a hurry, it wasn't something that could be easily pierced through. Sanguiner's ability to gather all of his power into a single point in an instant and unleash a terrifying destructive force that was far beyond his actual strength impressed Millet. Even denser wind element gathered on the wind barrier. Millet attacked calmly. One wind blade after another accurately pierced the bodies of the Han family guards that had been left behind. They were badly mutilated and died on the spot. As soon as the wind blade left his hand, Millet turned into a gust of wind and passed through the wind barrier he had created without any obstruction. He continued to chase after Sanguiner and the other 2. Where are the others? Roared Gilbert immediately after he passed through the wind barrier. He turned around and looked behind him. Ballins didn't say a word. His face was as cold as ice. He knew that the Han family guards who couldn't pass through the wind barrier wouldn't survive more than a few seconds in the hands of an expert of Millet's level. They were probably dead by the time Gilbert spoke. Seeing that Ballins didn't say a word, Gilbert immediately knew the fate of the Han family guards. Gilbert's eyes reddened. He decided to turn back and fight with his life on the line. However, his fast-moving body suddenly trembled and stopped moving. It seemed that he wasn't going to continue retreating. Capture him, roared Ballins and glanced at Sanguiner. As soon as he said that, Ballins and Sanguiner moved together. Each of them grabbed onto one of Gilbert's arms and dragged him towards the Pandemonium. They didn't care about Gilbert's shouts at all. Kid, the energy you use is very peculiar. Haha, stay here and we'll discuss it. Suddenly Millet's chuckle came from behind, and a gentle breeze quietly blew over. Another wind barrier formed in front of the three, and the elemental density of this new wind barrier was simply incomparable to the previous one. Sanguiner only took a glance at the newly formed wind barrier before he turned around and glared at Millet. He knew very well that the newly formed wind barrier wasn't something he could break. Rather than wasting his energy on it, he might as well turn back and fight Millet to the death. Even if he couldn't kill Millet, he should be able to inflict some damage on him if he went all out. Seeing that even Sanguiner had given up on trying to break out of the encirclement, Ballins and Gilbert immediately understood that the situation had reached its most critical juncture. The two suddenly put aside their panic and fixed their hateful gazes on Millet. The Han family guard stood silently behind the three of them. Not a single one of them showed any fear in their eyes. Instead, they all wore calm expressions, as if death was not something too difficult to accept. It was as if they had long since prepared themselves for this. Millet wasn't in a hurry to attack. He took in the expressions of the Han family guards and nodded in praise. What a powerful army indeed. No wonder even Daka's men fell. Hey, you only have two choices in front of you. Either you release your souls and swear your loyalty to me, or I'll kill you right now. Who do you think you can kill? A cold shout came from the depths of the earth. The earth beneath Ballin's feet suddenly split open, and Han Hao walked out with a grim expression, his bone spear in hand. Glancing at the surprised Millet, Han Hao said to Ballins and the others, "There's nothing else for you to do here. Return to Pandemonium from below." Haha, I've long heard of Han Hao's name. Now that I've seen it for myself, you really do live up to your reputation. Millet clapped his hands and laughed heartily. But do you think you can protect them? You can try. Han Hao no longer looked at Ballins and focused all his attention on Millet. He pointed his bone spear at Millet as though he was facing a formidable enemy. The other 7 bone spears on his back trembled violently. Chapter 960. There was a huge crack in the ground beneath their feet. They were sure that Han too was down there. Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert looked at each other. None of them had any intention of leaving. All of you go down. Ballins pointed at the Han family guards behind him, indicating that they should leave immediately. The guards had been trained by Ballins for the longest time, so they didn't dare to disobey him. Without any hesitation, they dove into the crack. The smile on Millet's face vanished as a warm breeze blew out from his palm. In an instant, another wind barrier formed at the crack in the ground beneath the trio's feet, and the guards who went down were fiercely bounced back. If I say you can't leave, then no one can. Miller's face was solemn as he walked toward Han Hao step by step. With every step he took, a small whirlwind formed beside him and spread out in all directions. Han Hao's pupils shrank as he looked at Miller as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The 7 bone spurs on his back flew out with a whoosh and pierced into the wind barrier that blocked the crack. Rip! The sound of cloth being torn could be heard. The wind barrier formed by Miller was instantly torn apart. Go down! Ballins shouted. The Han family guards who had been bounced back by the wind barrier felt their hearts tighten. They threw caution to the wind and dove back into the crack one after another. This time they didn't meet any obstacles. You 3 go too. Han Hao didn't turn around. Instead, the purple demon eye glowed brightly as he stared at the approaching Miller. The bone spear in his hand was covered in ghostly and frightening images. A strong killing intent gathered on the bone spear and his body. Han Hao, we're not leaving. Gilbert shouted and said stubbornly, we can't watch you throw away your life for us without doing anything. If we die together. Haha, very good, very good. We die together. Miller laughed coldly and suddenly attacked. A hurricane howled and formed in an instant. It was like a gigantic whirlpool, enveloping Ballins, Gilbert, and Sanguiner. He stretched out his hand, and the cold wind formed a huge sawtooth blade in the void. Holding the sawtooth blade in his hand, he slashed at Han Hao, and the sharp wind power rotated at high speed, covering Han Hao entirely. Miller's sudden attack instantly enveloped Ballins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and even Han Hao. Once the power of a wind over god was unleashed, Anyone who wasn't at the same level as him would be unable to resist it at all. They were immediately trapped by the power of the wind. "You small fries have the right to clamor at me?" Miller sneered. He didn't take Ballins and the others seriously at all. Even Sanguiner, who had just broken through his wind barrier, only surprised him a little. In his heart, he didn't see Sanguiner as a worthy opponent. Even as he sneered, Miller's eyes were vigilantly focused on Han Hao, who had been enveloped by the sawtooth blade formed from the wind element. In his eyes, only Han Hao was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't to the point where he had to go all out. Suddenly, the sneering Miller's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "What?" At that moment, a series of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls came from where Han Hao was surrounded by the jagged blades. One after another, gigantic demonic figures emerged from the blades and flew around with their claws and fangs bared, tearing everything in the area apart. The sawtooth blade formed by the wind element condensed from the divine power in his body was instantly bitten into hundreds of small pieces. The wind element entrenched on the blade suddenly collapsed, and it could no longer condense the blade into a solid form. At the same time, the bone spear in Han Hao's hand opened its mouth wide like a sacrificial bowl. It was as though a spirit dragon that had been imprisoned for millions of years had broken free from a bottomless abyss. Carrying boundless hatred and tyrannical killing intent, it ruthlessly bit at Han Hao. Miller's expression was solemn, and there was no longer any trace of contempt on his face. It was only at this moment that he truly saw Han Hao as an opponent on the same level as him. Suddenly, Miller's body began to spin violently in the void, and as he spun madly, an incomparably huge tornado formed with him as the center. The tornado reached the sky, covering an area of 10 kilometers, and the vegetation, boulders, and silt in the area were all sucked up into the tornado. Miller had become the center of the tornado, providing it with an endless supply of energy. The tornado, on the other hand, had turned into a monster that devoured everything in its path. Not only did it suck everything in, even Han Hao's bone spear was sucked into the tornado by the force of the tornado. Howls and cries came from within the tornado, and as soon as the bone spur entered it, the rapidly spinning tornado immediately slowed down. It was as if the bone spur was a huge boulder weighing millions of kilograms, affecting the entire speed of the tornado. "Go!" At this time, Han Hao let out a low shout, and the 7 bone spurs immediately destroyed the wind energy binding Ballins and the others. Ballins and the others were startled, and all of them were somewhat astonished. "For the time being, I'm not his match. I can only block his power, but I can't beat him," Han Hao quickly explained, and then took the lead to escape into the crack below. Ballins and the other 2 were aghast. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind Han Hao and dove into the ground. Even Han Hao admitted that he was no match for Miller, so the 3 of them together wouldn't be enough to kill him. If they didn't leave now, then when? As soon as Ballins and the others entered the ground, the hole quickly healed, leaving not a single crack behind. At the same time, Han Hao's bone spur that had flown into the tornado suddenly exploded with incomparable power, and suddenly fell to the ground below. Huge mounds emerged one after another, each of them the size of a small mountain. In an instant they filled the middle of the tornado. With so many obstacles appearing all at once, the tornado's spinning power was forcibly disrupted, and it could not continue to exert power. The bone spur fell onto one of the mounds, and like a drop of water falling into the sea, it disappeared into the mound. In an instant, the terrifying aura that filled the tornado disappeared without a trace. As soon as the bone spur disappeared, it seemed to have stirred up the power of the mounds. The mounds that had risen from the ground seemed to have lost their support, and all of them turned into loose dust and scattered to the ground. The dust had settled. Miller's figure reappeared, and he looked thoughtfully at the ground beneath his feet. He praised, "Looks like it's the doing of that guy called Han Tuesday. The Han family cultivates in some kind of unique power. It's fortunate that we had such a precise plan, or else all our efforts would have been in vain." Underground. "Han Hao, where's your weapon? Don't you want it anymore?" Gilbert immediately shouted at Han Hao the moment he entered the ground. He knew how important the bone spur was to Han Hao, and seeing that he had left the bone spur outside, Gilbert immediately became worried for him. Han Hao turned around, looked at Gilbert, and said indifferently, "You're here." Before Gilbert could react, the bone spur that was previously threatening Miller suddenly flew out of the mud wall and landed accurately in Han Hao's hand. "Han Hao, how many people have suffered?" Ballins's expression was cold. They weren't the only ones who had gone out to chase after Daka's men. They almost didn't escape Miller's hands, and the others probably suffered the same fate. More than 50 people were killed, but most of them were my men. Your people are fine, so don't worry, Han Hao said calmly after some thought. Ballins stared blankly for a moment and thought, why are most of your men killed? But on second thought, Ballins seemed to understand something. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "Thank you." Han Hao nodded and didn't say anything else. He hastened his footsteps towards the underground palace in the pandemonium. In just a short while, Han Hao, Ballins, and Han Hao appeared in a spacious stone chamber. The 5 elite zombies, Statholm, Zovik, Rose, and the others were gathered in the chamber. Their faces didn't look too good. When Han Hao arrived, he glanced at Statholm and asked, "Where are Asura and his men?" "They're in a guest room not far away," replied Statholm with a rather gloomy face. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "That Asura really is something. He didn't know what was going on and led his pursuers all the way here. We lost quite a number of men. Even Romont and Zovik almost didn't make it back alive. Fortunately, Han too kept opening the underground tunnels." "Guest room?" Han Hao's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at Statholm and asked, "Also in the underground palace?" "That's right." Statholm was rather surprised. He felt that Han Hao's reaction was rather odd. Asura had, after all, saved the pandemonium. Even if Asura had brought disaster upon the Han family, they shouldn't be shutting him out. Who brought Asura to the underground palace? Han Hao put on a stern face and said coldly, "Didn't I tell Gilbert and the others to stay up there when I went to look for them? It was Asura who said that he wanted to come down and have a look. He saved the pandemonium and has a good relationship with Brian." "What's wrong with that?" asked Han Hao. Phoebe bunched her brows. She felt that there was something wrong with Han Hao's attitude. The underground palace is the foundation of the Han family. Father has long said that outsiders are not to be allowed inside. "Does Asura count as an outsider?" asked Han Hao coldly. He looked at Phoebe and instructed Zovik, "Go and bring Asura out. Either he stays in the house above the pandemonium, or bring him to the mountain where Goran and the others were." "That's not how the Han family treats their guests," said Phoebe angrily. "There's something fishy about Asura. Given his realm, there's no way he wouldn't have sensed our pursuers. He must be up to something by not telling us about it immediately," said Han Hao coldly. He took a deep breath and shouted at Zovik, "What are you waiting for?" Zovik felt a chill in his heart. He stole a glance at Phoebe and saw that Phoebe was seriously thinking about what Han Hao meant. After a moment of hesitation, he decided that he would rather offend Phoebe than Han Hao. Chapter 961. Although there were many women in the Han family, only a few of them had real authority. Phoebe and Emily were the exceptions. In the past, when Han Shua wasn't around, Phoebe and Emily's words were the most effective. Even Statholm and Ermite Cotton had to listen to them in certain aspects. However, the situation took a turn for the worse with the arrival of Han Hao. Due to Han Hao's formidable strength and the admiration of Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert, Han Hao had become the second leader of the Han family under Han Shua. Phoebe felt somewhat uncomfortable that her position had been taken away from her. After Zovik left, Statholm, Ballins, and Gilbert did not voice their opinions. It appeared that they had tacitly accepted Han Hao's position in the Han family. Feeling a little angry, Phoebe shot a sideways glance at Little Skull Han Hao and shouted, "Asura might have been distracted by his subordinates' injuries, or he might have exhausted his energy in the battle. I don't think he's trying to bring disaster to the Han family, is he?" Emily and Fanny agreed with her words. As the few women were close to each other, It was only natural that they would stand on the same side. You have yet to reach that realm of strength. You will never understand how powerful the divine soul of an overgod is. Even if Asura is gravely injured, his divine soul should be able to detect dangers lurking in the dark. There's no way he would be ignorant, Han Hao said indifferently, as though he did not notice the anger of Phoebe and the other women. After pondering for a moment, Han Hao turned to Balance, Sanguiner, and Gilbert and said, "Gather the core members of the family. We must stay together at a time like this." "All right." Balance immediately nodded and immediately set off to work. "Han too, the 5 of you should get ready as well. If anything happens, send them to the central control center of the Pandemonium as quickly as possible. The defenses there are the strongest. You can use the Yuan Qi of the entire Pandemonium to defend against attacks from the outside. Even if an overgod attacks you, as long as the Yuan Qi of the Pandemonium isn't depleted, you'll be fine," instructed Han Hao without even looking at Phoebe. The 5 elite zombies did not waste any words and nodded to carry out his orders. At this moment, it was as if everyone had taken the initiative to filter out the anger on Phoebe's face and treated Han Hao as their leader. Everyone followed his orders and ignored the opinions of women like Phoebe. "I'm afraid Zovik can't handle it well. I'll go and have a look as well." After giving out his orders, Han Hao turned his gaze back to Phoebe and said, "The rest of you should get ready as well. It's best if you head to the central control center of the Pandemonium right away. Although the Pandemonium is vast, that place is the safest." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao turned around and left. "I don't see a single trace of my past self in this fella." Lisa was stunned. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Back when he was at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on Profound Continent, Little Skeleton was ordered by Han Shua to sneak into Lisa's room in the middle of the night and give her a good beating. Many years later, after Gilbert revealed Han Hao's identity, Lisa would often think of that scene. She would always try to find some trace of her past self in Han Hao. However, other than the 7 bone spurs on his back, she could not find any trace of his past self. "He's changed so much. I really didn't expect an undead creature to grow to such a level," exclaimed Fanny. She too had met Little Skull before, but she too did not expect him to grow to such heights. "Humph. Arrogant and egotistical. I really don't know how Brian managed to get him out," Phoebe said resentfully. Statholm, the old monster who hadn't left, was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "He saved us before. His judgment is trustworthy in certain aspects." Phoebe, Brian really treats Han Hao like his own son. I don't think he'll like you calling Han Hao an undead creature. Brian really treats him like his own son," interjected Air Mike Cotton. He paused as if he suddenly remembered something. He asked, "You've been with Brian for so long. Why aren't you pregnant?" The women's faces darkened when they heard this. They all became uneasy. Statholm glanced at Air Mike Cotton. He suddenly thought of something. Could these women be jealous of Han Hao? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. None of them showed any signs of pregnancy for so many years. None of them were able to leave a seed for the Han family. Suddenly, Brian had a strange son like Han Hao. As his women, they would naturally have some thoughts. Statholm could not help but laugh when he thought about it. No wonder these women were acting so strangely. It turned out that he had a knot in his heart. It can't be that. There's something wrong with Brian, right? Air Mike Cotton asked cautiously. Phoebe, Emily, Fanny, and so many others did not show any signs of pregnancy. It was obvious that there was no problem with them. So it must be the man's problem. Phoebe and the others blushed when they heard Air Mike Cotton's question. They stammered, not knowing what to say. "Ahem," Statholm said with a straight face. "In terms of age, Air Mike Cotton and I are old enough to be your grandfathers. You don't need to hide anything. If it really is Brian's problem, we need to discuss it and think of a way to deal with it. This matter can be big or small. However, it is of utmost importance to the future of the Han family. We need to face it seriously." "What are you thinking?" Emily softly cried out. She stole a glance at Statholm and Air Mike Cotton with a blushing face and stammered, "It's just that Brian doesn't want it." He always says. He always says that he will only let us get pregnant after all the crises have been dealt with. Stratholme and Ermike immediately understood what was going on when they heard this. Given Han Shua's strength, he could control every part of his body at will. If he didn't want the women to get pregnant, he could easily do so. So that's how it is. In that case, just wait for a while longer. When everything is settled and we are no longer in danger, there won't be any problems, Stratholme said with a smile. He felt that this matter should be easily resolved. That's right. We have been waiting for too long. It has been almost 100 years since we arrived on Elysium. How long will it take for us to wait until everything is safe and the crises have been dealt with? Phoebe grumbled softly with a blushing face. It seemed that she had a lot to complain about. When Brian comes back, the two of us will have a talk with him. But I don't know if it will work out. Ermike Cotton hesitated for a moment. When he saw the women looking at him expectantly, he braced himself and agreed. The eyes of Phoebe, Emily, and the other women lit up. They cried out simultaneously, "Really? We will try, right?" Stratholme repeatedly signaled to Ermike Cotton with his eyes and forced a smile. "Thank you so much." The women expressed their gratitude joyfully. After all, Stratholme and Ermike Cotton were his elders. They were eager to have a child. They thought that with their persuasion, Han Shua would take this issue seriously. All these years Han Shua had been fighting wars all over the world. They had been living alone and desperately wanted to have a child. However, they were too embarrassed to tell Han Shua about it. They thought that Han Shua would know what to do. Little did they know that Han Shua would keep delaying until today, and had yet to fulfill their wish. "We will do our best." Ermike Cotton suddenly felt that Phoebe and the others were rather pitiful. For the sake of Han Shua, they had abandoned their families and elders on profound continent to come to Elysium. However, they did not spend most of their time on Elysium with Han Shua. They spent most of their time on Elysium alone. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing whistle sounded from a small hole in the wall. The faces of Phoebe, Stratholme, and the others, who were discussing the issue of the House of Han's lineage, suddenly turned pale as though they were facing a formidable enemy. This roar will only be heard when the underground palace is facing the most powerful enemy. It has only been heard once since the formation of the pandemonium. "What's going on?" Phoebe cried out in alarm. "Let's go. Let's head to the secret chamber where the central hub is." Stratholme wore a grave expression. He knew that no one would be bold enough to make such a joke at such a critical moment. There could only be one explanation for the whistle. The underground palace was facing an unforeseen crisis. Could Han Hao have guessed correctly? Lisa hesitated for a moment before she asked timidly. "Don't think too much. Our top priority is to protect ourselves." Ermike Cotton shouted and pressed his hand on the area where the whistling sound came from. A stone door suddenly cracked open and a group of people hurriedly entered, quickly heading towards their destination. "Zovik, get out of here." Han Hao raised his bone spear and blocked the entrance of a narrow tunnel. He looked at Regis, the God Hunter Alliance's lightning overlord, and yelled, "Asura brought you in, didn't he? Where is he?" Regis chuckled and didn't answer Han Hao's question. Instead, he shot out a thick bolt of lightning that filled the entire hole, leaving no room for Han Hao to dodge. "Han-Tu, take everyone away." Little Skeleton yelled at a hole in the wall. He stabbed the bone spear in his hand into the wall, and the wall immediately collapsed, blocking off the passage between him and Regis. At the same time, Han Hao extended his arm and his bone spear transformed into an enormous bone shield in front of him. "Let's go." Han Hao grabbed Zovik and immediately retreated. If Regis was here, then Isaiah, who cultivated in the energy of Earth, might also be in the underground palace. Han Hao knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Now wasn't the time to waste with Regis. Chapter 962. Regis wasn't surprised by Han Hao's actions. Given the current situation, it wasn't shameful to retreat despite knowing that he couldn't win. He just didn't expect Han Hao to be so decisive. He didn't waste any words and left with Zovik. The lightning rushed out, and the tightly blocked passage was forcibly penetrated by the lightning, directly bombarding the white bone shield. Dazzling white light blossomed on the bone shield. In an instant, the bone shield shattered into pieces and turned into dust. Regis's eyes glowed with electricity as he locked onto Han Hao's figure. He chuckled. Good reflexes. Extraordinary aptitude. Let's see where you can run to. Regis shot towards Han Hao like a bolt of lightning in the dark passageway, so fast that it was dazzling to behold. Han Hao, who was dragging Zovik away, immediately sensed Regis chasing after him. The uncomfortable aura on his body made him realize that Regis' divine soul had locked onto him. Zovik, you go first. Han Hao let go of Zovik and turned around, stabbing the bone spear in his hand into the ground. Strands of light visible to the naked eye shot into the passage. Suddenly, the hard earth in the passage was lifted up like a carpet and rolled back from Han Hao to Regis. The elemental energy of death surged out, forming a dense horde of bone spears that filled the narrow passageway. They shot towards the direction Regis had come from. Careful. Zovik looked back and said softly before leaving without looking back. Not bad, Han Hao. Regis praised. He suddenly spread out his domain of divinity in the narrow passage. The power of lightning crackled and spread out with Regis as the center. The bone spears shot toward Regis exploded one by one. His eyes narrowed, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his pupils. Like an electric dragon, they smashed the soil carpet that was rolling toward him, turning it into dust and falling to the ground. After the dust settled, Regis suddenly realized that he had lost track of Han Hao in his soul, and he was no longer in front of him. That's fast. Regis was stunned for a moment. His lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he muttered, "That's good too. It's easier to catch them all in one go." As long as Earth Elite Zombie Han 2 was present in the underground palace, he could open up a new tunnel from anywhere. As the favored child of the Earth, Earth Elite Zombie was using the energy of the Earth to his heart's content for the benefit of the Han family. As soon as Zovik entered a room, the flat wall suddenly split open, revealing a deep and dark hole. Zovik was a little puzzled at first, but he soon realized something and jumped into the hole without any hesitation. As soon as Zovik entered, the new hole miraculously closed up again. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no sign that it had cracked open at all. At this moment, in every area of the underground palace where members of the Han family were, new holes would open up. Once they entered the new hole, the hole would close up again. Not only that, but many of the tunnels that were originally there would suddenly collapse, blocking the path of the god hunters who were pursuing the House of Han. In the underground palace, Han too unleashed his energy to his heart's content. Based on his familiarity with the underground palace, he guided the members of the Han family that were scattered in different areas to the central hub where all the demonic formations were set up. With Han Tu's help, the core members of the House of Han were not in any life-threatening danger. They were brought away by Han Tu's energy and escaped from the God Hunter's pursuit. However, Han Tu did not immediately enter the central area that was heavily guarded. He was hiding in a secluded corner of the underground palace, using the images on the mirrors to release his power. Beside him were Han Jin, Han Hua, Han Mu and Han Shui, as well as Andrina, who was wearing an astonished look on her face. Angelina, who was holding hands with Han Jin, stared blankly at Han Tu with her crystal-like eyes. She seemed extremely astonished. She could not understand how Han Tu, an early-stage high god, could manipulate the energy of the earth so skillfully and effortlessly. She could not understand how Han Tu was able to open up tunnels from such a great distance. As the daughter of the goddess of destiny, Andrina had a deep understanding of the 12 fundamental energies on Elysium. The goddess of destiny had explained to her in great detail the characteristics of the different energies and how far one could go in each realm. Even overgod earth cultivators like Asura and Isaiah wouldn't be able to do what Han Tu was doing, much less high gods. It was simply unimaginable. Andrina tightened her grip on Han Jin's hand and asked, "Where does his energy come from? Why is it so strange? It's as though the entire earth is a part of him. This is too amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that an earth cultivator could manipulate the energy of the earth to such an extent. Han Jin smiled. He hesitated for a moment before pointing at Han Mu, Han Shui and Han Hua, who were paying close attention to their surroundings. He whispered, "It's not just Han Tuesday. The three of them, including me, are all blessed with the ability to manipulate the energy of the earth. Haha, all of this was bestowed upon us by Father." "Brian, he's really—" Angelina was stunned, and then she shook her head with a bitter smile. "Someone's coming." Right at this moment, Han Mu let out a low growl and pointed at one of the earthen walls as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With a solemn expression, he said, "He also cultivates the power of earth." He must have sensed that the change in the power of earth in the entire underground palace is coming from here. If it's not Asura, then it's Isaiah. Han Tu, who had been focused on leading the Han family to safety, suddenly opened his eyes. "How's it going?" Han Jin asked. "It's almost done. I've sent away those who needed to be sent away. There are also some Han family guards. But there are too many of them, so I could only lead them to Big Brother's palace." Han Tu naturally knew what Han Jin was asking. "All right then. Let's leave as well," Han Jin said hastily after thinking for a moment. It was at this moment that not only did Han Tu and Han Mu, who cultivated the power of earth, sense that someone was approaching, even Han Jin sensed a powerful aura approaching them. That's right. That's right. Needless to say, it was either Isaiah or Asura who was approaching at full speed. As earth cultivators, even if they couldn't manipulate the energy of the earth as miraculously as Han Tu's earth restraints weren't a problem for them. And because Han Tu was constantly using the energy of the earth, they could accurately pinpoint Han Tu's location. They're fast. "Let's go," Han Mu exclaimed and took a step back. Han Tu stood up and took the lead. The flat wall in front of him suddenly split open to reveal a tunnel. He quickly dove into it. Without hesitation, Han Jin and Han Hua rushed into the tunnel. As soon as they entered the tunnel, the independent secret chamber suddenly collapsed and the tunnel that had been split open immediately closed up. Boom! Boom! The earth shook violently, and a deafening rumble sounded from the area. A figure smashed through all the dirt in its way and appeared in the collapsed secret chamber. Isaiah carefully sensed for a moment and snorted. He opened his hand and sent another wave of divine energy at the area that Han Tu and the others had entered. The blast tore open a giant hole and Han Mu, Han Jin, and the others disappeared in a flash. "So it's here." Isaiah sneered and shot in. To be able to cultivate the energy of the earth to the overgod realm, Isaiah was no ordinary person. In terms of using the energy of the earth, he might not be as good as Han Mu, but due to his high level of cultivation and immense divine energy, his offensive power far surpassed Han Tu's. Just the divine energy in his body allowed him to influence the structure of the earth, turning it into any shape he could imagine. As a cultivator of the earth, he couldn't communicate with the earth like Han Tu could, but he could still use his divine energy to influence the earth. Isaiah's control of his energy wasn't that great, but his offensive power far surpassed Han Tu's. Not only did he forcefully open up a tunnel with his divine energy, but he also gathered earth elemental essence around him, making his aura stronger and stronger. With each step he took, the entire underground palace seemed to tremble. "Not good." Han Tu cried out in alarm. The chaotic earth elemental essence had overbearingly changed the structure of matter, and the surrounding area was filled with Isaiah's divine power. Han Tu had already lost control of the earth, and the constantly healing passageway began to shrink uncontrollably. "I'll do it." At this moment, Angelina, who had seen the crisis, suddenly shouted out. Han Jin, who was holding hands with her, suddenly sensed a terrifying wave of energy from her palm. It was something that could only be created by hundreds of energy towers activating at the same time. A blinding light burst forth from Andrina's body, forming a pillar of light that shot towards the approaching Isaiah. Isaiah's expression changed when he saw the blinding light. He had no choice but to use the divine energy he'd sent into the earth to defend against the wave of energy. The tunnel in front of him suddenly shrank, the earth forming a sturdy barrier in front of him. An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the energy pillar and Isaiah's earth barrier. Everyone in the underground palace felt the terrifying tremors as the earth above them fell in large chunks. It's done! Han Tu cried out in delight. He immediately sensed that Isaiah's divine energy that filled the earth around him had disappeared once more. The tunnel in front of him split open once more. Han Tu was the first to rush in, followed closely by Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua. Let's go! Han Jin grabbed Andrina and ran in the direction that Han Tu had disappeared, ignoring Andrina's thoughts. Knowing that there was a powerful Isaiah behind them, the party didn't dare to stay any longer. Before Isaiah could react, they were already far away from the area. Soon, the 5 elite zombies and Andrina broke through the barrier and arrived at the central control center of the Pandemonium's formations. It was a spacious chamber that was only a few dozen meters underground. Above them was the circular platform with the cauldron of myriad demon. Not only could it draw in the elements of heaven and earth, it could also collect the souls of those who died in the Pandemonium. Why are you pulling me back in such a hurry? It's just Isaiah, I'm not afraid of him. Angelina grumbled softly to Han Jin after entering the secret chamber. Han Jin forced a smile and said, I'm just worried that you'll be in danger. Andrina giggled and said, I have a treasure in my hand. Even Isaiah can't do anything to me. Han Jin was stunned. Can you use that treasure to kill Isaiah? If you can, we'll go back and kill him right away. That thing can only save my life, it can't kill him. Andrina shook her head and said, My mother forbids me from killing people. If she gave me the Mirror of Destiny, I would really be able to kill Isaiah. The Mirror of Destiny, the overgod weapon of the Goddess of Destiny? Statholm was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Andrina were to get her hands on the overgod weapon of the Goddess of Destiny, who knew how much trouble she'd cause? Who else isn't here yet? Han Hao asked Phoebe with a frown. After this ordeal, Phoebe, Emily, and the other women finally calmed down. They no longer dared to blame Han Hao for being overly cautious. They knew that it was fortunate that Han Hao had reacted in time and ordered Han Tu to evacuate as soon as he sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, who knew how many members of the Han family would have died in the underground palace? Phoebe's gaze swept across the room as she silently calculated in her mind for a moment. She then said, Those from Profound Continent should all be here. That's good. Han Hao nodded and instructed the 5 elite zombies, Seal the door. The 5 elite zombies wasted no time. As soon as they received Han Hao's order, they immediately used their elemental energies to control the walls. 5 colored rays of light emanated from their bodies and slowly seeped into the walls. Under the power of the 5 of them, a series of muffled sounds came from the surroundings of the secret chamber. There was even a creaking sound coming from the top of their heads, as if a huge machine was working. At the same time, the endless chi of heaven and earth in the array of ultimate heaven and earth suddenly separated and slowly flowed into the secret chamber where they were. Layers of strange lights reflected on the walls, and all kinds of barriers and demonic formations suddenly took shape. Daka, who had been suffocated by the Sky Annihilation formation, immediately sensed the change and felt the pressure lessen. However, he still needed some time to get out of the formation. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.